High above the 10,000-year ice valley, a silver-haired young man with his eyes covered by white silk slowly raised his hand. His pale, bloodless, slender fingers pressed lightly against the ice wall. Lulu held her breath, her heart surging with excitement. Excellent. The host she had parasitized was about to complete his mission. Once the mission was fulfilled, she would completely cast off her identity as a system and return to her original world. Yet her host, the silver-haired blind man before her, paused, his fingers still against the ice wall, unable to take the next step even as the pads of his fingers turned bright red from the cold. Lulu was a little surprised. Dear host, the obsession you've been pursuing is right before you. You only need to use the power of your holy demon core to break this ice wall, and you will be able to see your mother. Lulu's voice was bright and cheerful. Beneath the white silk, Gong Mosheng's long lashes trembled. His hollow, terrifying eye sockets seemed to quietly regard the thick ice wall before him. 666. Gong Mosheng's voice was gentle and pleasant. Lulu shuddered. Despite his handsome face and soft voice, this man was in truth a madman whose actions defied all logic. After 5 years of living with Gong Mosheng, Lulu harbored an indescribable sense of fear toward him. I'm here, dear host. Hearing Lulu's slightly lively mechanical voice, Gong Mosheng's lips curved as though he had called it for no other reason than to hear that genderless mechanical tone. Lulu could not guess his thoughts, but when she saw Gong Mosheng slowly take out the holy demon core, she shut her mouth and silently watched his every move. The holy demon core spread its power. At once the thick sealed ice wall cracked layer by layer. Countless shards of ice sped past the white-robed youth, yet not a single splinter touched his body. The ice wall shattered, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Without hesitation, Gong Mosheng stepped inside. Although Lulu knew that even without eyes Gong Mosheng could distinguish directions with his spiritual sense, she still could not help but remind him when she saw a large boulder ahead of him. Dear host, there's a rock in front of you. Be careful to avoid it. Gong Mosheng's steps faltered. His lips curved. Many thanks. As always, he thanked her with polite courtesy. When he was not losing his mind, he truly resembled a gentle, refined gentleman. He stepped around the boulder and walked on for a long while before a secret chamber appeared ahead. Inside the chamber lay a crystallized coffin. Within rested a gentle, beautiful young woman. Knowing every script of this world, Lulu understood that this was Gong Mosheng's birth mother and also the birth mother of the male lead of this Xinxiao world. Gong Mosheng stopped before the crystal ice coffin and stood there for a long time before reaching out to gently stroke its surface. A sudden sadness rose in Lulu's heart. In this world, Gong Mosheng was the male lead Lin Yu's older half-brother, sharing the same mother but a different father. Their fates could not have been more different. Gong Mosheng's father, an ancient holy demon, had forced himself on Jingyue in a secret realm, and only then did Gong Mosheng come into this world. The newborn Gong Mosheng was abandoned by his mother and suffered endless torment and humiliation under his inhuman holy demon father. At last, at the age of 15, Gong Mosheng personally slew his father and devoured the power that had belonged to him. From then on, Gong Mosheng left the secret realm and went to the human world in search of his mother. It was at that time that Lulu became a temporary system and bound herself to Gong Mosheng. Gong Mosheng agreed to bind with the system on one condition only, that it would help him find his mother. Looking at the young woman inside the ice coffin, Lulu sighed inwardly. As a system, she had her own mission. Her mission was to stop Gong Mosheng from falling into darkness and slaughtering living beings, and to make him willingly hand over the world's evil treasure, the holy demon core. Without the holy demon core, the great villain Gong Mosheng would no longer be a terrifying force, allowing the male lead and his harem to attain a happy ending. To make Gong Mosheng willingly surrender the holy demon core, there was only one path: the gentle redemption of a mother's love. This was also the madman Gong Mosheng's one and only obsession. Never having been treated kindly since childhood, whenever he read of a mother's love for her child in storybooks, this became his sole expectation of what a mother should be. Just as Lulu's thoughts were wandering, Gong Mosheng suddenly asked 666. What is it, dear host? Gong Mosheng withdrew the fingers that had been touching the coffin. His voice was gentle, tinged with a smile. What does she look like? Lulu was stunned. Yes, Gong Mosheng was blind. He could see nothing of this world. He had been this way since birth. She is very beautiful, and she seems very gentle. She looks very much like you, dear host. Lulu's voice softened. The smile at Gong Mosheng's lips gradually faded. Unsure what had set this madman off again, Lulu simply shut her mouth and fell silent. Gong Mosheng raised his hand, pushing open the coffin lid. Then he carefully touched the woman's icy cheek. Lulu said nothing. The unfamiliar sensation seemed to bewilder Gong Mosheng. He froze for a moment, then slit his own wrist. Crimson blood slowly flowed along the corner of the woman's half-open lips and into her mouth. Lulu's heart thudded violently. As his blood flowed out, Gong Mosheng's face grew paler and paler, and his lips tightened unconsciously. Sensing that he was becoming unsteady, Lulu could not help but ask softly, "Dear host, are you all right?" Gong Mosheng did not reply. The hollow eye sockets beneath the white silk seemed suddenly to gain spirit, fixing intently on the woman in the coffin. Suddenly, a faint moan sounded in the silent chamber. Gong Mosheng's body went rigid. He slowly withdrew his bleeding wrist and stood quietly at the side of the coffin. Jingyue slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed, but when she saw the youth standing beside the coffin, her expression changed abruptly. Lulu felt that her expression twisted. Those beautiful eyes were filled with disgust and terror. Naturally, Gong Mosheng could not see the woman's expression, but sensing that she had awakened, he slowly drew from his robe a small object wrapped layer upon layer in a handkerchief. When the handkerchief unfurled, it revealed a small, blood-colored earring. "May I ask, is this yours?" Gong Mosheng's voice was still gentle and pleasant, yet Lulu could hear a faint tremor in it. "Oh." When the woman saw the earring, terror and ferocity twisted her features. With a sharp smack, she slapped Gong Mosheng's hand away. The earring, flung by her force, flew out and struck the floor heavily with a crisp crack. Gong Mosheng's hand reddened from the cold, hung rigid in midair after being slapped aside. Lulu felt an ominous chill, yet soon forced herself to calm down. She had faintly foreseen that Gong Mosheng might provoke his own mother's disgust. For 5 years, she had repeatedly given him mental vaccines for this. They should work. "How are you still alive? Why haven't you died?" Clutching her head, the woman's voice was shrill and venomous as she shrank back into the coffin again and again, as though regarding Gong Mosheng as some filthy thing. Gong Mosheng slowly crouched down, groping until he picked up the earring from the floor. His lips curved gently in a mild smile. "It seems," he paused, "you do not welcome me." The moment he stood up, he staggered slightly. Whether from blood loss or not, Lulu cried out in alarm. But Gong Mosheng quickly braced himself against the ice coffin and steadied his body. By now, the woman had also somewhat regained her composure. She stood up in the coffin and looked coldly at Gong Mosheng, who was leaning on it. In her eyes, there was not a trace of affection, only endless loathing and guarded wariness. Afraid that because of his mother's reaction, Gong Mosheng might decide on a mutual destruction path, Lulu hurriedly spent points to gauge his state and was astonished to find that at this moment, he held very little negative emotion called hatred. Her heart eased and Lulu exhaled silently. Fortunately, all those years of mental vaccinations had indeed worked. "My father once forced you. I can understand that you do not like me." Gong Mosheng's fingers stiffened slightly, the smile at the corners of his lips very faint. Lulu sighed softly, but before she could speak words of comfort, she heard him continue, "You need the holy demon core." Gong Mosheng's voice was calm. Jingyue's expression shifted. Naturally, she knew that without the coffin, she would have died long ago after so many years of slumber. Her awakening now was also because Gong Mosheng had fed her a large amount of his blood, but if she wished to remain conscious, she still needed Gong Mosheng's holy demon core. Gong Mosheng's holy demon core had devoured his own father's power. At this moment, it was strong enough to slaughter all living beings within its reach. This was why, as an intern system, Lulu was required to make him hand the core over to the protagonist group. There was nothing she could do. She too had compulsory missions. "I can give you my holy demon core, and I can guarantee that I will never again appear before you or your family." Gong Mosheng seemed completely unaware of Jingyue's malice and spoke softly. Lulu's eyes lit up. The madman's one redeeming trait was that he kept his word. What he promised he would do. Jingyue also breathed a little easier. But Gong Mosheng quietly gazed at Jingyue, his pale, bloodless lips parting. "I want to know, where are my eyes? I have something I want to see." Gong Mosheng's voice faded little by little. He tilted his head slightly, as if using his divine sense to feel out Jingyue's reaction. Jingyue was stunned, and then a chill and panic surged up in her heart. Boom. The entire ice mountain collapsed. Lulu shrieked hysterically inside Gong Mosheng's mind. "Host, calm down. Dear host, please calm down." Jingyue's face was ashen as she collapsed weakly back into the coffin. 666. Gong Mosheng's fingers trembled. The white silk covering his eyes was torn away by the raging wind, revealing his horrifying pitch-black hollows. "You've been lying to me all along. You too are one of them." All trace of laughter vanished from Gong Mosheng's voice. He tilted his head back slightly, not knowing what direction he was looking in the white silk whipping and curling in the cold wind. Lulu's throat seemed to close. A single word, wronged, jammed in her chest. Indeed, she should have guessed it earlier. The pair of protective mandarin duck beads on the male lead Lin Yu, his greatest golden finger, were Gong Mosheng's eyes. Every part of a holy demon was a treasure, let alone Gong Mosheng, whose bloodline was even purer than his father's. After giving birth to Gong Mosheng, his birth mother Jingyue was filled with extreme revulsion. When she saw the newborn reaching out to her for a hug, in her extreme disgust, In terror, she gouged out the baby's pair of mismatched eyes and used their power to escape the secret realm. Lulu had simply not expected that when he received no response from Jingyue, Gong Mosheng would actually use a soul-searching art on her in order to restore his sight. Accompanied by Lulu's glitched mechanical stuttering, Gong Mosheng slowly walked out of the nearly collapsing secret chamber. Having suffered soul-searching yet with her spiritual sense completely intact, Jingyue stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly sprang to her feet. Her face was pale, yet resolute. "No, I must warn you, that monster is going to him." Beep beep beep. System 666. The main system has detected that the plot line is beginning to deviate and is expected to cause irreparable damage to this small world. System 666. Please immediately activate the erasure function and kill Gong Mosheng. Curled up inside Gong Mosheng's mind, Lulu froze when she heard the main system's warning. Gong Mosheng had already slaughtered his way to the male lead sect and was determined to kill the male lead and reclaim his eyes. With Gong Mosheng's abilities, the male lead practically had no power to fight back. Beep beep beep. System 666. The main system has detected that the plot line is beginning to deviate and is expected to cause irreparable damage to this small world. System 666. Please immediately activate erasure and kill Gong Mosheng. The main system's voice grew more and more urgent. Lulu's consciousness felt as though it were being crushed. Pain twisted her very being, even if she had no physical features to twist. Gong Mosheng. Lulu's mechanical tone carried a trace of pain. Gong Mosheng, if you insist on fighting Lin Yu to the death, then to keep myself alive, I will have to erase you. Gong Mosheng tilted his head slightly, the corners of his lips lifting. Do you think I fear death? 666, you liar. Lulu's soul felt on the verge of exploding. The pain drove her to press down on the erasure button. Gong Mosheng's pitch-black eye sockets gazed toward Lin Yu, who was sprinting toward him from afar. Lulu could only moan in agony. The erasure button was right before her. The main system's urging grew louder and louder. Yet for some reason, she still wanted to struggle a little longer. Gong Mosheng, stop. I beg you. I don't want you to die. Gong Mosheng's footsteps halted, the smile at his lips freezing on his face. Gong Mosheng, I truly don't want you to die. Beep beep beep. System 666. The main system has detected that the plot line is beginning to deviate and is expected to cause irreparable damage to this small world. System 666. Please immediately activate erasure and kill Gong Mosheng. At the third warning from the main system, Lulu's mind went blank. Her soul felt violently compressed. She could no longer utter a sound as her consciousness was seized by the main system, and a phantom hand slowly reached toward the erasure button. All traces of System 666 vanished from Gong Mosheng's mind. That noisy, irritating mechanical voice, that faint thread of spiritual connection, gone. The stiff smile on Gong Mosheng's face disappeared completely. 666, liar. 666 had once promised him it would always stay by his side, yet now it had run away. Because he had not followed its demands and handed over the holy demon core, had not willingly accepted this unfair world. The white-robed youth's empty eye sockets were ghastly and terrifying as he murmured, eyes are no longer of any use. I can do without them. But why should I fulfill your wishes? Gong Mosheng gave a soft laugh, his smile sickly and distorted. Then he placed a hand over his heart and detonated the holy demon core. 666, you liar. And in the place he could not see, Lulu's fingertip hovered above the erasure button, frozen there, without pressing down. On an endless frozen plain, countless shards of icy blue debris ceaselessly fall. Figures clad in grimy spacesuits slowly pace across the barren ice field. Ice particles strike the transparent helmets, producing a grating creak. None of these individuals makes a sound as they steadily and resolutely move toward an unknown destination. Among these grimy spacemen, two figures stand out. One is the tallest and most robust, while the other is the smallest and most slender. The shortest spaceman clutches a red balloon upon which a transparent screen displays a brilliant, radiant smile. Coincidentally, among the spacemen, the smallest is Lulu. Dressed in a grimy pink spacesuit and clutching her red balloon, she trudges along, panting with effort. The tallest spaceman beside her bows his head as his helmet's earphone emits a crackling sound. Sixth sister, can you still walk? Lulu lifts her gaze. Through her transparent helmet, and between falling ice particles, she sees Lu Dachu's earnest, sincere face. I'm fine, I can manage. Panting, Lulu grits her teeth and lifts her leg to keep pace with the main group. Lu Dachu scratches his head, barely reaching his helmet, and remarks, sixth sister, though I know it's impossible, I still must ask. Followed by, why was I left out of human evolution? Lulu rolls her eyes and retort as Lu Dachu chuckles, awkwardly confessing, every time it just seems utterly unbelievable. You've improved. Now even using idioms, Lulu retorts sharply. Meanwhile, the red balloon, battered by the ice particles, emits a series of crisp pops, warping the smile on its screen. At long last, after traversing the endless ice field, a small mound appears. The group stops, sparse and weary, to rest. Unable to tolerate Lulu's snail-like pace, Lu Dachu uses both hands to yank off her oversized helmet and lifts her up. With her head wedged in the helmet, Lulu feels as if she is about to be suffocated. Fortunately, with Lu Dachu's long strides, he swiftly carries Lulu to the sheltered backside of the mound, where with the others, he sets her down in a wind-protected spot. Just as Lulu had glimpsed an elderly figure, she is abruptly pulled back to the realm of the living. "Forgive him," she murmurs inwardly, knowing his nerves are always so lax. After a brief rest, the public earphone crackles with Wang Shua's voice. "Little Six, how are you? How far to go?" Among the crew, Lulu fixes her eyes on Wang Shua's figure. As his question rings out, the other star citizens all turn their gaze toward her. Lulu tugs at the red balloon in her hand. Instantly, the smile on its screen vanishes, replaced by a cluster of dense red specks. Curious onlookers quickly gather to take a look, though none can truly decipher its meaning. Lulu studies the myriad lines below the red specks and finally points ahead, about 10 kilometers forward. Wang Shua pauses, frowning. "Doesn't that mean we're nearing the desert?" Lulu nods in agreement. Then a wrinkled, portly woman slaps her thigh and exclaims, "My legs. Why is this month's rubbish dumped so far away?" Lu Dachu scratches his head with a worried look and asks, "So, are we still going?" "Nonsense." All the spacemen roll their eyes. Lu Dachu chuckles guiltily while Lulu sighs. Since Gong Mosheng detonated the Shengma core, she has awakened only to find her body shrunk to a mere 3-year-old form and been thrust into an unfamiliar world, an interstellar era. Lulu gazes up. There is no sun or moon here, only an endless expanse of white. The planet she inhabits, codenamed M60, is nothing but a dump planet. A dump planet is self-explanatory. Waste and debris from other star systems are transported here for disposal, and M60 serves solely as a repository for discarded rubbish. Planets chosen to be dumps are inherently unfit for long-term habitation, and their populations never exceed 10,000. M60 has a total population of 7,582, the majority being the elderly and children, with very few in their prime. From the age of 3 until 12, she was sustained by adults at the base scavenging for scraps. Only from 12 until her current age of 18 did she gradually join the scavenging efforts. Lowering her lashes in silent contemplation for a moment, Lulu then looks ahead. At the forefront stands Wang Shua, his tanned face marred by deep wrinkles and scars. "Let's go. Perhaps we can find some expired nutrient solution." Murmuring, the group rises, each with heavy sighs, yet resolute steps follows behind Wang Shua into the unknown. With pursed lips, Lulu struggles to stand. Eyes fixed on the cluster of red dots on the balloon, she grits her teeth. No matter how weak she may be, she is determined to scavenge. She needs essential supplies to survive, and also a piece of salvageable series metal. Her admission project is just a step away from completion. After roughly another 3 hours of walking, the ice particles slowly turn into tepid raindrops. The group watches several mounds of garbage at the boundary of desert and ice, their expressions a mix of excitement and wary vigilance. Silently, Lu Dachu steps forward and pulls Lulu behind him. A dozen reliable adults wielding crude weapons disperse to form a simple formation with Wang Shua as they inspect near the garbage mounds. Meanwhile, the rest, each holding makeshift weapons, stand guard in place. Yet in unspoken agreement, they all encircle the shortest Lulu. After 20 minutes of tense patrolling, Wang Shua's battle squad returns. He waves to the waiting group, signaling that the area is temporarily safe. Aunt AI heaves a sigh of relief as her face lights up with joy. "Oh my, we're in luck today." Several other middle-aged comrades join in with chuckles. Despite their constant chatter, everyone moves with surprising agility, rummaging purposefully through the garbage mounds. Lulu steps out from Lu Dachu's protective zone and releases her red balloon. Before long, the red balloon drifts and lands atop a garbage mound off to the side. Lulu's eyes light up as she slowly makes her way toward it. Lu Dachu had intended to join Aunt AI, but noticing Lulu departing, he quickly follows after her. Hovering above the mound, the red balloon watches as Lulu, panting, climbs the garbage heap and uses a crowbar to pry open a thin layer of worthless trash. Once she discerns what lies below, Lulu's eyes brighten. It's a fragment of an aircraft wing. Her heart pounds wildly. As Lu Dachu approaches, she pulls him along to help sift through the debris. The more they dig, the more excited Lulu becomes. As the upper layer of trash diminishes and more of the aircraft emerges, she cannot help but burst into song. "Family, behold, a scrapped aircraft is here. Yahoo!" Lulu shouts over the public channel, yet no cheers or responses follow. Lulu pauses momentarily, only after Lu Dachu's shout does he confused stand and glance around. Being tall, he quickly notices that on another mound his compatriots are diligently scavenging, and even the patrol team 100 meters away remains silent. Everything seems normal. Sixth sister. How odd have their earphones malfunctioned? Lulu's hand trembles as she quietly grips the red balloon's string, whispering, Dachu, our signal has been jammed. There are insectoids here. Lu Dachu is momentarily stunned as he watches the opening and closing of Lulu's mouth. Through her transparent helmet, his face grows increasingly grim, for no sound has come through his earphone. Zazila. Zazila. A harsh static sound emanated from the two individuals' shared earpiece. Following that, a faint cry for help could be vaguely heard amidst the static. Indistinguishable as male or female, it was impossible to discern the complete words, yet the intermittent plea of "save me" was strikingly clear. Lu Dachui pressed his lips together, gripping an old lightsaber tightly in one hand while reaching behind him with the other. Lulu tightly clutched a red balloon, her eyes scanning the surroundings until they finally settled on the damaged spacecraft in the garbage pile. Gently pointing at the spacecraft, Lu Dachui instantly understood. He slightly bent down and then forcefully pried open the hatch. "What are you doing?" Unfortunately, Lu Dachui could not hear her words. The 2-meter-wide hatch was partly obstructed by garbage, but Lu Dachui had immense strength. With a single tug, the already shaky hatch was suddenly forced open, revealing the pitch-black interior. Lulu took several steps back, her hands trembling from anxiety. Lu Dachui, noticing her exaggerated motion, looked at her in confusion. "Sixth sister, aren't you going in?" She had just pointed at the hatch, indicating for him to open it and take a look. Why was she now retreating with a frightened expression? The signal of their earpieces was unstable, making communication nearly impossible. Lulu understood Lu Dachui's confusion and hurriedly gestured for him to step back toward her. This time, Lu Dachui finally grasped her meaning. He crouched down, about to retreat, but for some reason he stopped. Lulu's back was drenched in cold sweat. Her fragile self didn't dare to approach recklessly and could only choose to call for help. She tremblingly yet swiftly pulled out a signal gun from her waist and fired a signal flare into the air. The flare shot up rapidly, but extinguished completely upon encountering a wave in the air. Bang! 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 A tremendous crashing sound resonated within the cabin. Lu Dachui, standing at the cabin door, instinctively stepped back. Logically, since they were wearing protective suits, they could only hear outside noises if they were exceptionally loud. However, the sound was peculiar. The banging resembled an ancient drumbeat, not only entering their ears, but also resonating with their hearts. The sound exploded in their ears without any obstruction, and Lulu's anxious heartbeat gradually slowed to match the rhythm of the banging. This sensation of being unable to control her body froze Lulu in place as immense unease and panic surged in her mind, yet her heart beat calmly, which was truly eerie. Ziz. Save. Ziz. Save me. Ziz. Save me. At that moment, a girl's clear plea for help echoed through the earpiece. Lu Dachui, with his back to Lulu, moved and unexpectedly slipped into the cabin. "Dachui!" Lulu called out anxiously, but Lu Dachui clearly did not hear her, and his figure quickly vanished into the dark cabin. As soon as Lu Dachui entered the cabin, the drum-like banging sound ceased. "Damn! Xiaohong! Transform!" Lulu released her grip on the red balloon, which quickly floated beside her, emitting a bright light. She raised her signal gun and fired 3 shots at the ground, but the result was the same as the first shot. All were blocked by the ripples on the ground. Great, 4 bullets gone wasted after a year of collecting garbage. Lulu muttered, leaving 3 signal flares behind, took a deep breath, and dove into the cabin. Before she could adjust to the darkness of the cabin, the red balloon entered, illuminating everything with its incandescent glow. The cabin hall was utterly empty, completely vacant. Having lived on garbage, star Lulu had never been on a spacecraft. However, she had seen pigs run, even if she had never eaten pork. Based on the engraved symbols and numbers on the walls, she could deduce that it was in series passenger spacecraft. The so-called passenger spacecraft served the same purpose as a truck in the 21st century, primarily for transporting goods. Yet this made it all the more peculiar. The visible portions of the wings and hatch of the spacecraft, along with the internal engravings, confirmed that it was indeed a passenger spacecraft. However, the internal structure of this spacecraft had been modified. Numerous rooms had been partitioned off. At this moment, all these rooms were closed with only one door left ajar. Lu Dachui had likely entered that room. Lulu gritted her teeth and walked toward the room. As she approached the door, she saw Lu Dachui crouched beside a large black box, already attempting to use his weapon to break the box. Lulu dared not make a sound, for on Lu Dachui's shoulder lay a creature that was a hybrid of a lizard and a bird. It was a bugman, not a grade, but in a grade. Lulu's legs trembled. The interstellar bug species had been classified by humans from high to low based on their overall strength ranging from F to 3S grades. In Garbage Star, no, within the many planets under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Alliance, it was impossible for a grade or higher bug species to appear. Even in a neglected place like Garbage Star, due to the Interstellar Alliance's purging activities every 3 years, it was highly unlikely for a grade or higher bug species to exist. Usually encountering grade or a grade bugs could injure the combat teams led by Wang Shuo, let alone in a grade. What to do? Lulu did not dare to move. Lu Dachui was clearly under the control of that bug, clanking away with the large knife he had scavenged, attempting to chop at the black box's serpentine lock. For how long Lu Dachui chopped, Lulu crouched at the door. At first the dog's-eyed bug was excited and expectant, but as time passed and Lu Dachui's knife began to chip, the serpentine lock remained gleaming and it grew increasingly agitated. It emitted a hissing sound, as if cursing in bug language. Just as Lulu intended to shift her position, she saw the bug suddenly turn its head, its green eyes fixating on her, who was crouching at the door. Lulu thought, "It's over, I'm doomed." Clearly it wasn't because of the light emitted by the red balloon that the bug discovered her. This was something Lulu never doubted. The illumination from the red balloon was a special ray visible only to humans. Don't ask why it's so miraculous. It's simply the interstellar age, where the elements mined from each planet differ, and the weapons and tools produced far surpass humanity's imagination from the 21st century. Of course, this isn't the main point. The key is, since she had been crouching here for so long without being discovered, why did it suddenly notice her presence at this moment? Lulu slowly shifted her gaze downward. There was no shadow, as she had no shadow. The insectoid creature perched on Lu Dachui's shoulder gazed with a haunting look, the oppressive sensation causing Lulu to feel as though she were suffocating. Taking a deep breath, Lulu suddenly yanked down the red balloon floating beside her and simultaneously darted to the right. With a pop, the red balloon exploded, and immediately countless large red flashing balloons filled the cabin. Clearly agitated by the red flashing balloons, the A-class insectoid let out a roar and commanded Lu Dachui to crash through the half-open door, charging towards Lulu. Before Lulu could steady herself, she drew her signal pistol and fired a shot towards the back of her neck. The red signal flare shot out, instantly exploding behind Lulu. She rolled away from the site of the explosion. The exploded signal flare emitted a red mist which seemed to cling to something, revealing the outline of what was previously transparent. It was an irregular floating object 1 meter tall and 2 meters wide, clearly another insectoid. Lulu's mind raced. An invisible insectoid. There were B-class bee insects, A-class patterned butterflies, and Lulu pursed her lips. There was no need to enumerate further. Judging by its shape, it was most likely an A-class patterned butterfly. Another A-class. I'm doomed. That was the only thought in Lulu's mind. Sure enough, the A-class bird lizard and the invisible patterned butterfly were enraged by her actions. One charged at her with immense strength, while the other flapped its wings, launching countless tiny hairs stained with the red mist of the signal flare towards Lulu. Explode. Lulu was already out of strength, and even if she had some, she could not evade the attacks of 2 A-class insectoids simultaneously. Boom. Countless large red flashing balloons in the cabin exploded in unison, sending a massive shockwave that shook the entire garbage mountain. Lulu covered her head with her hands and tightly closed her eyes. Hiss. Clearly such an explosion would not be enough to kill the A-class insectoids. Lulu didn't even know if they were injured. After all, the materials on the garbage planet were limited. The balloon bombs she created could annihilate F-class insectoids and blow away groups of E-class insectoids, but she had never faced higher-level insectoids. A sharp shriek echoed in her earpiece, and Lulu screamed in pain as blood poured from her ears and nose. It was that bird lizard. The bird lizard could manipulate signal waves, naturally able to use them to kill. Lulu knew she was finished. I still need a weapon for my entrance project. She lamented internally as her body could no longer hold up, collapsing face down. Just as she fainted, a group of people rushed in from outside the cabin. It was Wang Shuo and the others. In the underground base of M60 garbage planet, Ant AI sat cross-legged between 2 healing pods, knitting yarn, until a knocking sound came from one of the healing pods. Ant AI was taken aback. She quickly put down the half-knitted yarn and pressed the buttons on both sides of the healing pod, allowing the door to slowly rise and reveal the pale-faced Lulu inside. "Oh, little 6, you're awake." Ant AI sighed in relief and quickly reached out to support Lulu. With Ant A's help, Lulu emerged from the healing pod, responding with a hum and then frowning as she looked towards the other healing pod. Inside was the unconscious Lu Dachui. Seeing Lulu's furrowed brow, Ant AI reassured her, "Dachui is fine. Don't you remember? Your protective suits can withstand 80% of the impact from the red balloon bombs." Lulu's expression didn't improve much as she only smiled weakly and sat down on a metal stool welded from scrap materials. "And AI, where's Uncle Wong? Do we have any other injured?" In the entire underground base, there were only 2 healing pods, both old models kept in use through repairs. With no one lying on the beds at the entrance, it meant either there were no other injured or the injured didn't need treatment. Essentially, they had perished on the scene. "No, this time we had no injuries." Aunt AI spoke of this matter with a hint of joy. Lulu relaxed her furrowed brow, her expression much more at ease. "Aunt AI, what happened?" Aunt AI poured her a glass of water and then slowly began to explain. It turned out that when Lulu's red balloon bomb exploded, a crack appeared in the signal jamming wave controlled by the A-class bird lizard. The scale of the explosion was significant enough for Wang Shuo and the others who had been on high alert to notice. As the Star Master, Wang Shuo immediately guessed that Lulu had triggered the red balloon. On Garbage Planet, unless faced with a large-scale swarm of insectoids, Lulu's red balloon bombs would not detonate. After all, the materials to make a red balloon bomb could take a garbage collection team an entire month to gather. With this in mind, Wang Shuo immediately used the Star Master's light brain to send a request to the higher planetary authorities. After sending the support request, Wang Shuo led the others to the cabin. They hadn't fought for long when the supporting forces from the higher planet arrived. Thus, this time there were no casualties on M60 Garbage Planet. Lulu bit her finger. This was very strange. In the past, when they encountered large swarms of insectoids, it would take more than an hour for the higher planet to respond to a distress call. And according to the timeline, Wang Shuo sent the request and then fought the A-class insectoids in the cabin. How could the higher planet's military arrive so quickly? It must be noted that A-class insectoids are not beings to be taken lightly, and the fact that Wang Shuo and the others entered without casualties only proved that as soon as they went and the military arrived. Traveling from the higher planet to M60 Garbage Planet on the fastest military aircraft would still take at least 3 minutes. Something's off. Lulu bit her finger until it turned red. Based on these data-supported inferences, there was only one possibility: the military from the higher planet must have set out before Wang Shuo sent the distress request. Suddenly, Lulu thought of that strange black box and the intermittent distress signals in the communication earpiece. Why was the modified passenger aircraft able to pass inspection and operate? Why were there A-class insectoids which were prohibited within the jurisdiction of the Galactic Alliance in the cabin? Why did the military from the higher planet arrive so quickly? All these questions led Lulu to form a vague suspicion. Just as Lulu was deep in thought, a stern and indifferent voice came from outside the door. M01 Star Inspector summons Lulu and Lu Dachui from M60 Star for questioning. Lulu looked up in shock, seeing a group of people standing at the door. They were clearly not from Garbage Planet. The one who had just spoken was a woman at the forefront of the group. The woman wore a clean and well-fitted black combat uniform with her golden wavy hair cascading over her shoulders and a pair of emerald eyes fixated intently on Lulu. The inspector did not interrogate her in the underground base. Lulu was taken to the surface inside a military aircraft. In the interrogation room, artificial soft sunlight streamed through the window as Lulu sat in a chair looking down at the 2 thin golden metallic rings on her wrist. These are handcuffs from the Interstellar era. Of course, when the operator does not wish to restrain you, they are merely decorative. However, when you exhibit any aggressive behavior, they will instantly transform into handcuffs that can immobilize you. No. Lulu narrowed her eyes. This is not merely handcuffs. The tiny metal sensors pressed tightly against her wrist's pulse, leaving her unsure whether this little device could detect lies or could instantly interfere with her pulse, causing death. Perhaps it could do both. "What are you looking at?" A cold voice from above Lulu interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see the blonde-haired, blue-eyed inspector standing in front of her. Lulu pursed her lips. "Nothing. I just think the color of these handcuffs is very bright." The inspector's fingers adorned with silver rings trembled slightly, and a smile devoid of warmth crept across her lips. "Oh, then let's begin." The inspector sat down in the chair opposite Lulu, who casually glanced at the silver ring on her finger. It seems these handcuffs really can detect lies. It appears that the upcoming conversation cannot involve any concealment. On the table in front of the inspector was a camera aimed at Lulu, presumably used to record the interrogation process. "I am Inspector Helly." Helly indicated herself to Lulu, and after introducing herself, she directly asked, "Tell me about what happened to you and your companions on the Z01 CF 8967 passenger aircraft." Helly paused for a moment, her lips curling up. "Be aware that everything you say will be recorded. I suggest you speak truthfully." Lulu shrugged. There was really nothing to hide in this matter. She straightened her body and recounted everything she experienced. After hearing Lulu's account, Helly furrowed her brow. "According to your statement, that black box was never opened." Lulu paused, frowning as she looked up. Yes, to the best of my knowledge, the black box was indeed never opened. Helly's fingers lightly tapped on the table, her green eyes fixed on Lulu. Lulu did not lie and was not afraid of her gaze. Perhaps because the sensor on her finger did not react, Helly eventually withdrew her gaze. Yet inexplicably, Lulu felt that the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy. According to your M60 combat team's members, this item was created by you. Helly pulled out a glass tube from her bag filled with a lot of red misty powder. Lulu was somewhat puzzled. Isn't this the red powder that scatters after a signal flare explodes? Does this really need to be asked? Yes, this is the fluorescent marker powder left after my signal flare exploded. Helly's slender fingers rotated the glass tube, her eyebrows raising slightly. This is quite good. It can temporarily mark invisible insectoids. That's quite an innovative approach. Lulu didn't quite understand what she was getting at, so she nodded. Yes, the red powder inside is a type of mineral from deep within our M60, and it's very cheap. Lulu paused before asking, "Do you have any more questions?" Helly smiled slightly. "Please repeat your experiences one more time." Lulu. During the next 3 days, Lulu had to recount her experiences every 2 hours on average. At first, Helly was present listening to her, but later it turned into Lulu speaking to the camera alone. After repeating it so many times, Lulu felt her memories becoming somewhat confused. After such repetitive and monotonous retelling, she could no longer tell if each recounting matched the first. However, during the 3 days locked in the room, Lulu enjoyed a treat she had never tasted since coming to this world: intermediate nutritional fluid. And it was strawberry flavored. Having grown up on expired or nearly expired nutrient solutions, Lulu felt an unambiguous sense of satisfaction. Even though she knew that genuine wealthy people disdain nutritional fluids and eat only fresh food. Unfortunately, during the interstellar era, the cultivation and breeding of crops and animals are extremely challenging. The probability that produced food won't be contaminated is less than 30%. Thus, fresh food has become a small luxury that ordinary star citizens truly cannot afford. While Lulu was holding the strawberry nutritional fluid, reminiscing about the taste of fresh strawberries, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Lulu was taken aback. The person entering was not Helly, but Wang Shuo, the Star Master of M60, and the adoptive father of Lulu and Lu Dachui. Lulu tilted her head, still holding on to the half-finished nutritional fluid. Wang Shuo, seeing Lulu's rosy complexion, let out a sigh of relief and gently tapped her on the head. "Shall we can go home now?" "Home?" Lulu's gaze softened, and her previously tense body relaxed. The handcuffs on her wrist fell off, automatically clattering to the ground. Wang Shuo took Lulu by the hand and led her out. Only after meeting with Wang Shuo did Lulu learn that after she was brought here that day, Lu Dachui was also brought over by the military personnel from M01, and he had been treated in their new healing chamber for 2 hours before regaining consciousness. Lu Dachui's interrogation process was quite similar to Lulu's, except that he seemed to have forgotten what happened during his control by the bird lizard, so the important information obtained from his interrogation was minimal. Before leaving the military aircraft, Lulu noticed that there were not many soldiers inside the aircraft and was somewhat curious about where they had gone. Having spent enough time with Lulu, Wang Shuo noticed her curiosity and quietly said, "They went to the junkyard." Lulu pursed her lips, remaining silent. Once Lu Dachui was released and saw Lulu and Wang Shuo, he rushed over excitedly. This kid likely knew he had acted against his half-sister during the control, so he was being extra cautious around Lulu. Lulu rolled her eyes and ignored him. Wang Shuo sighed and took one in each hand, leading them out. As soon as they donned their protective suits and exited the aircraft, Lulu spotted the soldiers from M01. 6 of them were carrying a black box. Counting carefully, there were actually 11 black boxes. Lulu's gaze through the transparent helmet of her protective suit was glued to those black boxes. All of them were locked, bound by silver serpentine chains. Just like the black box she had seen before. If she remembered correctly, there were 12 rooms partitioned off within that strange modified passenger aircraft. The 11 black boxes before her plus the one that was likely opened made exactly 12. The cold voice of a woman entered Lulu's ears through the earpiece. Lulu looked up and met Helly, who was at the end of the military line, dressed in a tight combat suit and wearing a simple protective mask. "Your signal flare formula will likely be requisitioned and modified by the military. However, because the formula is too simple and has many flaws, the patent fee offered will not be significant." Helly's golden, slightly curled hair flowed in the cold wind. Lulu was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Thank you, sister." Helly paused slightly, turning her face, but not looking at Lulu. She said, "The patent fee will be about 3,000 star coins. It will be transferred to your account tomorrow, so give me your light brain account." Wang Shuo rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed with his scarred face. "Inspector, my little 6 doesn't have a light brain yet. Can you transfer the star coins to my account first?" Heli frowned as she glanced at Lulu, seeing her smiling and nodding. She then replied with an and turned back to Wang Shua. We found the red powder used to make signal guns. It is indeed very cheap and the military cannot raise the purchase price, but her lips curled slightly. The military will maintain a long-term cooperation with you for raw materials. Wang Shua was taken aback, then involuntarily revealed a row of white teeth. His scarred face looked a bit ferocious due to his smile. I will definitely guarantee the quality of the raw materials. Heli nodded indifferently and turned to leave. Wait. Lulu broke free from Wang Shua and ran in front of Heli. Heli was about 180 centimeters tall, while Lulu at 168 cm looked like a child beside her. It wasn't that Heli was too tall, but rather that Lulu was short. In the Interstellar era, every citizen had undergone generations of genetic modifications resulting in generally enhanced physical strength, mental capability, and endurance, including height. Lulu was an anomaly if she had not undergone genetic modification. Of course, this was merely her speculation. Lulu tried her best to tilt her head back and put on a well-practiced, obedient smile. Sister, the remaining nutrient solution in the interrogation room, can you sell it to me at a discount? Heli looked down, remembering that Lulu was already 18. However, seeing Lulu's childlike height, she frowned and nodded slightly. There's no need to make it so complicated. If you want to just take it. She planned to give it away for free. An hour later, Lu Dachui was holding 3 boxes of intermediate nutrient solution, grinning widely. Wang Shua shook his head helplessly. Uncle Wang, distribute these nutrient solutions, will you? Lulu walked ahead, her tone rising as she seemed a bit happy. Wang Shua was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He patted Lulu on the head and said to Lu Dachui, give them to seniors over 70 and children under 12. If there aren't enough to go around, just divide it so that each person gets a sip. Lu Dachui responded and ran off with the nutrient solution. Lulu and Wang Shua returned to their home. Though called a home, it was actually quite small. The underground base was small, yet it housed many residents. The daily oxygen supply and the operation of protective protocols incurred significant costs, so each person was allotted only about 10 square meters for their home. However, Lulu's room was over 40 square meters. She had this privilege partly because her foster father Wang Shua was the planetary lord and partly due to her profession. She was one of the few mechanics in the base. If protective suits broke, they came to her for repairs. If they found damaged weapons, they sought her to fix them. Lulu was capable of handling everything from weapons to scissors. She accepted any job. Even so, she had little income. Primarily because everyone was short on money, they could only barter with the garbage they found. In the base, Lulu was considered relatively well off. Returning to her room, Lulu locked the door and took out a palm-sized piece of black metal from her protective suit pocket. This was something she bought from Heli, costing her 2,000 star coins, leaving her with only 1,000 after the 3,000 patent fee. She had originally thought she could salvage a flying vehicle, fix it up, and acquire a means of transportation. If that didn't work, dismantling it for materials would still yield considerable profit. Unfortunately, after everything, the flying vehicle was reclaimed by the military, and she got nothing. Fortunately, with the patent fee, she was able to buy this piece of scrayed metal. Now she could make the weapon for her entrance examination project. Although, she had intended to make a lightsaber. But looking at the small piece of metal in her hand, never mind, a small dagger would have to do. There was no choice, she was poor. Lulu was busy crafting her project weapon until midnight when she finally realized it was time to sleep. Standing up and stretching, she contentedly burrowed into her blanket. Meanwhile, on the military aircraft on the ground of M60 Star. Sir, after comparing the numerous recounts from Lulu and Lu Dachui, it appears neither of them lied. The man rubbed his forehead. Although these accounts were not identical and even had slight differences in some places, that very fact proved that they had not pre-organized their statements. Conversely, if the recounts were completely identical like templates, it would indicate premeditation and their credibility would be extremely low. Heli frowned upon hearing the report. According to the descriptions from Wang Shua's combat team, they had not entered the room Lulu mentioned, which contained the black box. Afterward, they used some technical means to prove that only Lu Dachui and the A-class bird lizard's aura were present in that room. If they are not lying, then who opened that box? Heli's emerald eyes shimmered with a ghostly light. The man reporting the findings also frowned and lowered his head, pondering where the problem had arisen. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, looking tense and stiff. Sir, the team responsible for searching for that thing has gone missing. Heli's pupils constricted, and she stood up abruptly. What about the tracking signal? It's gone. The man who had previously reported shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Impossible. They all had the most advanced chips installed by the Alliance. Oh, how could we not locate them? The soldier was sweating profusely, clearly unaware of the reason. The man was exasperated. Get out there and find them. But Heli interrupted. No. The man was taken aback. Team leader. That's 30 lives. They are all soldiers carefully trained by the Alliance. Under the lights, Heli's emerald pupils quietly gazed at the 11 black boxes being brought back. Everyone evacuate with them. The man opened his mouth looking at the 11 boxes. But there is nothing more important than these boxes, including our lives. Heli interrupted the man's words, her gaze resolute. Leave the remaining one for now. Others will be sent over from above. We need to set off now and safely transport these boxes to Star 1. Lulu did not know when the soldiers from M01 would retreat. Naturally, when she woke up the next day to find the soldiers had already left, she did not ask Wang Shuo what happened. Wang Shuo, who had originally furrowed his brows while hitting Lu Dachui on the head, looked slightly better upon seeing Lulu, who had only gotten out of bed at noon. Xiaolu, did you stay up late again last night? Lulu smiled and nodded. Lu Dachui covered his head and quietly distanced himself from Wang Shuo. All alone, he tugged at Lulu's collar, and the originally imposing action now carried a sense of helplessness. Sister Lu, have you completed your entrance examination project? Lulu expressionlessly brushed Lu Dachui's large hand off her collar and replied, yes, more or less. Great. Sister Lu is amazing. Lu Dachui clapped his hands eagerly. Lu Dachui was quite strong, and the sound of his clapping was absurdly loud. Lulu covered her head and made a stopping gesture, saying, Okay, I know him. Awesome, stop it, little bro. Lu Dachui quickly put down his hands and smiled foolishly. Wang Shuo nodded in satisfaction and took out a USB drive from his pocket, saying, this is the latest military school application guide for this year. Here, take a good look. Lulu thought. It seems that no matter where she goes, she cannot escape her family's exhortations to read certain application guides. Dachui, which school do you want to go to? Lulu pulled Lu Dachui over sitting next to Wang Shuo and asked seriously. Lu Dachui answered without hesitation, wherever Sister Lu goes, I will go. Lulu's eyes darkened. In the entire star system, there were only 5 military schools. In an era where the insect race and humans fought for territory, the meaning of the words military school goes without saying. In the Interstellar era, there were only 5 higher education institutions: the Central Star System Military School, the Eastern Star System Military School, the Western Star System Military School, the Southern Star System Military School, and the Northern Star System Military School. Other schools could only be referred to as schools and could not be called military schools or, say, higher education institutions. Thus, once anyone enters any of these 5 military schools and manages to graduate, they can sort of success. Such a description is not an exaggeration. The difficulty of admission to military schools is daunting, and graduating from a military school is also a challenge. This high-intensity, high-elimination rate educational system means that those who can graduate smoothly are elites among military schools and new stars within the stars. Xiaolu, Wang Shuo forced a smile and gently patted her head, saying, you can do it. Can she? Lulu did not respond because she knew that in an era where even working as a waiter requires mental and physical fitness scores, she, an anomaly, who had not undergone gene modification, would probably not even be able to hold down a chicken in the interstellar age. In short, she was a waste who couldn't even manage to hold a chicken and ended up being pecked by it. That's right, Sister Lu, didn't you already plan to apply for the mecha design major? Lu Dachui patted Lulu on the shoulder, completely oblivious to how his sister almost collapsed on the spot from his patting, and continued talking to himself. The admission to the mecha design major relies more on the entrance project rather than physical strength and mental fitness, right? Wang Shuo quickly swatted Lu Dachui's hand away and shot him a glare. Lulu quietly moved away from Lu Dachui and nodded. Lu Dachui was not wrong. The mecha design major indeed places more emphasis on design achievements rather than mental and physical fitness. In other words, the mecha design major has the lowest threshold requirements for mental and physical fitness among all majors. But just because the admission threshold is low does not mean there are no standards. Lulu's eyes turned red as she suddenly stood up and stared fiercely at Wang Shuo, saying, Uncle Wang, I want to undergo special training before the official assessment. She firmly believed in an ancient saying, effort leads to progress. Effort leads to success. Wang Shuo was taken aback by Lulu's momentum. Although he didn't know who the ancient person she referred to was, he still felt a sense of awe. Thus Wang Shuo stood up seriously as well, saying, Xiaolu, I will definitely train you well. Lulu nodded emphatically. Lu Dachui was confused. Special training. Didn't Sister Lu start that at 5? She had practiced until she was exhausted, but her data had not improved over the years. Of course, looking at the passionate Lulu and Wang Shuo, Lu Dachui was not foolish enough to voice his thoughts. Before the training began, Wang Shuo would test Lulu's basic data. Although tests were conducted every year, the data had never changed. Creak, creak. In the testing cabin, Lulu listened to the sounds made when the cabin closed, her heart trembling. How much longer could this old testing cabin, which had been used for 20 years, hold up? Fortunately, under Lulu's anxious gaze, Wang Shuo had to push several times before he successfully closed the testing cabin. He pressed the light screen. No response. Wang Shuo maintained a stern face and tapped the casing a few times. Then, the light screen flickered and successfully started. 3 minutes later, the light screen displayed a series of values: M60 star citizen, Lulu. Age 18. Gene modification, corresponding materials, none. Please refer to Central Star 1 for gene modification records. Mental fitness B. Physical strength F. Lulu lifted the cover and got up, seeing that the values on the screen were not surprising. Her values had been the same since she was 3 years old and still remained unchanged. Every time she doubted whether the testing cabin was broken, but Lu Dachui and other citizens also used this old cabin for testing every year, and their values fluctuated with age and other factors. This means that the cabin is fine. The one with problems, significant problems, is Lulu herself. Wang Shuo saw Lulu's wooden expression and patted the cabin again, saying, "Maybe it really is broken. Dachui, go in and test the data." Lu Dachui glanced at Wang Shuo's expression and obediently climbed into the cabin. 3 minutes later, M60 star citizen Lu Dachui, age 18. Gene modification, corresponding materials, inherited 18 of the genes of the brown bear from the top 12 generations, 1 of the pufferfish genes, and 12 of the desert wolf genes. Mental fitness B. Physical strength A. Lu Dachui's physical strength had risen by 1 level. It was previously B. There was no doubt that the testing cabin was functioning properly. Wang Shuo opened his mouth and looked at Lulu's data, trying to comfort her. "Oh, Xiaolu, look at your mental fitness, it's quite high. According to the latest statistics from the Alliance, only 40 of all citizens have mental fitness above B level. Your mental fitness is already quite good." Lulu sighed and smiled, saying, "Yes, based on my mental fitness value, I can freely choose any ordinary major among the 5 military schools." Wang Shuo, relieved to see Lulu smile, added, "Moreover, your mental fitness has been B level since childhood. In the Alliance, very few reach B level at the age of 3. We are a bit poor here and lack good training equipment. Otherwise, your values would have improved long ago, wouldn't they?" Lu Dachui also thought this made sense. Lulu patted her chest, saying, "Come on, let's start intense training. 3 months before the initial assessment. I will definitely be able to improve my values." On the vast ice field, ice particles fell with a crackling sound as a group of individuals dressed in protective suits walked silently, yet resolutely across the ice. In the public earpiece. And AIO. It's that time of the year again for the children's preliminary assessment. This year there are 57 children turning 18. Grandma Xiao Xian, everyone should give it a try. Only by passing the preliminary assessment can they have a chance to attend the military academy for the final assessment. Hey, how many children do you think will pass the preliminary assessment this time? Citizen A, the ones with high scores. Just Xiao Xian, Dechui, and Xiao Su. Among our star children, the one with the highest score ever is probably Dechui, right? Citizen B, I don't know what Dechui's mother ate when she was pregnant, but the child is so strong. Keep your voice down. Dechui's mother has been gone for over a decade. Can you please be mindful and not let the children hear it? It might affect their assessment today. NAI exclaimed. Don't worry, the Star Master has made sure to keep the public channel closed to help the children focus. Citizen D, by the way, Dechui has the top score and Xiao Xian is second, right? With a mental strength of C and physical strength of B, if she plans well, she should be able to get into an ordinary major, right? Xiaozin's mother said. Oh, we also hope this child can make it. My grandson is hardworking, training diligently every day. If he doesn't pass, how sad will he be? Citizen C remarked. Speaking of hard work, no one can compare. There was a moment of silence in the public channel, followed by a chorus of sighs. And AI, oh, that child Xiaolu. I hope today's assessment will elevate her level. Speaking of which, I heard that this year's latest model of testing cabin has refined the ratings. Not only can it determine the grade levels, but it can also provide specific scores. Really? That's wonderful. I see Xiao Lu working so hard. Perhaps when the specific score is tested, it might show her data close to E level or even elevate to E level. The adults' conversation was inaudible to the young companions participating in the assessment, but Lulu was the exception. Don't ask why, she controlled the signal of the public microphone. Even Wang Shuo didn't know which channel she would cut into. Upon hearing the news about the new testing cabin refining data, Lulu's mouth curled into a wild grin. Over the past 3 months, she had undergone grueling training that would have been unimaginable in her past life. Thinking of Wang Shuo's training methods made Lulu's veins bulge. During the day, he had her in the desert chased by a horde of 11 insectoids, while he merely watched from the sidelines without offering any support. She was not allowed to carry any high-tech weapons of her own, making all she had was a single lightsaber. At night, she was thrown out to engage in bare-handed combat with Lu Dechui. In short, training so hard, yet not getting stronger. That was completely illogical. Lulu gritted her teeth, acutely sensing that over these 3 months her agility had shot up like a roller coaster. Her most proud achievement over the past 3 months was taking a lightsaber and effortlessly entering and exiting amidst 32 level insectoids, without any insectoids perishing and she herself not getting injured either. In short, her escape skills were maxed out. After another hour of trekking, everyone finally arrived at the destination. There stood a blue and white tower on the vast ice field. The tower's massive metallic claws were embedded in the ice, standing firm against the bitter cold winds of the ice field. A blue ripple radiated from the tower, forming a protective barrier with a radius of about 500 meters. In front of the tower's entrance stood a robot diligently guarding the entrance, as if waiting or protecting. Suddenly, the public channel fell silent. Wang Shuo led the 57 young participants into the protective barrier. Meanwhile, over 1,000 others orderly surrounded the outer perimeter of the protective barrier, armed with weapons ready to guard against any sudden appearances of insectoids or other unexpected events, fearing they might disrupt the children's assessment. Such a scene would only appear on a trash planet. On higher planets, cities were free from the threat of insectoid invasions. I am Wang Shuo, the Star Master of M60 Star. Upon entering the protective barrier, Wang Shuo led the young people to remove their protective suits. The robot guarding the tower's entrance scanned Wang Shuo's body, confirming his identity before bowing politely. Hello, Star Master Wang Shuo of M60. I am the assessment machine 89347 from Star Zone 1. The robot turned its head, scanning each young person in the protective barrier with its artificial eyes. Once confirmed, it opened the tower door. Please enter. This was Lulu's first preliminary assessment, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The tower was large with 2 floors, and the first floor was lined with the latest model testing cabins from the Star Federation. However, the robot did not immediately instruct everyone to lie down for testing. It waved its arm and a list appeared on the pristine wall. Students listed who are required to submit assessment works for their chosen majors. Please proceed to the second floor and place your works according to your name and ID number. Thus, 12 out of the 57 stepped forward, exchanging glances before heading to the second floor. The robot did not follow. Lulu was one of those heading to the second floor. She tightly gripped a circular necklace weighing 10 kilograms. This necklace resembled the gold and silver medals of the 21st century Olympics, except that the central medal-like object was a palm-sized earthy yellow disc, which was notably heavy at 10 kilograms. The second floor of the tower had many transparent compartments wrapped in ripples. Upon finding her name and ID number on the nameplate, Lulu confirmed it and tapped to scan. Soon the earthy yellow metal disc in Lulu's hand began to levitate and entered the ripple-wrapped compartment. Watching the Mecha containment unit floating in the compartment, Lulu lowered her eyelashes and turned to go downstairs. Once everyone was gathered, the assessment assistant robot finally spoke. Please lie down in the testing cabins for an accurate basic value test. It seemed that once the data was tested, this preliminary assessment would conclude. As for the outcome, it would depend on whether the 5 major military academies would accept or eliminate her based on the chosen major. Lulu clenched her fist, gazing at the testing cabin. The assessment work had been submitted, and she was confident that as long as the Mecha design reviewers took a glance, they would be intrigued by her designs. Now, the most crucial step was the result of the basic value test. This was the threshold. The new testing cabin was perfect. Lying in it felt like resting in soft cotton that enveloped the entire body, with the air filled with a refreshing fruit fragrance. The Mecha's design was smooth and elegant. If it could be dismantled, just how much high-quality material could be utilized? Cough. Stop it. Beep. M60 citizen Lulu, your basic value test results are ready. Please check. As the cabin lid opened, Lulu reluctantly crawled out of the comfortable cabin. When her eyes caught the numbers on the screen, she froze in place. This. Off. With a loud thud, the little girl Lulu fell to the ground inside the tower. Lu Dachui was initially immersed in the joy of admiring his own numerical values when he suddenly heard a muffled sound, startling him into a retreat. Just as he thought of drawing his weapon, he remembered that he hadn't brought any with him. The first to notice Lulu lying motionless was the assessment assistant's robot, followed by Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, with his fingers elegantly poised, his slender body trembling, exclaimed, "Heavens! Xiaolu, have you finally exhausted yourself to death?" With that, chaos erupted throughout the tower, and the group of youths rushed over in a panic. Lu Dachui was stunned for a few seconds, his face suddenly paling. Could it be? Last night, when Sixth Sister was practicing with him, she sustained internal injuries from his strikes. That can't be. He hadn't dared to use any force. As Lu Dachui prepared to mourn, Xiao Xian dashed over, his gaze fixated on the display screen of Lulu's testing chamber. His eyes widened and his delicate fingers trembled incessantly, as if he had seen some extraordinarily shocking data. Lu Dachui was taken aback, rushing over to shove Xiao Xian aside for a closer look. There he saw a row of neatly arranged data: M60 citizen, Lulu, age 18, gene modification, corresponding materials not found. Please refer to *1 for gene modification records. Mental strength B6803, class value range 5000, 7500, physical strength value 1230, temporarily rated F1230, class value range 0, 500. Lu Dachui squinted. He understood each word, but when put together, why was it incomprehensible? After a few seconds of silence, the surrounding friends erupted into discussions. Xiao Xian let out a scream, covering his mouth. He looked at the assistant's robot and asked, "Is this data? Is the chamber malfunctioning?" The robot's artificial eyes also looked at the value in confusion. After all, AI is still AI, bound by predetermined programs, and at that moment the current assessment robot's inherent programming lacked the materials to inform it that someone's physical data had indeed broken through the lowest limit set by the Federation. "Please wait a moment." The robot tilted its head, remaining still for several minutes before it spoke again. "Artificial service has been activated." Immediately the robot's simulated eyes turned red and a woman's voice resonated from within. "I have understood this situation through data transmission. Next, I will conduct a diagnostic on the chamber." After saying this, the woman controlled the robot to step forward and skillfully scan the entire chamber used by Lulu. After about 15 minutes of fiddling, the woman's voice sounded again. "The chamber has no quality or program issues, and the data calculations align with the Federation's latest standards." Xiao Xian was taken aback and then screamed again. "So you're saying the data is correct?" Lu Dachui was also dumbfounded. He looked down at Lulu, whose eyes were tightly shut, clearly having fainted, and suddenly felt that this situation was somewhat unreal. He knew Six's sister had been physically weak since childhood, but he had never imagined she was this fragile. The robotic customer service pondered for a moment and said, "According to our data analysis, children under 3 cannot withstand the pressure exerted by the chamber tests. Thus, it is inferred that the values of children under 3 are negative and therefore do not participate in ratings." The woman's voice paused slightly and the robot's simulated eyes fixed intently on the fainted Lulu, her tone laced with evident confusion. "And for citizens over 3 years old, the data after testing is always above the minimum data of 0. Therefore, the Federation stipulates that only citizens over 3 years old can undergo ratings and tests." Xiao Xin's eyes darted around, pointing at Lulu's 1230 data, asking, "Is the negative data rated as F because there is no grade lower than F?" The robot nodded and the woman's voice returned to calmness. "This girl should consider herself fortunate that her age exceeds 3, otherwise she wouldn't even qualify for an F rating." Lu Dachui opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Xiao Xian widened his eyes, looking at Lulu with pity. The friends all shook their heads and sighed. Some who had learned of their dismal values and being barred from military school felt slightly better, knowing Lulu's data was even lower. The data for M60 citizen Lulu will be uploaded and updated based on this test. Now, does anyone have any questions? The woman's voice was cold. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The woman politely said goodbye and withdrew the manual control. When the assistant's robot spoke again, it was devoid of any emotion, sounding mechanical. "Everyone, the data has been reported and updated. The preliminary assessment is complete. Please return home and await the results." Lulu woke up again, and it was already past 6 in the afternoon. At this moment, she had also returned to the underground base. It was Lu Dachui who carried her back, and her situation had spread through Xiao Xin's mouth, 1 telling 10, 10 telling 100. In short, at this point in time, everyone in the underground base probably knew. Wang Shua sighed and took out a bottle of nutrient solution from his pocket. "Have something to eat." Lulu looked up and realized it was the advanced strawberry-flavored nutrient solution she had obtained from Heli. Seeing Lulu obediently taking the nutrient solution and drinking it, Wang Shua breathed a sigh of relief. Cough. Actually, it's not that bad, right?" Upon hearing this, Lulu suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, Why? Given that in her past life, she was a system, and now in this life, having such an extraordinary rebirth, she should at least have a script where a golden finger allows her to soar. Even if she takes the path of a useless person making a comeback, there should be a threshold that allows her to ascend. "Wah, I have no threshold. I can't fly anymore." Lulu's cries penetrated the walls, clearly audible to the uncles and aunts resting in the common area. Thus the next day when Lulu stepped outside, she happened to overhear remarks like, "Hey, look at those big scissors, they're super sharp." "What? You want to know who made them?" "Of course it's Xiao Lu. She's skilled and smart, everything she makes is praised by everyone." "What? You think so too?" "Well, Xiao Liu's creations are widely acclaimed." Lulu paused for a moment, then slowly walked away. A few people watched Lulu walk away, then stopped their conversation, exchanging glances filled with concern. That child. Is she all right? I don't know, but I heard she took an order this morning to make protective clothing. So not being able to enter the military school. It's truly unfair to her. This child really has talent in these areas. Lulu was originally crying quite pitifully, but when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, she was instantly stunned. Oh. At the vibrant age of 18, even if she cried with snot running down her face, she still looked beautiful. And my eyelashes are so long my mouth looks good too. My face still has a hint of baby fat. Oh, who is that? Who cried out with a sense of shattered feelings. It was me. Thus, Wang Shuo and Lu Dachui, who were initially in a hurry, saw Lulu staring at herself in the mirror, suddenly breaking into a smile. Lu Dachui's teeth chattered. It's over. Sixth sister couldn't handle the blow and has gone crazy. Early the next morning, Lulu pushed open her door and walked out with a cheerful smile. Under Wang Shua's cautious gaze, she finished her nearly expired nutritional supplement, and as usual went to the public playground of the underground base to jog. Xiao Xian stroked his chin while Xiao Su stood beside him and asked, "It's over, little six wouldn't have lost her memory, right?" Xiao Xian shook his head, raising his orchid fingers. "I think she probably has moved on." Lu Dachui emerged from behind the shelf, his expression serious. Perhaps. Lulu indeed seemed to have come to terms with things. It doesn't matter if she can't go to the military academy. Although it's the best path, she has her own advantages, right? Lulu's advantage is the knowledge stored in her memory. In her past life as System 666, after binding with Gong Mosheng, every time Gong Mosheng completed a task, the system would issue some rewards. For instance, some mysterious techniques. The system's creations are bound to be exquisite. All kinds of techniques are like that. But how should I put it? These techniques couldn't help Gong Mosheng become stronger. After all, Gong Mosheng was the antagonist. Therefore, these techniques were of little use to Gong Mosheng. Gong Mosheng had received a total of 3 techniques, which were heavenly craftsmanship, stellar exploration, and universal creation. Don't they sound impressive? When Lulu first saw the names of the 3 techniques, she thought they must be extraordinary, but upon opening them, heavenly craftsmanship, Lulu preferred to call it Lubin's book. Although she didn't know if the contents were related to Lubon, it was undoubtedly similar to the Lubon book of the 21st century, covering furniture, making house construction, mechanical improvements, and more. As for stellar exploration, Lulu preferred to call it Universal Color Adjustment Guide. Yes, an impressive name with simple content. The last one, Universal Creation, taught how to play with soil, crafting various items from it. Lulu referred to it as the comprehensive art of clay sculpture. These 3 books Gong Mosheng had only glanced at once before tossing them aside to collect dust. During the 5 years accompanying Gong Mosheng, she had out of boredom read all 3 books and memorized their content. Yes, she memorized them. Lulu didn't possess the ability to remember everything at a glance, so after arriving in this world and learning about the general situation of the interstellar era, she locked herself in her room, diligently recalling and writing down the main content of the 3 books. Over the years, Lulu studied alongside other children in the M60 library, continuously enriching and updating her knowledge through the internet. It was only by integrating the content of the 3 books that she made achievements in creation. Lulu thought to herself, the knowledge in her mind from these 3 books is just another kind of advantage, isn't it? So even if she couldn't enter the military academy, she could still lead a good life through constant learning and research, couldn't she? A life is truly beautiful. Lulu tilted her head back, revealing a blissful smile. Xiao Xian twisted his body and ran in front of her, excitedly shouting, "Ah, I passed the preliminary assessment." Lulu. Her blissful smile froze on her face. "Oh really? Congratulations to you." After saying that, Lulu pretended to be indifferent as she dashed home, quickly opening Wang Shua's holographic brain, entering her identity number to check the real-time assessment results. Meanwhile, the 5 major military academies created countless virtual meeting rooms for various majors and departments. In a virtual meeting room called Mecha Design Major, 5 people sat in the 5 corners of the room. These 5 individuals came from the 5 major star system military academies, East, South, West, North, and Central. Among them, an elderly man in a wheelchair was particularly eye-catching. In front of him, there was a nameplate, Eastern Star System Military Academy Mecha Design Major Director Professor Wank. The reason he was eye-catching was that he was the oldest among the 5, while the other 4 auditing teachers from the Mecha Design majors of different military academies held only ordinary positions as first-level teachers. The auditing teacher from the Central Star System Military Academy was a middle-aged man. He frowned as he looked at the information of a student displayed on the central holographic screen and swiped it away. While the other 4 teachers were still contemplating whether to eliminate the previous student on the screen, the teacher from the Central Military Academy had already swiped to display the next student's information. The auditing teacher from the Western Star System Military Academy was a young female instructor. She frowned slightly and said, "Fusey, could you swipe a bit slower? Professor Wenk is old, and it's inevitable he will take longer to read the information." Wenk indeed had not clearly seen the information of the previous student. Hearing the female teacher's words, he nodded toward the Western Military Academy teacher as a sign of thanks. The male teacher from the Central Military Academy, Fusey, frowned, feeling disdain in his heart, but still considerate of the fact that the holographic screen was public. He refrained from swiping again. In reality, Fusey turned off the microphone of the virtual meeting, sneering, and took a sip of the drink beside him. Does that old man from the Eastern Military Academy still need to look? As long as he passes the minimum threshold he's in. What else is there to choose? His wife sighed. It's unavoidable, the Mecha department of the Eastern Military Academy. Sigh. They have no one, even sending a 90-year-old man to personally audit. Is there really not even one decent teacher? Haha, they may be good at farming and animal husbandry, but the Mecha department has consistently ranked at the bottom during competitions. Where would a teacher without prospects go to their Eastern Military Academy? In my opinion, they might as well rename it to Agricultural School. Why still call it a military academy? Fusey scoffed. Unfortunately, they set the bar so low in the end those students won't even go there. While he was complaining, he suddenly heard the discussions of other teachers in the virtual meeting. Thinking they had found a student with high scores, Fusey hurriedly entered the virtual meeting, and upon taking a look, he was dumbfounded. Who is this? Physical strength, F1230. What the hell is this? Fusey gasped, seeing that this year he hadn't encountered a genius, but instead found an absolute failure. Unanimously, when the teachers saw Lulu's data, they all chose not to look at her admission work, all shaking their heads and marking a cross. Fusey passed on Lulu, but suddenly found that the holographic screen could not be swiped. He frowned and noticed that the old man Wenk on the opposite side had one hand pressed against the holographic screen, his murky eyes slightly squinting as he fixedly stared at the F value for a long time. His mouth moved slightly. What a peculiar value in my lifetime. I have never seen such a strange one. Old Wenk narrowed his eyes, fixating on the data of Lulu, making it inconvenient for the other teachers to browse the next student. The other three military school teachers exchanged glances, their faces slightly awkward. 80 years ago, a genius had emerged from the Mecha design program of the East Star System Military School. This individual was an existence that countless talents in the Star Alliance could not hope to reach. That person was Wenk's teacher, Liwen. Liwen was a powerhouse with both mental and physical abilities, rated at 3S. How remarkable were the mechas she designed, to the extent that the last batch of mecha models she designed before her passing is still being studied and replicated by the Star Alliance to this day. Even today, 20% of the mecha designs by Liwen are known to the Star Alliance in terms of blueprints and materials used, yet cannot be replicated 100%. However, Wenk, as Liwen's only student, was far from being as extraordinary as his teacher. Although Wenk was a professor of mecha design, he was not particularly outstanding among the many professors in the Star Alliance. It wasn't really his fault that he did not inherit his teacher's brilliance. After all, Liwen rose to fame at 27 and passed away at 32 while on the front lines with her companions. Poor Wenk, who had barely been under her tutelage for a year, lost his teacher. Since Liwen and her companions from the same school went to the front lines, the Mecha department of the East Star System Military School has completely declined. Those who participated in the frontline battles were all elites from the East Military School. The mass fall of elites directly led to the demise of the East Military School's Mecha department. After 80 long years, the Mecha department of the East Military School has already withdrawn from the competition among the 5 schools, completely relegated to the bottom. Fuss mockery of Wenk wanting anyone at all was also due to the fact that virtually no candidates wish to attend the East Military School's Mecha department unless the other 4 military schools do not accept them. The remaining students could only choose to enter the East Military School to get into any military school. Even so, the acceptance rate of the East Military School's Mecha department is still pitifully low. Because, in the initial assessments, the East Military School sets low requirements, meaning that the students willing to come are often of poor quality, and those of poor quality generally do not pass the formal assessments. After all, the content of the formal assessments is not something the East Military School can dictate. The assessments are planned according to the average quality of students admitted by the 5 military schools. With a low acceptance rate coupled with the fact that even if students pass the formal assessment, to put it bluntly, they are all students that the other 4 schools do not want thus. In short, everyone understands the problems of the East Military School's Mecha department, but for Fuss to say it openly is still too disrespectful to the old man. Wenk, upon hearing Fuss ridicule, was not angry. He merely raised his head slightly, his aged eyes fixed on the 4, asking, "Don't you find it strange?" The female teacher from the West Military School was taken aback, quickly realizing what Wenk meant by strange. In the Star Alliance, a person's physical and mental levels generally do not differ by more than 3 grades. This means that if your mental ability is rated A, your physical ability cannot exceed SSS level and cannot be lower than E level. The compatibility between the soul and the body can generally be judged by the difference in the two forces. It is not to say that there aren't individuals whose two forces differ by more than 3 levels, but those individuals rarely survive beyond 10 years. If the mental ability far exceeds the physical ability, the person becomes a madman. If the physical ability far exceeds the mental ability, the person becomes a vegetable. In either case, it is unhealthy, and this condition cannot be cured. The female teacher thought of this, and her expression became somewhat strange. Could it be that this child is a madman? Fuss sneered. What kind of madman could possibly create a mecha? Wenk chuckled, but she did submit a mecha work. Upon hearing Wenk say this, the other teachers became somewhat curious. Wenk extended a hand, aged and withered, and gently pressed the display work information button on the light screen. The light screen in the virtual conference room switched to 2 sections. On the left, there was a real-time projection of a yellow mecha containment unit. On the right was a string of data that had already been measured for the mecha containment unit. The teachers scrolled through the screen but did not find anything unusual until the cursor stopped on the weight line. Mecha code: Yellow River Mecha Containment Unit 10 kilograms. Mecha weight 10 kilograms. Mecha weight 10 kilograms. Fuss' eyes widened as he fiddled with the light screen back and forth until he confirmed that the data indeed stated the mecha weight was 10 kilograms, letting out a deep muffled sound from his throat. The female teacher's expression changed. Generally speaking, a mecha containment unit merely serves to contain the mecha, and its usage and principle are quite simple. That is to use a wormhole as a connection between 2 points, one point being the warehouse where the mecha is parked, and the other point being a random location within a 5-meter radius centered on the mecha containment unit. In other words, the mecha containment unit is merely a mobile transmission endpoint that activates wormhole technology instantly. Thus, the weight of a mecha containment unit typically ranges from 1 to 10 kilograms. The more expensive the mecha containment unit, the lighter it is, making it convenient for the mecha operator to carry. However, the mecha containment unit and the mecha are entirely different entities. A real mecha weighs at least 100 gene and can exceed 10,000 gene, with the lightest being represented by the lightweight mecha series, such as the Kata S series, which weighs only 53 kilograms. But here there is actually a mecha weighing 10 kilograms, the same weight as a mecha containment unit. The female teacher pursed her lips, quickly scrolling down. After searching for a while, she did not find any mention of wormhole technology in the report of the technology used submitted by the student. Fuss' expression darkened. This madman, could it be that the containment unit is the mecha? Once this thought was voiced, it felt as if it might truly be possible. Thus the other teachers turned to look at Wenk in unison. Wenk's expression was peculiar. Wouldn't we know if we opened it? Fuss gasped and clicked the display work button on the light screen. As the button was pressed, the light screen vanished, and a disc in the center of the virtual conference slowly rose with a virtual projection of a robot standing there. Now I will provide each teacher with a real-time projection of the work details. As the robot's voice fell, it looked down at the palm-sized yellow disc in its hand. The disc emitted an earthy yellow glow under natural light with a thumb-sized button in the center. The disc had many lines that could only be seen upon closer inspection, resembling patterns of some sort. With a click, as the robot pressed the button in the center of the disc, the palm-sized disc immediately floated in midair, and with a series of mechanical whirring sounds, the floating disc transformed from a disc into a person in less than 10 seconds. The figure before him was well-defined, standing about 6 feet tall, with a fluid form that resembled not a mech, but rather an armor closely fitted to a human. However, this armor could cover the entire body from head to toe. In the hands of this humanoid armor was a brown dagger, which was the culmination of Lulu's design for the mech and its weapon. Foss felt it was strange after looking at it. What kind of mech is this? It looks like a bizarre metallic skin shed from a human. Several teachers nodded silently. Indeed, it was quite apt, although it appeared rather aesthetically pleasing. Wenk kept staring at the mech, and upon hearing Foss' words, he asked, "Although it looks odd, we have to admit it is indeed a mech." Foss wanted to say more, but Wenk interrupted. "Look at the center of the mech's forehead." The female teacher took a closer look and gasped. "It's the button in the center of the mech containment interface." Wenk nodded. "That button is the spiritual interface of this mech. A person enters the mech and connects to the spiritual interface to control the mech's movements." "But where does a person enter?" Foss asked again. Wenk examined the detailed information submitted by Lulu, then looked up with emotions in his murky eyes that others couldn't comprehend. "When holding down the containment button, do not let go. Only by not floating will these components envelop the user's entire body from their fingertips." Foss was taken aback and quickly rebutted. "Impossible. To create such a fitting mech, the creator must possess incredibly strong spiritual power." The female teacher nodded as well. "Moreover, so far the pioneer of fitting mechs, Professor Lee Wen, has a spiritual power rating of 3S. The military and research labs have only replicated 12 of such fitting mechs, and the creators of these 12 mechs all have an initial spiritual power of 3s, with each mech taking between 3 to 5 years to produce. Foss continued, without extremely high-intensity spiritual thread welding countless fine metal plates, it is impossible to create fitting mechs. The four teachers nodded in unison, all believing that Lulu's submitted materials were erroneous. After all, Lulu's spiritual power was only rated B, and she was a lunatic. Can we trust the materials submitted by a lunatic? Wank said, nothing, only addressing the robot. Restart the mech, let's do it again, this time according to the materials provided. The robot complied, extending its hand to press the button at the center of the Yellow River mech's forehead, and as the button was pressed, the mech reverted to a disc shape, as if played in reverse. The robot pressed the button in the center of the disc again, keeping it pressed while allowing it to float. Soon, countless tiny metallic blocks spread synchronously from the robot's fingertips, and within about 15 seconds the yellow metallic blocks enveloped the entire robot. Wank's eyes shone brightly, and amidst the teacher's silence he slowly spoke. She did not use spiritual thread welding. It's a mortise and tenon structure. It's a mortise and tenon structure. This is not the mortise and tenon structure we currently understand. Wank grew increasingly excited, even coughing a few times from the rapid pace of his speech. After a while his fingers trembled as he clutched Lulu's materials. I want this student. Wank swallowed hard, looking at the mech. Link my spiritual thread to the robot. Foss licked his lips. The teachers exchanged glances, hesitating whether to retract their decision to eliminate Lulu. Foss, previously escalating emotions, calmed at this moment. He quietly observed Lulu's basic stats. It's a pity her stamina rating determines she cannot go far. He diligently flipped through the materials and finally spoke, conduct real-time testing of the mech's data. In the next moment, the robot wrapped in the mech's exterior had its eyes turned red, and Wank also lowered his head, closing his eyes. Manual control activated, spiritual thread connected. Wank opened his eyes slightly, tilting his head, and the Yellow River mech also tilted its head slightly. Foss recorded the data action delay at 5 to 8 below, standard values qualified. Wank slowly raised his hand, and the mech looked down at the dagger in his hand. Begin combat testing. The female teacher's expression changed, wanting to advise Wank to take care of himself, but after thinking she said nothing. Foss sat up straight, his expression serious. It has been activated, please prepare. Bang. A black mech wielding a lightsaber appeared before the Yellow River mech, controlled by Wank. The Yellow River charged forward the moment the black mech appeared. Ding. The yellow-brown dagger stabbed into the black mech, and the piercing sound, accompanied by sparking flames, was followed by Foss' calm voice, strength E-class, attack D-class. Next, the Yellow River retreated, while the black mech, with the lightsaber, charged forward. Bang. The Yellow River was struck by the black mech, and Wank's eyelids twitched. Bang. 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 For more impacts occurred, and cracks began to appear on the yellow metal of the Yellow River's chest, yet it had not issued a damage warning. Can withstand impact forces at E-class. In the next second, the black mech suddenly swung its lightsaber fiercely towards the Yellow River, which it had pinned underfoot. With a sizzling sound, a scratch appeared on the Yellow River's abdomen. After 3 attacks from the lightsaber, the damage alert finally rang in Wank's mind. Warning. Warning. Damage to the mech is at 32. Wank spoke 32%. Foss paused his typing, asking, as an entrance examination test, this mech has qualified in all aspects. Do you still want to continue? Wank nodded. Continue. Until it is completely destroyed. I want the complete data. Foss and several female teachers' expressions changed. If that was the case, Lulu's mech would be rendered scrapped. In the mech design profession, there is an unwritten rule: one can strike the face, but a mech must not be scrapped. Yet hearing Wank say this, none dared to stop him. Thus, 10 minutes later, bang, Wank fell from his wheelchair with a thud. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, while Lulu's Yellow River mech was also completely scrapped. The nearby female teacher hurried over to assist him, only to find a shiny bald head. The female teacher looked at the wig that had fallen to the ground next to Wank, revealing a bewildered expression. Wank gasped for breath, and in reality, he was lifted from the ground by his assistant. Upon seeing his wig on the ground, his expression froze, but fortunately the assistant was quick and placed the wig back on his bald head. Looking at the expressions of the female teacher and Foss, Wank placed his hand to his mouth and coughed. I'm getting old. My hair is all gone. The others quickly reacted and stifled their laughter. Wank wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. By the way, send me the complete data. Just as he finished speaking, the wig slipped off his bald head with a plop, landing on the ground. Wank looked at the wig on the ground, fell silent for a moment, tilted his head, and fainted completely. The teachers felt a chill run down their spines, and to be honest, it was only now that they realized the seriousness of the situation. You must understand that when Ku is already 90 years old. A 90-year-old man had just connected to the spiritual thread, and conducted a Mecha test, and now the Mecha is completely damaged with the connector's spiritual thread also affected. And now this elderly professor of 90 years has just fainted. Fusey's throat tightened. Just as he was at a loss, a middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, joined the virtual meeting. He adjusted his glasses and smiled at the other 4 teachers. Everyone, the old professor is unwell, and from now on I will take over the unfinished assessment selection for the old professor. The middle-aged man was well-groomed, and at first glance gave an impression of elegance and propriety. After he finished speaking, he sat down. The female teacher pointed at the old professor on the ground, her voice dry. You are the old professor's assistant, right? Aren't you going to help the old professor up? The middle-aged man followed the female teacher's gaze, and upon seeing the old man collapsed on the ground, his expression did not change. Oh, sorry, I forgot. After saying this, he picked up the old man, when Ko from the ground yanked him by the collar and tossed him back into the wheelchair, then shut down the old man's light brain, removing him from the virtual meeting. After completing all this, he sat down again, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Then let's begin." Fusey's mouth twitched. Although he looked down on the mech department of the Eastern Star System Military Academy, it didn't mean he had a grudge against Wenku. As harsh as he was, he couldn't help but frown at this moment. So you're the old professor's assistant, huh? The old professor's spiritual thread has been harmed. Aren't you planning to send him to the hospital or put him in a treatment pod? Fusey spoke very rudely, and the other teachers silently nodded. After all, the actions and attitude of the young assistant just now were rather rough. The young assistant turned his head and looked at Fusey, politely nodding. Thank you for your concern, but we currently have no such plans. Before Fusey could say anything else, the young assistant adjusted his glasses and said, Let's start. I'm busy. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can leave work. With that, he checked off Lulu's information and tossed it aside, starting to look at the next student's data. Fusey held his breath, feeling very uncomfortable with the young assistant's attitude. The other teachers exchanged glances silently, sitting down reviewing the next student's information while contemplating whether to retract their pass on Lulu. Fusey's finger hovered over Lulu's name. To be honest, Lulu's mecha design barely passed in terms of performance, and among the students who had already passed the preliminary assessment, her mecha's performance was somewhat subpar. However, the teachers present were all interested in Lulu's 10-kilogram compact mecha. In this regard, Lulu could be considered a genius. A genius who completed all parts assembly using a mysterious mortise and tenon structure without the need for spiritual thread welding technology. The Star Alliance has always believed in one saying: basic values determine the upper-level foundation. And a person with very poor values, no matter how much knowledge they hold in their mind, cannot go very far. Fusey frowned. What a pity. He reached out and clicked on Lulu's name, canceling the previously clicked elimination button. Admitting one more student was just a matter of moving a finger for them, and given Lulu's talent in this area, he was willing to give her a chance. Lulu stood in front of Wang Shua's light brain, quietly watching the 5 military academy emblems on the screen. Almost simultaneously, the cursors of the 4 military academies from the east, west, south, and north faded. The light in Lulu's eyes dimmed little by little. She quietly stared at the only cursor of the Eastern Military Academy that had not been evaluated, her heart feeling as if ants were gnawing at it. Please give me a chance. Lulu silently prayed. As if heaven had heard her plea, the cursor of the Eastern Star System Military Academy flashed, and a prompt box popped up. Congratulations to student Lulu from M60 Star for passing the preliminary assessment of the Eastern Star System Military Academy. Lulu was taken aback. Wang Shua, who had been holding his breath by the side, suddenly stood up. Wang Shua managed to restrain himself, only repeatedly giving several thumbs-up gestures, while Lu Daju was much more exuberant, lifting Lulu and spinning her around. Sixth sister. We did it. Sixth sister. Yay. Lulu was spun around by Lu Dazu's enthusiastic whirlwind, feeling dizzy, her heart and eyes bubbling with joy. Wang Shua smiled at the excited Lu Daju, and Lulu unconsciously rubbing his hands together. Next, we need to head to the official assessment site. All right. Little Six and Daju still don't have light brains, or I need to buy you both too. Hee, without a light brain you can't do anything out there. Oh dear. What model should I buy? Wang Shua quickly reviewed the budget and light brain prices in his mind, thinking that if he was going to buy it, had to be something decent, at least of medium quality, otherwise the kids would be looked down upon during the assessment. Wang Shua and Lu Daju were joyfully running around in the living room, while Lulu quietly stared at the assessment results page in a daze. The Eastern Military Academy chose her. Lulu held her chest, revealing a long-lost genuine smile. Reminder: since only one military academy has chosen you, please decide whether to enroll. If no action is taken within 72 hours, it will be assumed that your first choice is the Eastern Star System Military Academy. Just as Lulu was about to click the Apply for Admission button below the Eastern Star System Military Academy, the interface suddenly changed. The original prompt box disappeared, and the remaining 4 military academies above the Eastern Star System Military Academy all changed from unselectable to past preliminary review. Lulu widened her eyes. Did the other 4 military academies retract their eliminations and let her pass? Wang Shua, who was still contemplating what light brain to buy, was taken aback upon seeing this scene. At the same time, another prompt box popped up. Notice, since all military academies have selected you, please decide which military academy will be your first choice. If no action is taken within 72 hours, it will be assumed that your first choice is the Central Star System Military Academy, which ranks first in the Mecha department overall. Wang Shua exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Little 6. All 5 military academies chose you. Good child. That's the Central Star System Military Academy. Oh, they have topped the charts in the Mecha Military Academy competition every year. If you go to the Central Star System Military Academy with your talent, you will definitely be selected as a seed player for the Mecha competition. At that time, as long as your team comes in first, you won't have to worry about graduation, and you can be directly admitted into the military right after graduation. Lu Daju was also cheering, and the two of them seemed to be struck by 1,000,000 star coins, joyfully shouting. Lulu was in a daze for 3 minutes, extended her finger, and clicked on Choose Eastern Star System Military Academy as first choice. Wang Shua's delighted voice came to an abrupt halt. Wang Shua's body froze as he swallowed hard, looking at Lulu. Xiao Lu, do you know that the Mecha department of the Eastern Star System Military Academy is the worst among the 5 military academies? Lu Dachui did not understand why Wang Shua suddenly became so serious. He merely pursed his lips and glanced at the two. Lulu nodded. I know. To get into a military academy, I have a thorough understanding of the strength and teaching resources of all 5 military academies, and I am aware that the Eastern Star System Military Academy is known for cultivating crops and raising animals. Wang Shua fell silent. Lulu pursed her lips. It chose me first, and I also want to see what the academy is like where the genius of mecha design once studied. Wang Shua opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He gently patted Lulu's head and smiled with relief. That's fine too. Our M60 star belongs to the Eastern Star System, so it's fate. Lulu smiled slightly, and the two turned to Lu Dachui. Lu Dachui's basic stats are considered the highest genius in M60 star, but among all the students in the Alliance, he can only be regarded as average. Wang Shua registered Lu Dachui for the Mecha Combat Major, as Lu Dachui's strength would be wasted if he didn't go into combat. Among the 5 military academies, 3 accepted him. The 2 schools that did not accept Lu Dachui were the Central Star System Military Academy and the Southern Star System Military Academy. The Mecha department of the Central Star System Military Academy is very strong, thus requiring high basic standards for students in the Mecha Combat Major, leading to a very low acceptance rate. However, every student admitted is a top scholar from their respective stars. The Mecha department of the Southern Star System Military Academy is second only to the Central Star System Military Academy. Lulu guessed that their reasoning was similar to that of the Central Star System Military Academy regarding Lu Dachui. In recent years, the Southern Star System Military Academy's strength has greatly improved. They won against the Central Star System Military Academy 2 years ago and have consistently been second in the Mecha competitions for the last few years, closely trailing behind. It seems that the Southern Star System Military Academy intends to adopt a high screening approach this year, aiming to recruit high-quality students to improve their rankings. Thinking of this, Lulu looked at Lu Dachui. Among your choices of the Western, Northern, and Eastern military academies, the Mecha department of the Northern Star System Military Academy is a bit stronger, and the teaching resources are good. Lu Dachui interrupted. I'm going to the Eastern Military Academy. Lu Dachui did not hesitate. Wang Shua facepalmed. Lulu was taken aback, but the Mecha department of the Eastern Star System Military Academy is ranked last. Lu Dachui remained unwavering. I don't care what rank it is, I want to follow you. Lulu's mouth twitched. Lu Dachui didn't wait for the two to persuade him and directly clicked on the Eastern Military Academy as his first choice. Since childhood, he had never been particularly bright. He didn't feel anything, but those around him often said so. The first time Lu Dachui met Lulu was when his mother had just passed away. At that time, he lost his mother and was taken in by relatives from his father's side. He ate a lot and was very strong. His relatives planned to abandon him after not raising him for more than 3 months. Children his age always liked to play games with him. He had no friends, so he was very happy when others played games with him, even though he always got hurt while playing. Hey, big guy. During one of their games, Lulu, holding a small red balloon in her tiny hand, stood not far away. Why don't you fight back when they throw stones at you? Lu Dachui scratched his head, and his palm quickly felt something sticky, blood. We are playing a game. Oh, I only have friends when I play games with them. Little Lu Dachui replied. The small girl furrowed her brows and suddenly grinned at the other children. I want to play games with you too. Little Lu Dachui felt a vague sadness. It seemed he was going to get hit by more stones. The next second, bang! The little girl released her grip on the red balloon, and the small red balloon burst open, shooting out countless tiny metal shards. All the children cried out as they were struck by the metal pieces, and only Lu Dachui and Lulu remained unharmed. The children cursed and cried as they left. The little girl slowly approached, extending her hand to him. "Don't be too infatuated with me. I'm just a legend." Thus Lulu became Lu Dachui's sister. It was also because he often sought Lulu to play that Wang Shuo learned of Lu Dachui's situation and took the initiative to adopt him. From then on, wherever Lulu was, Lu Dachui was sure to be there. "Sixth sister, we are siblings, close ones. Close siblings should be together," Lu Dachui said seriously. Lulu did not argue with him about the fact that close siblings should be blood-related. She just patted Lu Dachui's shoulder. But she couldn't reach. Her hand moved down, and Lulu patted Lu Dachui's arm. "All right, follow my lead. Let's pull off something big." 10 days later, Lu Dachui and Lulu boarded an interstellar flight. Feeling the soft seats and looking at the free low-grade nutrient solution on the small table, both Lu Dachui and Lulu displayed expressions of naivety and wonder. Little Xian snorted. "I said, you two, could you not act so rustic?" He lowered his voice. Due to Lulu and Lu Dachui's reactions, the surrounding passengers all turned to look at them. Little Xian covered his face. "I shouldn't have bought tickets with you too." Lulu tilted her head. "Little Xian, have you ever been on a flying vehicle?" Little Zin's face stiffened. "Not many people from our star have ridden in a good one, all right." Lu Dachui nodded. "So you haven't been on one either?" Little Xian. "Even though I haven't been on one, don't you think your reactions are way too obvious? Do you know how embarrassing this is?" Lulu looked around at the passengers, continually glancing their way, shrugged, and said nothing. After a 12-hour-long flight, the three of them finally arrived at H01 star. As they disembarked the vehicle, Lulu hurriedly stuffed the free low-grade nutrient solution into her pocket, and Lu Dachui did the same. "Little Xian, don't you want your nutrient solution?" Lu Dachui looked at the nutrient solution on Little Zin's table, puzzled. Little Zin's body stiffened as he stepped outside. He glanced at the tables of other passengers, discovering that almost no one consumed the free low-grade nutrient solution. Under the gazes of the other passengers preparing to disembark, Little Xian forced a smile. "Who still eats low-grade nutrient solution these days? You guys too, don't be so cheap. It's embarrassing." Lu Dachui showed a puzzled expression. "People from our star eat it. Moreover, this nutrient solution is quite good. The expiration dates are all fresh." Upon hearing Lu Dachui's words, the surrounding passengers revealed looks of disdain and scorn, and even subtly moved further away from the three. "Humph." Suddenly a boy in the crowd let out a sneer. Lulu looked up and found a red-haired boy with deep-set features. The boy held his head high, casting a sidelong glance. "I thought so. Turns out you are from a garbage star." He tilted his head, the corners of his mouth curling up. "It's really stinky, like something rotten has been fermenting in your mouth for 3 years. How about this? If you kneel and call me Dad, I'll generously sponsor you 3 years worth of fresh low-grade nutrient solution from your garbage star. How about that?" The boy leaned down, his green pupils filled with mockery, his mouth curling up, sharp teeth glinting coldly. Little Zin's face turned pale. Perhaps it was the strange gazes of those around him and the humiliation from the boy in front of him that severely impacted his self-esteem. He turned around abruptly, grabbed his luggage, and distanced himself from Lulu and Lu Dachui, his voice shrill. "I'm so unlucky. Had I known you were from a garbage star, I wouldn't have teamed up with you." After saying that, Little Xian turned and left. "Are you very rich?" It was Lulu's voice. The boy scoffed. "Of course." Lulu smiled. "If you're so rich, why don't you treat your bad breath? It smells like a rat has been rotting in your mouth for 3 years. Damn." The red-haired youth's face suddenly twisted into a snarl. He lunged to seize Lulu by the collar, but someone's hand clamped down on his wrist. At some undetermined moment, Lu Dachui had stepped in front of Lulu, his broad, fan-sized hand gripping the red-haired youth's wrist. He wore a simple, honest expression, yet an inexplicable chill radiated from him. "Sister said boys mustn't treat girls like that." The red-haired youth froze for a heartbeat, then his face soured. With a violent jerk, he shook himself free. Lu Dachui's hand cracked audibly as it was flung aside. Lulu's pupils narrowed. Lu Dachui's wrist had been dislocated. "Trash! You dare touch me!" The red-haired youth spat, rummaged for a disinfectant spray, and began furiously misting the wrist that Lu Dachui had grabbed. Though his wrist was out of joint, Lu Dachui betrayed no expression. He always seemed oddly impervious to pain. A vein throbbed at Lulu's temple as the pounding of her heart filled her senses. Gradually her limbs went numb and a tremor ran through her body. Her hand slipped instinctively toward her pocket. The red-haired youth finished wiping his hand, squinted at Lu Dachui, and hissed, "You brat, you're courting death." He slipped on a glove with deliberate slowness, about to strike, when a clear voice rang out, Easy. The red-haired youth stiffened and his face contorted, but as the owner of that voice drew closer, his expression smoothed back into a practiced calm. Lulu watched every movement. When it became apparent that the newcomer had no immediate intent to act, she slowly withdrew her hand from her pocket. Seeing Lulu pull her hand free, Lu Dachui relaxed his top posture. Easy. Long time no see. Someone squeezed through the crowd. The voice sounded oddly familiar to Lulu. She looked up and was stunned. Ize frowned instinctively. Linyu. Why are you on this flight? Linyu. Lulu stared unblinking at the man before her. A black-eyed figure with flamboyant, orange short hair. Everything about him, his name, his face, even his voice, matched exactly the harem lead from the Xianxiao realm she had glimpsed while building the system in her previous life. I happened to visit a shooting range in the Eastern Star System to practice. By the way, why didn't you apply to the Central Star System's military academy? Lin Yes' eyes crinkled in a sunny smile like any cheerful young man. Ize's face contorted once more. In a cold tone, he said, I don't want to stay with you lot anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. Linyu scratched the back of his head and muttered, What's wrong with him? Perhaps Lulu's gaze had been too blatant. Linyu looked down, his curiosity drawn to the intensity in her eyes. Hello there, little one. Looking for my autograph. Wearing a smug, I knew it, expression, Linyu fished a fluorescent orange pen from his pocket, scribbled his name across his wristband, then slipped the band off and pressed it into Lulu's hand. They'll indulge you this once, he said, ruffling Lulu's hair with a smile before turning to leave. Lulu. She looked down at the orange wristband in her hand, her expression difficult to read. If the pen hadn't been fluorescent, the orange ink on the orange band would have been nearly invisible unless you looked closely. Lulu lowered her eyes and thought, Linyu. The same name exactly, not merely a homophone. Sixth sister. Lu Dachui had long since popped his dislocated hand back into place and now looked at Lulu in puzzlement. Returning to herself, Lulu slid the wristband into her pocket. Dachui, is your hand all right? Lu Dachui waved it off carelessly. Completely fine. After the little spectacle, most of the onlookers had left the aircraft. Lulu's eyes fell on the low-grade nutrient packs abandoned on the tray tables, and she felt a pang of temptation. Catching the flight attendant's eye, Lulu offered an embarrassed yet brazen smile. Miss, may I have the nutrient packs the other passengers left behind? The attendant's gentle smile paused. Of course. Would you like a recyclable bag, ma'am? Yes, please, thank you. H01 star. Lu Dachui hugged 2 bulging bags of nutrient packs and grinned with satisfaction. Sixth sister, now I finally understand what you meant by saying big cities offer more opportunities. Lulu held 1 bag to her chest and sighed. 3 packs a day each, 6 between us. This will last us 2 months. Lu Dachui clutched his stash. Those same packs would sell for 5 star coins apiece in a proper store. We saved so much. Lulu nodded. After depositing items that could not be brought into the testing grounds, the examinees drifted off in small groups to wander the commercial street and buy supplies. It was Lulu and Lu Dachui's first time shopping. The M60 underground base had no commercial street, only a flea market where people traded the junk they scavenged. Seeing a single bowl of shaved ice dessert priced at 98 star coins left Lulu deflated. There was no help for it. They were poor. Though their foster father was a star, Lord Wang Shuan managed that title poorly. Expenses outstripped income. Lu Dachui stared at the attractive donuts in the shop with a sour voice. Our star's most expensive or fetches 80 star coins a ton. So 1 donut is worth 5 tons of, or he calculated. Lulu lowered her gaze and pulled Lu Dachui into a narrow alley to escape the sun. In this age, food made from fresh ingredients is bound to be expensive. They sat on the clean street curb, took out their nutrient packs, and sipped them like snacks, the 2 of them silent for a long while. They had paid a high price to stay the night in a shabby inn. Early the next morning, the siblings set off for the examination site. So expensive, 380 star coins for a room, Lu Dachui grumbled. Lu Dachui mumbled under his breath. Lulu narrowed her eyes. Rooms are still this dear during exam season, she sighed inwardly. She and Lu Dachui's light brains were the mid-range models. The 2 of them had cost Wang Shuo 100,000 star coins. Admittedly, she had previously received 3,000 star coins in patent fees from He Li and had spent 2,000 star coins on metal to fabricate the weapon for her assessment piece. At present, she had only 1,000 star coins of her own. Even if Wang Shuo had provided 30,000 star coins for living expenses, no one understood the household finances better than Lulu. At home, there were not many star coins left. 2 hours later, the examinees received the assessment rules distributed by a robot. 1. This examination has no time limit. 2. The Military Academy Mecha Department assessment will be held at the No. 1 Test Field Hunting Ground on H01 star. 3. This examination employs a lottery team format, 2 people per team. Whether a team passes depends on their ranking among all teams. Note that once eliminated, the entire team is out. Note teams should be composed of examinees from the Mecha Design Testing Maintenance or Beautification specialties together with examinees from the Mecha Combat specialty. 4. The passing score for this assessment is 520 points. The first 1,000 teams to reach that score will be considered to have passed and will be admitted immediately. 5. Ways to earn points hunting insectoids. Note grade insectoids yield 5 points a grade, 10 points grade, 20 points grade, 40 points. Be aware that this hunting ground contains no grade or higher insectoids. Another way to earn points is by eliminating other teams and inheriting their points. Note each examinee wears a distress wristband. If the distress button is pressed, the wearer is immediately eliminated. 6. The levels of insectoids in the hunting ground are unpredictable. If you encounter danger, press the distress wristband on your wrist, and the exam officers will ensure your safety. Note whether the wristband is pressed voluntarily or involuntarily, it counts as elimination. If an examinee encounters danger and fails to press the distress wristband, and an accident occurs, they will bear the consequences themselves. Lu Dachui and Lulu finished reading seriously, both wearing solemn expressions. Sister Lu, only 24,000 are admitted. Lu Dachui scratched his head, feeling a bit uncertain. The admission rate is less than 1 in 10. After all, it's the Mecha department, so it's only natural that many people apply. Lulu rubbed her chin, suddenly feeling excited. But our two majors are different. Maybe we can be assigned to the same group. Lulu number 1230. The examiner handed the group number to Lulu. Upon hearing that number, Lulu immediately thought of her terrifying stamina level. After thanking the examiner, she quickly looked for Lu Dachui in the crowd. Sister Lu. Lu Dachui ran over wearing a rescue wristband. Lulu's eyes lit up. What's your number? Lu Dachui grinned. Number 1. Lulu. Sister Lu. What number are you? Are we in the same team? Lulu shook her head. M1230. Lu Dachui, not grinning anymore. But why does this number sound so familiar? They couldn't team up, and Lu Dachui felt dejected. Lulu patted his shoulder. We'll meet at the peak, Dachui, stay strong. Lu Dachui nodded seriously. Sister Lu, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. Half an hour later, Yi's looked at Lulu, who barely reached his arm, and fell silent. His expression twisted. What number did you say you are? Lulu pouted. 1230. Yi's? He almost lost control and pressed the rescue wristband on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Yi's forced himself to calm down, using a gentle tone to communicate with Lulu. Tell me your basic stats. Lulu's gaze wandered. Yi's thought that his teammate might still be upset about their previous encounter, so he squinted and coldly huffed. I have double S in both stamina and mental energy. In the Mecha Combat department, I excel in heavy mechas, light mechas, and winged mechas. Lulu quietly covered her mouth. Oh my, what an extraordinary genius. With double S in stamina and mental energy, she might even manage to reach double 3S during 4 years of training at the military academy. In the entire Interstellar Alliance, there are no more than 50 talents with double 3S. With such conditions, even among the talented in the intermediate star, it's a rare talent. Seeing Lulu's surprised expression, Yi's felt a bit relieved. I've already introduced myself, what about you? I'm from the Mecha Design major. Yi sighed with relief. That's good. The Mecha Design major indeed provides the greatest assistance to combat professionals. Overall, it's much better than being assigned to the Mecha Beautification or Maintenance majors. That's a good major. My basic stats. Stamina, F. Mental energy, B. Yi's tilted his head and dug at his ear. Could you repeat that? I said my basic stats are stamina, F. Mental energy, B. 3 minutes later, Yez's expression twisted completely. Lulu looked up at him, feeling a tad helpless. Well, it really seemed like she was a burden. Enough. Yez's face darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. I know some unpleasant things happened between us, but in this assessment we are teaming up for a common interest, so I am very angry with your behavior of joking with me at inappropriate times. Lulu, huh? No, I wasn't joking. Lulu's expression was serious. Yi's put on his wristband, his demeanor cold, and his tone disdainful. No matter what your basic stats are, it doesn't matter. What I want is not just simple admission. From now on, play your part, and always be ready for logistics. The most important point is to protect your wristband. Lulu. I really want to slap this jerk. After Yi's finished speaking, he dragged Lulu inside. As for Lulu's name, there was no need to know. Lulu's stated basic stats. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the Alliance's military academy would recruit students with such poor stats. If such students were actually recruited, they must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. At that moment, both of them despised each other immensely, but what could they do? They were teammates, sharing glory and shame. Thus, even someone as arrogant as Yi suppressed his anger at being teased to treat his teammate. What could Lulu say? When she didn't know who her teammate was, she even fantasized about how to teach this foul-mouthed redhead a lesson with her teammate. Unfortunately, Lulu reached into her pocket, her eyelashes slightly drooping, casting a shadow. To ensure there are no backstabbing behaviors against teammates and sharing points, the Star Alliance stipulated that if one member of a team is eliminated, the team's previous points would be cleared for the opponents. In other words, if Yeez was unfortunate enough to be eliminated while Lulu was still alive, then the points of Lulu's team 1230 would be cleared, and to win afterwards, it would depend solely on Lulu's efforts to earn points anew. Of course, the rule applies to Yeez as well. For Yeez, whether Lulu gets eliminated or not is unimportant. What matters is that he does not allow the points he earned to be taken by opponents to climb the rankings. Inside a small flying vehicle, Linyu looked at his team number, feeling quite helpless. It's a pity we're in the same major, but have to be separated. Without receiving a response, Linyu felt a bit disappointed. Bro, you won't miss me. We're being separated. Linyu, the young man on the sofa, slowly stood up, his silver long hair, casually tied up with red earrings, gently swaying on his ears. Linyu smiled happily. Yes, I'm here, brother. You're too noisy. The silver-haired young man slowly opened his eyes, his heterochromatic eyes clear and bright, looking at Linyu with no trace of emotion. Linyu shrugged. I know you find me annoying, but I still want to tell you. In the days we are apart, I will miss you. The silver-haired young man's expression remained unchanged. There wasn't a hint of youthful vitality in him, yet his outstanding aura combined with a cold demeanor and gentle gestures created a striking contradiction. If one were to meet his gaze, they would see endless darkness and chilling coldness in his beautiful heterochromatic eyes. Linyu sighed helplessly. All right, I'm leaving. After Linyu left, the silver-haired young man closed his eyes again, while the butler beside him wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to say, Young master, it's time. You need to join your teammates. The butler kept his head down until he heard the sound of the sofa shifting. When the footsteps faded away, he dared to raise his head, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. In the assessment hunting ground, Lulu looked at everything in front of her, feeling somewhat dazed. She originally thought that the so-called hunting ground would be something like an ancient forest, but unexpectedly it was a dilapidated city, ruins shrouded in darkness. Pressing her hand against the wall of an abandoned building, she could easily scrape off a lot of loose dirt and sand. Lulu gently rubbed the powder in her hand, her pupils constricting. It was cement. Looking at the ruined city overgrown with strange plants, Lulu's heart raced again. That strange feeling returned. The city architecture of the Interstellar era looks quite similar to that of the 21st century, but it is mixed with many technological products. For example, the sunlight during the day on the planet is simulated by a protective shield above the city. Without that shield, there would be no warm sunlight. Sunlight, gentle breeze, aside from the stars at night, everything that makes Lulu feel familiar is artificially simulated. Most importantly, materials like cement, bricks, and steel plates have long been obsolete. Today's building materials are various strong metals. Only such metals can provide a sense of security to those living in an era threatened by insectoids. What are you daydreaming about? Why aren't you putting on your protective mask? Yeez frowned, already wearing a black metal mask on his face, his eyes looking at Lulu through a transparent protective wave. Lulu snapped back to reality, pulling out a heavy motorcycle helmet from her backpack. Yeez asked curiously, what model is that protective mask? Why is it so heavy? Lulu couldn't be bothered to respond much, only replied, I made it myself. Yeez felt a bad premonition. If even a simple protective mask was made so clumsily, the upcoming situation might not be reliable at all. Thinking of his advanced weapons needing repairs being handled by this clumsy little shorty in front of him and ultimately getting ruined, Yeez immediately lost the will to maintain a facade of gentleness. Lulu put on the helmet and coldly turned her head. What's wrong? Yeez rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, and took the lead towards the ruins of the city. The hunting grounds are the only place on star H01 without a protective shield. The air is filled with a musty odor of old dust, subtly mixed with the smell of decay and fermentation. Ding! Team 1230 has successfully hunted an E-class insectoid, earning 10 points. Current team score 10. Lulu was crouched on a relatively sturdy stone sculpture, intently watching Ize. Ize ignored Lulu and searched around dissatisfied when he found no more insectoids. Shorty, let's go deeper. He waved a hand at Lulu, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Lulu lowered her head and slowly spoke. Have you considered that if we score high early on, we might easily attract attention from other teams later? Moreover, Lulu's dark bright eyes flickered. Even if you are double S without a mech, you can only challenge a class insectoid on your own. Lulu was not lying. In the galaxy, the ranking system for humans and insectoids is not equivalent. The basic values for humans refer to their physical capabilities without relying on combat mechs. Without the aid of mechs, humans simply cannot compete with insectoids of the same rank. For example, Ize, with his stamina and mental strength both rated S, is already considered to have very high basic values among humans. However, without relying on mechs, he can only challenge a single-class insectoid with weapons alone. Despite countless generations of genetic modifications, humans' basic physical qualities still fall far short of insectoids. The reason humans have been able to occupy territory and live in peace for so many years lies in one thing: the ability to create and use tools. Mechs are the most fundamental weapon humans possess to combat advanced insectoids. Ize scoffed coldly, looking at Lulu with disdain. Only the weak concern themselves with such issues. He pointed to the mech storage button on his chest, making it clear that he had a mech and didn't need to worry about what Lulu was fretting over. Lulu responded with an "oh," smiling as she looked at his mech storage button, her eyes sparkling. Seeing Lulu crouched on the sculpture, refusing to come down, and just staring at him, Ize's expression turned cold. "Are you coming or not? If not, you don't have to follow me." If Lulu were to be eliminated early when her score was low, it would have little impact on Ize. Lulu clicked her tongue, giving Ize a meaningful glance before jumping down from the sculpture. Ize relaxed his brow slightly and turned to leave. Walking through the hunting grounds, the two did not pause for a moment. Lulu felt lucky that Ize wasn't moving too fast due to his vigilance, allowing her to keep up. It must be said, having poor stamina is indeed a fundamental flaw. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose from the right front, and Ize's expression changed. Having visited many hunting grounds since childhood, he recognized from experience that a class flower-headed snake was likely to appear ahead. "Quick, hide!" Ize drew his light sword and positioned it before him, shouting to the side. However, there was no one behind him. Ize's eyelids twitched. Lulu had run ahead without waiting for him. Though it's a bit frustrating. At that moment, Lulu had already sprinted nearly 50 meters back, climbed a dark tree, and tapped her helmet, which quickly displayed a holographic screen. Using the tracking feature of her helmet, Lulu saw Ize charging into the right side forest with a light sword. Ize's guess was correct. The unexpected guest was a class flower-headed snake. The flower-headed snake is about 12 meters long and as thick as a small basin. Its head is a rounded diamond shape, appearing harmless and non-toxic. This is Lulu's first time seeing an insectoid above E class, making her feel both excited and slightly nervous. She quickly recalled the characteristics of the flower-headed snake in her mind and felt more assured. Hiss! The flower-headed snake coiled on the treetop, slightly lowering its head, quickly locking onto the newcomer. At the moment Ize was targeted by the flower-headed snake, the black protective mask on his face activated, quickly blocking his vision. One of the flower-headed snake's fatal abilities, interference. Once you make eye contact with it, you need to expend a lot of mental energy to resist its interference, and in such scenarios, almost no one can focus on fighting. Thus, the League's latest countermeasure is to use mechs or protective shields to block visual input, succinctly termed blind snake killing. If this method is executed correctly, the flower-headed snake is guaranteed to be killed easily. However, generally speaking, fighting with your eyes closed requires assistance from teammates. If one encounters a flower-headed snake alone lacking certain skills, the probability of demise is quite high. Lulu locked onto the flower-headed snake's movement trajectory and immediately pressed the team's remote communication. In the direction of 35 degrees west, it's going for a bite. Be careful underfoot, the snake's tail is coming from 12 degrees ahead. Lulu spoke quickly but clearly. Ize narrowly dodged the flower-headed snake's attack and landed frowning as he scolded, "Shut up. I don't need your reminders." Lulu was taken aback and her fist clenched. She couldn't tolerate it any longer, not for a second. She snorted coldly, "Fine, I wish you good luck." After saying this, Lulu exited the team communication. Ize pursed his lips. He had killed a total of 3 class flower-headed snakes. The first one was when he was 15 years old. At that time, it was his first encounter with a class insectoid. To deal with the flower-headed snake, he closed his eyes according to the standard combat protocol and signaled his servant to provide real-time tracking of the snake's attack trajectory. Without a doubt, he won. However, he was scolded by his father. "Did you think you won? Fool. Remember this. In this world, I do not allow you to turn your back on others. No matter what. You can only rely on your own strength, only then can you survive on the battlefield." Since then, Ize has continually trained with his eyes closed. He doesn't rely on anyone to be his eyes, he only trusts himself and the judgment of his mental threads. In the next moment, Ize successfully dodged the flower-headed snake's attack, and before it could launch, its next move leaped up, plunging his light sword deep into the snake's body. Sizzle sizzle. The scorching laser met the rough snake's skin with a hissing sound of cutting. The flower-headed snake let out a roar, its dark eyes fixed fiercely on Ize, who was rolling and dodging. Ize's pursuit of the flower-headed snake gradually slowed down, not due to fatigue, but because it was too quiet around him. He could sense that the flower-headed snake had stopped moving. In this situation, either the opponent had run far away or they had stopped nearby. With years of battle experience, Iza leaned towards the latter. The flower-headed snake had indeed stopped. Why? Iza dared not cancel his visual, cloaking his muscles, tensed as he transformed both of his lightsabers into laser shields protecting himself. Rustle. It was the sound of water. Yiza's nose twitched as the smell of moisture and decay penetrated through his protective visor. Iza pressed his lips together, quickly making a judgment. He lightly tapped his toes and leaped high, evading a silent attack. What exactly was that? How could there be such a small fluctuation in the air during an attack? Even though he had just dodged the opponent's strike, he still felt a chill as he landed. Silence, too much silence. There were no fluctuations. His mental strands were nearing their limit, and Iza gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to flee or to fight. Thinking of the injured, crayed flower-headed snake that was likely nearby, he was unwilling to give up the easily obtainable points. Whoosh. This time Yiza's timing to dodge was slightly late, and the laser shield he used for defense emitted a sizzling sound as it sliced through something. That was close. Cold sweat dripped from Yiza's forehead. A strong stench of decay and burning wafted from the shield, causing his expression to change dramatically. It was a swamp flower. He remembered that the flower-headed snake had its name because it inhabited areas filled with various mutated flowers. From the recently emitted rotten smell, it was highly likely that it was a swamp flower mutated by dark matter radiation. Dark matter, which exists in every corner of the universe, has long been shown through extensive testing and research to be closely related to the insect race. If oxygen is the substance humans rely on for survival, then dark matter is the oxygen for the insect race. However, the oxygen content outside the protective shield is very low, so when entering areas without interstellar protection, one needs to wear a protective mask. And dark matter is omnipresent. Currently, there is no method to isolate dark matter in the galaxy. Wherever dark matter exists, so too does the insect race, which has been humanity's survival dilemma for centuries. Plants or animals infected and mutated by dark matter do not evolve into the insect race, but these infected creatures generally exhibit aggressive tendencies. Although they have aggressive tendencies due to their power being far inferior to that of the insect race, they are usually easy to deal with. However, Iza's frown now was not a usual situation. He couldn't open his eyes and could only rely on the feeling from his mental strands to evade the mutated swamp flower's attacks, but his mental strands had been extended for a while and were about to give out. Even if he opened his eyes now to confront the flower-headed snake's infection, it would be too late. He couldn't afford to be reckless any longer. With a swift turn, he bolted in the opposite direction. Hiss! The flower-headed snake sensed Yiza's intention and immediately made a sound, swiftly closing in on him. Iza ran back at full speed, but the flower-headed snake was incredibly fast, almost instantly catching up. Bang! As Iza dodged, his light sword thrust out, and he caught a whiff of decay. Not good. He hadn't injured the flower-headed snake. He must have struck a mutated swamp flower. Damn! Iza felt a chill run down his back. He had clearly covered some distance, so why were there still swamp flowers? It was well known that mutated plants could not leave their rooted soil. Could it be? There are many swamp flowers here. Iza cursed under his breath, recalling the characteristic of mutated plants: they could attack you, but you could not attack them. In short, if they hit you and you can't fight back, you run. The next time you encounter them, whether they will attack depends on whether they go mad. But if they hit you and you retaliate, injuring them, then you are done for, unless you never come near them again. Otherwise, they will pursue you relentlessly. Clearly, the best way to deal with mutated plants is to eliminate them in one go. Iza suddenly realized a shocking fact: the snake had intentionally led him to a place with numerous mutated plants, then proactively attacked to keep him there, using itself as bait to draw him into attacking. Evidently, this flower-headed snake had cleverly used the swamp flowers as a shield, ensuring its own safety, while guaranteeing that the swamp flowers would cling to Iza out of spite. Yiza's face turned cold. I was initially going to let you off the hook. He retracted his light sword and pressed the containment button on his chest armor. 5 seconds passed. Damn. Why has this broken thing malfunctioned? Yiza's expression changed completely as he cursed while dodging the attacks of the flower-headed snake and the swamp flowers. Just as he was cursing the heavens and the manufacturer, a familiar female voice came from above. Shut up. Cover your head and get down. Iza was taken aback. What did you call me? What cover? Bang, bang, bang. Before Iza could finish his sentence, countless explosions erupted around him. At that moment, Iza hadn't had the chance to duck. He just managed to cover his head at the moment of the explosion. A ripple spread from his chest, protecting him from the blast. Hiss! To his right, he heard the flower-headed snake's pained shriek. Before Iza could understand what was amiss, he heard Lulu's voice from above again. You can open your eyes now. Instinctively, Iza obeyed and opened his eyes. What he saw left him stunned for a second. He was in the center of an abandoned square, densely packed with flowers. At this moment, these flowers were engulfed in a ghostly blue flame. Everything in sight was ablaze, with the burning material being a thick layer of red powder that covered everything. Both mutated and non-mutated plants crackled as they burned, while directly in front of him, the flower-headed snake twisted and writhed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the snake was covered in that red powder, and at that moment patches of ghostly blue flames were burning on that powder. The snake's eyes were clearly being affected by the red powder. Although flames had not ignited, it was likely going blind. Iza instinctively looked down at himself, only to find that the containment button on his chest armor was emitting continuous waves of light. It was this wave of light that prevented him from being tainted by the red powder. With a pale face, he looked up to see Lulu hanging in the air, a red balloon floating out from her backpack. If Iza had played Plants vs. Zombies, he would have recognized that Lulu's current appearance resembled a balloon zombie. Unfortunately, he had never played and couldn't find the right words to describe her. You just wait. Iza gritted his teeth and shot a final remark before charging towards the flower-headed snake. The flower-headed snake, unable to use its powers due to its stinging eyes, quickly fell to Yiza's hands. Hearing the current score broadcast from his wristband, Lulu had already landed. Slowly stuffing the red balloon back into her backpack, she looked up to meet Yiza's murderous gaze. Did you tamper with my armor's containment button? Yiza's expression was extremely grim, the veins in his arm bulging as he gripped the light sword. Lulu smiled yes. When Iza asked each word with emphasis. Lulu replied, I was crouching on the statue when you called for me. Whoosh. Yiza's light sword sliced through Lulu's collar. A strong smell of burning filled the air. Lulu's smile disappeared. She let out an ambiguous cold laugh, tilting her head to look at the light sword dangerously close to her neck, her tone lazy. As long as I want, you will never be able to use your armor in this initial assessment. You. Iza's teeth ground together in anger, the light sword edging closer to Lulu. Feeling the heat on her neck, Lulu squinted. Why don't you try? Even without my armor, I can take on a crate insect. Coincidentally, in this hunting ground, there are no insects above crate. Iza sneered. So your threat means nothing to me. Lulu chuckled lightly, still not dodging. What if it's a group, young master? Iza paused. Before he could speak, Lulu pointed at the containment button on his chest armor. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I placed a protective wave there along with human pheromones. Yiza's pupils constricted. Human pheromones attract the insect race. The instant I am eliminated. Lulu extended her finger, a playful smile on her face. It will explode. At that time, it remains unknown how many insect race will be attracted. Just you. Iza quickly calmed down, not panicking for long. Human blood pheromone. Fresh human blood is quite a valuable resource, typically reserved for the military. How could a mere civilian from a small trash planet obtain human blood pheromone? Iza was certain that Lulu was lying. Looking into Lulu's calm black eyes, he smiled and suddenly pressed down on Lulu's wristband. However, just as he was about to press the wristband, the mecha containment button on his chest made a crisp click. At the same time, a faint red mist began to spread from Yiza's containment pod, and upon catching a whiff of the strong smell of blood, Yiza's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he removed the mecha containment pod and threw it into the creek. Splash! The mecha containment pod was submerged in the creek, and faint rustling sounds came from the nearby dilapidated ruins. You foul mouth. Lulu gently pushed aside the glowing sword that Iza had pointed at his neck with his gloved hand, showing little expression. The assessment rules state that each person can only carry one mecha. Splash, splash. The creek water was instantly dyed red by the human blood pheromone, and veins bulged on Yiza's forehead as he heard something approaching nearby. His face twisted. In just an instant, he truly felt the urge to kill. Not only did he want to eliminate this little shorty in front of him, but he also wanted to kill her. As if sensing his murderous intent, Lulu clicked his tongue. Don't think you can kill me, or I have my ways to take you down with me. Hearing Lulu's threat, now Iza genuinely didn't dare to disbelieve it. What exactly do you want? Seeing Iza suppress his murderous intent and his extremely contorted face, Lulu chuckled softly, her finger clad in a black glove tapping her lips. I want you to apologize to me and my brother after the assessment ends. You? What's wrong? Feeling wronged, young master. Lulu smiled, her voice mocking. Iza, furious, let out a cold laugh. Apologize? To trash like you? He crossed his arms, revealing a strange smile. Not a chance. After saying that, he memorized the nearby terrain and turned to leave. Lulu watched the direction Iza departed, her expression still unchanged. Don't fall for it. She murmured, her eyes rolling, suddenly smiling. It's fine, you still have to come back and fall for it again. After that, she pulled out a balloon and floated to the rooftop of a nearby abandoned building. About 5 minutes later, a dozen flevel insectoids rushed to the creek, following the smell of blood. Lulu displayed a satisfied smile. Looks like the fake blood serum works well. Only the lowest level Flevel insectoids would be unable to distinguish between fake blood serum and real human blood, foolishly thinking there was a delicacy to enjoy racing over quickly. As for why she didn't use real blood serum, because Lulu had no way of obtaining such a thing, and even if she did, she couldn't afford it. After waiting for a while, 5 more Flevel insectoids arrived one after another, and only then did Lulu take out a smoke grenade from her pocket. She pulled the pin and threw it into the pile of Flevel insectoids. With a hissing sound, countless yellow smoke clouds spread out, and the 21 Flevel insectoids fell rigidly to the ground, without having time to be alert. Once the smoke cleared, Lulu jumped down from the ruins, clutching the balloon. She pulled out a small white sword hilt from her pocket, pressed the button, and a red laser shot out, forming a lightsaber. Lulu gripped the sword with both hands and used all her strength to stab down at the Flevel insectoid, staring wide-eyed at her. Puffji. As Lulu continuously stabbed 15 insectoids, her arms became so sore that she could barely lift them. Wow, my terrifying stamina. Breathing heavily, Lulu looked at the remaining 6 Flevel insectoids that had begun to move their limbs slightly and could only sigh in defeat. Tying the balloon to her backpack, the red balloon slowly rose into the air. As Lulu floated above the creek, her arm extended, and a small claw shot out from the silver bracelet on her wrist, precisely grabbing the Mecha containment pod that Iza had discarded. As the red balloon drifted away from the creek, only 6 furious Flevel insectoids remained on the ground, roaring at the sky. Lulu didn't dare to float for too long, as there were plenty of flying insectoids with wings. As someone without any stamina, if she truly encountered in a level or higher, she probably wouldn't even have time to use tools before being killed. Landing on the second floor of a ruin, Lulu put away the balloon and looked at the positioning marker of Iza on her wristband, her smile growing wildly. At this moment, Iza was rushing toward Lulu in a disheveled state. He had only left the creek not long ago when he realized that he had been tricked. Due to having worn the containment pod earlier, he had actually picked up some smell of blood. Thus, he had been prepared for insectoid attacks. Never did he expect that the ones coming were all the lowest and dumbest Flevel insectoids. Only then did he sense that something was off. It seemed that the red blood mist emanating from the containment pod was not human blood pheromone at all. As for what it specifically was, he had no time to think, because his 2 lightsabers were both unusable. Without laser, a lightsaber was merely a hilt. Without a doubt, the malfunctioning lightsabers were entirely related to that little shorty. Shorty, I'm going to tear you apart. Iza roared. The Mecha combat assessment allowed only lightsabers as weapons, and the number couldn't exceed 2. Therefore, he had brought only 2 lightsabers and 1 mecha, which were all his means of attack. Now that all 3 items had been snatched by Lulu for the next few days, he would have to fight the insectoids barehanded. While passing the admission test would be easy, gaining points to rank was utterly impossible. Iza was so angry that he rubbed his hair, making his flamboyant red hair puff up like a sea urchin. Tracking the positioning on his wristband, Iza finally avoided the level or higher insectoids and safely ran into the ruins where Lulu was hiding. Lulu, drinking nutrient solution, smiled warmly at Yiza's arrival. You're here. Iza took a deep breath and sat cross-legged beside Lulu. I think instead of apologizing, you need star coins more. Lulu lifted her eyelids, smiling sweetly. You're right. Iza sighed in relief. Oh, as long as he didn't have to apologize, everything was negotiable, then it's settled. You still have to apologize. Lulu interrupted him, completely ignoring Yiza's ugly expression. Young master, if you have a foul mouth, you must be ready to face the consequences. If you're arrogant, you must have the attitude to bear it. So have you thought it through? Are you going to apologize or not? Facing Lulu's bright black eyes, Iza clenched his fists, his teeth nearly grinding together. After a long time, he said, fine. This word fine was difficult for him to utter. Lulu nodded her helmet. It's recorded, you know. If you go back on your word, I'll post it online. So now can you restore my lightsaber and mecha to normal? Iza was nearly driven to madness, his chest rising and falling rapidly. To be honest, he had never encountered such an annoying person in his life. Lulu replied with a nod, sure. Unlocking it once allows for 4 hours of use. After Lulu finished speaking, she reached out to Iza. It's 2,000 star coins for an hour, my dear. Iza. In the end, Iza and Lulu signed an unequal treaty. The moment he obtained the lightsaber, Yiza's pride was thoroughly crushed. He realized that Lulu could unlock and shut down his lightsaber or mecha at any time. You? Very well. Iza glared at Lulu, his eyes red with anger. I'll remember you. Don't leave after the assessment. Lulu rolled her eyes, completely unconcerned that Iza would take action against her after the assessment. Taking a deep breath, Iza stood up and was about to go down to earn points. Lulu looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, something's not right. Iza paused slightly, turning to look at Lulu, who was hiding behind the load-bearing wall of the ruins. Lulu's expression at that moment was completely different from when she was being annoying. Her entire demeanor changed in an instant. Isa slowly crouched down, his green eyes fixed intently on the outside of the ruins, sensing that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He quietly asked Lulu, "What's wrong?" Lulu furrowed her brows tightly, her voice low. "Before you came here, I chose this place as a base for resting at night. So I placed many sensing rays around here." Isa paused, gripping his lightsaber tightly as he stared outside the ruins. "So what?" Lulu shook her head. "Clevel." Armed with a weapon, Isa was not afraid of Clevel insectoids, so he wasn't particularly worried. "He'll go deal with it. At least 5 of them." Lulu narrowed her eyes. Isa halted in his steps and turned back. This situation was quite strange. According to the insectoid deployment ratio in the assessment area, Clevel insectoids, being the highest level in this testing ground, were deployed far less than insectoids of other levels. Thus, the simultaneous appearance of 5 Clevel insectoids in the same place seemed somewhat abnormal. "Hey, shorty." Yisa's face turned a bit ugly. "Was it your fake blood pheromone that attracted them?" Lulu frowned. It shouldn't be. Although she hadn't had the chance to test it while making this thing, her understanding of insectoid characteristics and various data indicated that only lower-level Flevel insectoids would be attracted to the pseudo-blood serum. Isa gritted his teeth. "Every moment I encounter you feels like I'm undergoing tribulation." Lulu ignored him, and on the helmet screen visible only to her, 5 red dots were slowly approaching the ruins where they were located. Moreover, at the very edge of the sensing rays, 2 more red dots appeared. Sensing the ripples of the red dots, Lulu felt something was wrong. "Something's not right, foul mouth." She quickly pulled out a red balloon and held it tightly. 2 more are coming, and their target is very clear. They're coming for us. Isa pressed his lips together, looking at the containment node on his chest. "Shorty, you're really going to get me killed. I'll drag you down with me." After saying that, the 2 quickly stood up in unison. Isa grabbed the hem of Lulu's clothes and jumped out of the ruins. Bang! The backpack behind Isa unfolded, forming a simple flying wing. "I'll try throwing the containment node into the ruins." Lulu broke free from Yisa's grasp and reached out to grab the flying wing behind him. Isa cursed under his breath, took off the containment node, and threw it into the ruins. Unfortunately, the 7 Clevel insectoids did not chase after the containment node, but rushed towards the 2 as soon as they appeared. Among the 7 Clevel insectoids, 2 were flying types, and immediately Yisa's flying wing was surrounded by the 2 flying insectoids. Lulu's heart raced. It wasn't about the containment node. Isa quickly dodged the 2 insectoids' pursuit. "It's not the containment node. I'll hold them off for now. You go grab my containment node." With that, he didn't wait for Lulu to respond and yanked her away from the flying position, effortlessly tossing her out. In the moment Lulu was thrown out, the flying meat-winged insectoid nearby opened its mouth and dove towards her. Lulu performed a quick maneuver in the air, and the red balloon in her hand suddenly inflated, pulling her upwards. Bang! Even though Lulu reacted quickly, the level difference was apparent. Lulu, a weakling with Flevel physical capabilities, was no match for the Clevel insectoid in terms of reaction speed and physical fitness. A sharp pain surged through her, completely ruining Lulu's protective boots, and dark red blood began to flow from her ankle. The Clevel meat-winged insectoid, having tasted blood surprisingly, did not continue the attack, but instead chased after Isa, who was dodging in the air. Little Red. Lulu tugged at the balloon string, and the red balloon seemed to deflate slightly before propelling itself towards the ruins where the containment node had been thrown. Landing, Lulu used the claw on her wrist to retrieve the containment node, and then tied the red balloon to her backpack, freeing her hands to take off her boots. The inner soft leather and outer metal boots had a deep crack, and her calf had a wound about 10 centimeters long. It was caused by the teeth of the meat-winged insectoid from earlier. Quickly disinfecting and bandaging the wound, Lulu looked at Yisa's positioning marker, her gaze flickering as she patted the red balloon and chased after him. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she had to face the reality the injury on her leg would worsen over time. If she wanted to pass the assessment before the wound completely rotted, she needed to rely on Yisa's strength. Otherwise, relying solely on herself, it would likely be impossible. Thus, even at the risk of danger, she had to deliver the Mecha containment node to Isa. With the Mecha combined with her support, they could barely manage against 6 Clevel insectoids. After throwing Lulu out, Yisa's situation under attack did not improve much as he discovered that 3 more Clevel insectoids had appeared around him. Something's not right. These Clevel insectoids were coming for him. Isa felt a chill run down his back. Why? Who wanted to harm him? At this moment, he could only hope that Lulu would have a change of heart and send him the Mecha. Otherwise, relying solely on his 2 lightsabers, he was no match for 10 Clevel insectoids. Bang! The flying wing was completely destroyed due to the attack. A strong sense of weightlessness hit him, and Isa quickly swung his lightsabers, transforming them into 2 shields to protect himself as he plummeted. Crack! The severely weathered ruins of the high-rise were pierced through by Yise's fall. Yise's palms split open from the impact against the shields, and a large amount of viscous blood gushed out. Fortunately, the sword handle was designed to be anti-slip, otherwise he would have been unable to hold onto the lightsaber. Bang! Finally, he crashed to the ground, his body curled up behind the light shield, shaking with pain as ashes and debris rained down. Yise caught a very strong scent of blood. It wasn't his own. He looked up into the dark night, only to see that below the ruins the walls were smeared with large quantities of viscous blood and shredded flesh. In the midst of that disgusting pile of flesh stood a familiar white figure. In the ruins of a dilapidated city, a white figure stood quietly, silver hair swirling in the wind, entwined in the interplay of light and shadow, while the metallic rings at the ends of the hair emitted a soft glow, illuminating a small area around the person. Yise's expression was stiff, the muscles at the corners of his mouth uncontrollably twitching as he slowly crawled up, his voice dry. Gong Mosheng. Gong Mosheng raised his head, a silver metallic shield covering the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of emotionless mandarin duck eyes. His demeanor was indifferent, with no expression on his face. He casually glanced at Yise with his beautiful fox-like eyes before turning back, pulling out a tissue to meticulously wipe the blood off the hilt of his glowing sword. Bang! 10 class insectoids, chasing after Yise, swiftly traversed the mounds of rubble and caught up. Yise pressed his lips together, forcing himself not to look at that person gripping the glowing sword, tightly preparing for battle. At that moment, the 10 class insectoids that had caught up seemed to have detected the heavy scent of blood from their kind, baring their teeth and emitting low growls. Quickly, they recognized the killer of their kin. Gong Mosheng, who had been wiping the insectoid blood off his hands, lifted his eyelids, the long and thick eyelashes casting a shadow in the soft light. Yise's face changed. He pointed his toes and lunged towards the nearest class insectoid, shouting, "Bastard! Didn't you want to eat me? Come on!" Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Lulu rushed toward Yise's marker, clutching a red balloon, but halfway there her wristband beeped. "Congratulations to Team 1 for being the first to complete the scoring objective. Admission granted immediately." Lulu was taken aback. Team 1, her younger brother's team. Did her brother get admitted so quickly? It seemed he must have coordinated well with his companions. Lulu genuinely felt happy for Lu Dachui, then sensed a sense of urgency, as she needed to step up as well as promise to meet at the peak. Lulu ran frantically, and upon nearing the destination was met with a strong, chilling scent of blood. Her expression changed as she anxiously pulled the balloon down, and among a pile of insectoid corpses spotted her teammate Yise. Yise looked disheveled, his body smeared with viscous blood, red hair sticking to his temples and forehead. Lulu was startled, stowing away the red balloon and limping towards Yise, saying, "Stupid mouth. Are you okay?" This short distance was a struggle for Lulu. The blood and severed limbs on the ground were too nauseating. She finally limped to Yise's side, only to find something was off with him. He was trembling. This was the second time Lulu had seen Yise shake. The last time was when she had angered him. "Yise," Lulu called out softly. She began to speculate, had Yise lost control and killed all these insectoids? If so, Lulu glanced at the nearby pile of insectoid corpses, and at a glance there were at least 20 class insectoids. Had Yise killed at least 20 insectoids without any mech? Lulu widened her eyes, staggering back a step. If that were true, Yise's strength was terrifying. But soon she noticed something was amiss. The team score hadn't increased. Therefore, these insectoids had not been killed by Yise. Lulu was brainstorming when Yise finally lifted his head. His eyes were red, his gaze blank at him again. His voice was very soft. Lulu didn't hear clearly and stepped closer, asking, "Big brother, what did you just say?" Recovering to a semblance of normalcy, Yise pressed his lips together and, upon seeing the black blood seeping from the bandage on Lulu's calf, said softly, "Let's go." Lulu felt confused, but didn't forget to toss him his mech storage button. Yise caught it, took a few steps, and suddenly asked, "Do you think a person can kill 28 class insectoids without using a mech and without getting injured?" Lulu looked up. "I don't know." Yise lowered his eyelashes. "In the past, I didn't believe it. Do you believe it now?" Lulu grinned and asked, "Before I turned 15, I was always ranked first on the star newcomer list." Lulu tilted her head. "Star newcomer list? What is that?" Yise's desire to express himself suddenly faded, but the frustration dissipated somewhat. He turned around, looking at the limping Lulu, and revealed a mocking smile. "Tisk, that's why they say those from trashy planets haven't seen the world." Lulu rolled her eyes. "While the current usage price for mech glowing swords has doubled." Yise's expression froze for a moment, then he snorted coldly, "Penny pincher." After saying that, he quickly walked ahead. With her leg injured, Lulu couldn't keep up, so she had to pull out Xiaohong, letting it fly low to help her keep up. Once they were far from that bloody scene, Lulu asked, "You still haven't finished? What is the star newcomer list?" Perhaps because Lulu had given him a mech, Iza's attitude towards her softened a bit. Seeing Lulu ask, he explained, "You should know about the star top scholar, right?" Lulu nodded. She knew that the person with the highest base value in each planet's military school entrance exam was the top scholar. Let's put it this way, most star top scholars are not qualified to be on the star newcomer list. Those from remote areas like yours have no way to participate in official competitions before entering military school. Lulu didn't get angry. "So you mean that the ranking on the star newcomer list is related to these official competitions?" Iza nodded yes. He paused, his tone a bit somber. "Earlier, I met someone who has been first on the star newcomer list for 3 consecutive years. In the 3 years, he has been visible, he has never fallen below first." Lulu was stunned. "So amazing." Iza turned his head, and Lulu couldn't see his expression. "Yeah, tricky guy." Lulu quickly pieced together the events of the night. "So those class insectoids just now were killed by this first on the star newcomer list. And he didn't use a mech." Iza nodded yeah. Seemingly recalling something, Yiza's expression turned even weirder. "He didn't apply for the mech combat major, he applied for command." Lulu was baffled. "But isn't command supposed to analyze the combat trajectories of the contestants behind the scenes instead of battling in the exam hall?" Iza sneered. "Who knows? Freak." Lulu was astonished. "But speaking of which, he's quite nice. He actually helped you kill all the insectoids chasing you." Iza abruptly stopped, reaching out to pull Lulu down from the air. Lulu stumbled about to curse, but saw Yiza's grim expression. "Yes, he killed my share, too, not leaving a single one for me. So now it'll be even harder for us to score." Lulu squinted. "He killed your share too. Then does that mean he also had class insectoids chasing him?" Seeing Lulu quickly grasp the seriousness of the situation, Iza released Lulu's backpack with a sullen face. "I'm sure the top 10 on the star newcomer list will encounter class insectoids attacking." Lulu stroked her chin. "I remember the deployment ratio for class insectoids is 10%. So this assessment has a total of only 100 class insectoids." Iza rubbed his red hair, feeling a bit agitated. "My 10, that person's 18. Together, he killed a total of 28. Lulu was taken aback, adding, "In the flowery-headed snake we killed, there are at most only 71 class left." Iza wearily raised his head. "After this night, there will probably be less than 10 remaining." Lulu instantly understood. Iza said that the top 10 on the star newcomer list should all have been besieged by class insectoids. Although he didn't know the deployment ratio of the class insectoids among the top 10, averaging 10 per person after this night's events, the number of class insectoids. "Stupid mouth, what's your ranking?" Iza shot a glance at Lulu. "Third." Lulu stroked her chin. "Third has 10, first has 18. Then if you use a mech and your teammates are already eliminated, how many can you kill?" Iza paused, then answered, "I can handle at most 5 at a time with a mech." Lulu chuckled. "Each team has 1 mech combat major and 1 auxiliary type. The main combat power is the mech combat major student. 1 auxiliary type student alone can't deal with the other 5 class insectoids." Iza caught on. "So you mean this is the examiners giving extra difficulty to the top 10 on the star newcomer list?" Lulu nodded. "Yes, think about it. If it weren't like this, wouldn't your strong teams easily meet the score criteria? And once they do, they can choose to stay or leave." Iza continued. "If the top 10 teams choose to stay and keep scoring, other weaker teams will find it very hard to meet the score criteria." Lulu nodded. "This can be considered a kind of alternative fairness. However, it's fortunate that after reaching the required points, that person chose to withdraw." Suddenly, he heard Lulu laughing softly. He irritably turned around and slapped Lulu's balloon, causing her to stagger in the air. "What are you laughing at?" Lulu didn't hold it against him, just nudged him with her elbow. "I say, do you want to dominate the points leaderboard?" Iza rolled his eyes. "Of course, that's why I'm here." Lulu giggled. "Then I have a good idea." Iza was taken aback, half convinced. "What other ideas can you have besides bad ones?" Lulu beckoned with her finger, and Iza instinctively leaned closer. She lowered her voice. "Just now we analyzed that the examiners above are intentionally pressuring the top 10. Think about it, you're third, and combined with me, dealing with 10 levels would be very challenging, even with me assisting you." Iza nodded, though he didn't want to admit it. It was indeed the case. "So what would you do if you couldn't handle it and had not met the points requirement?" Iza seriously considered. "If it were me, I'd maintain a distance with my partner, using evasion and dispersing the insect swarm's attacks to eliminate them one by one." Lulu squinted. "Such a process would definitely take a long time." Iza nodded. Seeing he still didn't understand, Lulu broke it down for him. "Hey, you're slow. Our clevels are gone, but we can take others. Anyway, they can't eliminate all clevels in a short time." Iza was taken aback, then elated, but quickly shook his head. No, that's too sly. I don't want to do that. Sure, it would get me on the leaderboard, but how would I face them after I get out?" Lulu rolled her eyes, clicking her tongue. "You're slow. Just don't let them know you stole the chickens." Iza. Half an hour later. Iza sold Lulu a bulky helmet at a friendly price, still feeling a bit guilty. "Are you sure they want to see my face?" Lulu made an okay gesture. Don't worry, it has an anti-peeping function, and only I can see your face. Isa felt a prickly sensation all over really. Lulu replied guaranteed. Seeing Isa is still hesitant, she tossed him her energy. Sword, your sword looks too branded, it's too obvious, use mine. Isa didn't take it, his gaze gloomy. So how much? Lulu said friend price 5,000 star coins, permanent sale, you want lose out. Isa wanted to haggle, but Lulu made a gesture, and it was instantly quiet. Lulu opened the team communication. My sensor tells me there's a lot of combat activity at 265 degrees. Isa gave an okay sign. Both of them stood up and jumped out of the ruins. Isa sprinted on the ground. In the night, his black combat suit made him agile and swift. Lulu's red balloon turned transparent, carrying her toward their destination. After running about 2 kilometers, Lulu arrived first, quickly pulling the balloon and diving into a ruin. Taking cover behind the dilapidated wall, Lulu stealthily peered out. Not far away, a purple light mech wielded in series black-gold long sword in one hand and a laser cannon in the other, taking precise aim at a nearby clevel insect and firing. Nice shot. Lulu admired the accuracy quietly, but unfortunately that clevel insect wasn't to be underestimated. Seeing it couldn't evade the laser cannon for the moment, it quickly spat out a web of black pus, which was highly corrosive and sticky, even slowing down the laser cannon due to its obstruction. Seizing this opportunity, the clevel insect leaped, dodging the laser cannon, and then another clevel insect shook its tail and launched an attack on the purple mech. Wave after wave of light spread out, causing the movements of the purple mech to become sluggish. Lulu pursed her lips. Stupid bug, there are only 2 here. Soon Yisa's voice came through the earpiece. He spoke very softly. I found a clevel insect corpse under the pile of ruins. Lulu's bright eyes turned. Who is in the mech? What rank are they? Saline 7th. Lulu looked up. I didn't see her companion. They should be nearby. Help her distract 1 or 2. You look for them. Should I act now? Lulu squinted. Why not eat the meat right in front of you? If you deal with the 2 in Salin's hand, they'll find her companion to draw them away. Okay. Just as Lulu was about to leave, she heard Isa ask, are you sure she won't see me in the helmet? Are you sure you changed the color of the mech for me? You swear? You swear she won't recognize me? Lulu replied, I swear, even your mother wouldn't recognize you later. After saying that, Lulu quickly flew off with the balloon. Isa took a deep breath and pressed the mech storage button. Suddenly, a smoothly shaped mech appeared. The color. Yisa's vision went dark. Little shorty. After I get out, I'll definitely tear you apart. Saline managed to handle the 2 clevels with ease as long as she kept her mind clear. She could kill them. The purple mech raised the laser cannon, and Saline smirked. The stamina of the 2 clevel insects was almost depleted. Boom. A blinding golden light surged forward, piercing through the bodies of the 2 clevel insects, causing them to fall to the ground together. Team 1230 killed 2 clevel insects, total points 90. Salin's vision turned yellow as she slowly turned around and saw a flashy golden mech behind her, its control cabin entirely black, with only 2 mini bean eyes looking adorably innocent at her. In the hands of that mech were 2 laser cannons, the barrels still smoking. Damn it, you dare to steal my points. Saline let out a sharp screech as she had obviously exhausted these 2 clevel insects. Oh. Who are you? How dare you steal my prey? Saline was furious. The yellow-brown mech blinked its bean eyes and sped away directly out of Salin's sight. Saline screamed as she chased after it. Meanwhile, Lulu also found Salin's teammate. It must be said Salin's teammate was a skilled mechanic. Below, 2 clevel insects were trapped by continuous isolation waves. Due to the sustained attacks from the 2 clevels, the isolation wave was about to shatter. A skinny boy with a crew cut squatted behind the ruins holding a wave generator. Hiss! Why aren't they here yet? Seeing that the isolation wave was about to break, the boy gritted his teeth and took out 2 blood-red batteries from his bag, painfully inserting them into the wave generator. However, before he could close the lid, a hand reached out from the side and pressed the off button. The boy froze, the isolation wave shattered, and the 2 clevel insects charged toward him, roaring. The boy's mind went blank. Before he could identify the culprit, his collar was grabbed, and he was pulled high into the air away from the attack range of the 2 insects. In his panic, he looked back and saw a heavy black helmet. Who are you? Are you crazy? Lulu said, nothing, tossing the struggling boy onto a high ruin, then dove down, throwing a yellow smoke bomb at the 2 clevels below. The smoke bomb quickly exploded. The movements of the 2 clevel insects were only slightly slowed, not collapsing like flevel insects. Old 8. Go. The rushing Isa was full of black lines. What the hell is Old 8? Lulu replied, codename, to avoid exposure. By the way, please call me Old 6. Isa was filled with black lines. He had just managed to shake off that crazy woman Saline and couldn't afford to delay rushing up to strike. With Yisa's strength, using a mech to kill 2 clevels would probably take about 10 minutes, which clearly wouldn't do. The glasses boy lay on top of the ruins, his face twisted constantly, sending messages to Celine. Celine, there are two people here, hurry up. I'm not sure if they'll team up to eliminate me. Lulu squinted as she flew over, just as the boy seemed ready to practice with her. She turned around and ran. The boy. Old 8 old 6, I can't take on that glasses guy. Assessment complete. Isa cursed softly, then get hiding. Without needing Isa to say, Lulu had already begun to flee frantically. The glasses guy clearly had much higher basic stats than Lulu. Seeing Isa going after the insects, he narrowed his eyes. Since he couldn't stop that glaring golden mech, he would eliminate its teammate instead. The sleek purple mech charged towards Isa. Isa found himself caught between enemies, needing to deal with two class insectoids in front, while preventing a sneak attack from Celine behind. He could only urge Lulu, Lao Lu, take care of yourself. I can't spare the time to help you for now. Suddenly, a fist-sized hole was blasted through the load-bearing wall of the ruins where Lulu was hiding by a laser cannon. Fortunately, with Xiaohong's help, they managed to barely evade the attack. Okay. Lulu replied to Ize, grabbing Xiaohong and trying to find cover to escape, but unexpectedly, a giant net sealed off all exits from the ruins. Hey, the glasses wearer stepped out slowly, holding a laser cannon. He looked at Lulu, who was floating with a red balloon, his expression quite displeased. Did you press the wristband button yourself, or should I help you? As he spoke, the laser cannon in his hand aimed at Lulu's injured leg. Lulu tugged at the red balloon and slowly descended to the ground, but stumbled as soon as she landed, almost losing her balance. The glasses wearer let out a cold laugh. They'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't press it yourself, I'll help you with a permanent amputation. Lulu looked up, releasing the string of the red balloon. Don't shoot. I'll do it myself. The glasses wearer showed no expression, merely keeping his laser cannon aimed at Lulu's leg. Lulu pressed the button on her wristband, causing the glasses wearer to pause in surprise. Did she really press it? Without a hint of hesitation or resistance, he squinted, unsure whether to lower the cannon or not, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lulu limped back a few steps. No way. I pressed the wristband. My teacher will be here soon to pick me up, so don't shoot. Be careful not to shoot accidentally. The glasses wearer clicked his tongue just as he was about to retract the laser cannon when he suddenly realized something was off. If the distress button was pressed, the examiner should have arrived long ago. He had been fooled. He quickly raised the laser cannon and fired a shot in Lulu's direction. Bang! A muffled grunt accompanied by a loud explosion sounded. The red balloon burst, and a thick, sour-smelling red mist spread throughout the small space. Neuroparalytic toxin. The glasses wearer cursed under his breath, but fortunately his protective mask was Class A, providing excellent protection, preventing the standard neuroparalytic toxin from entering. Damn it! He raised the laser cannon, and the protective mask immediately scanned the presence of Lulu amidst the dense red mist. In the next moment, a figure appeared on his right side, and without hesitation the glasses wearer fired. Bang! The laser cannon shot out, yet the shadow remained completely still within the red mist. The glass wearer's pupils contracted as the red mist gradually cleared, revealing no sign of Lulu in the ruins, only a small projection device. The shadow he had just seen was created by this projector. Perhaps the wristband he saw on the opponent's wrist was also a projection. That person wasn't wearing a real wristband at all. Where did she go? The glasses wearer broke out in a cold sweat as the net he had set up to prevent Lulu's escape showed no signs of damage. Where is she? He suddenly looked up at the ceiling of the ruins where there was a hole, its edges covered in purple moss and weeds. The weeds covered the hole, and he had only just realized there was another loophole. Chow! The glasses wearer cursed, Celine, that shorty has escaped. Be careful of her sneak attack. At that moment, beside the ruins where the glasses wearer stood beneath the dilapidated elevated floating track, Lulu was crouched down, her clothes soaked with cold sweat and blood. It was only when the glasses wearer jumped out of the ruins to assist Celine that Lulu crawled out from under the duck vehicle. Lao Ba, the glasses wearer, went to support Celine. Ize, who was forced out of the shadows by Celine and two class insectoids, had a dark expression. Shorty, I'll say it again, every second spent with you feels like I'm undergoing a tribulation. Lulu shrugged. Just wait, I'll save you from your predicament in no time. After saying that, Lulu leaned against the duck vehicle, watching the black blood seeping from her small leg and the new wound on her shoulder, slowly taking a painkiller. After taking the painkiller, she touched the floating track and thought to herself, indeed, the entire city structure had weathered to the point of being as soft as tofu except for the floating track. Since she entered the exam hall, she had noticed that while the floating track looked shabby, it had few breakpoints. This was an area where insectoids were raised and their destructive power was evident. The floating track remained mostly intact, which could only mean one thing: it was of high quality. It's made of series metal, Lulu muttered, quickly bandaging the wound on her shoulder and taking out tools from her backpack to start modifying the duck vehicle. On Ize's side, the situation had worsened due to the glasswearer's involvement. He no longer hoped to kill those two-class insectoids, but only wished to escape from Saline and the glassware's relentless pursuit without being eliminated. Fortunately, although his mech had been modified into a gaudy gold by Lulu, its performance and defensive capabilities were top-notch. He could escape, it was just a matter of finding the right opportunity. As he distractedly considered where to run, next the glassware's isolation wave blocked his path. He slammed on the brakes to dodge, but the rear wing of his mech was slashed deeply by Saline, who had caught up. Ize's scalp went numb as he faced Saline, whose expression in the cockpit was twisted with madness. He felt completely paralyzed. Lulu, hurry up and come help. This crazy woman is ignoring the insectoids and just trying to cut me down. The response he received was Salin's laser cannon. Ize hurriedly raised his laser shield to block, and when the shield collided with the laser cannon, a massive shockwave erupted, sending both Salin's and Ize's mechs flying several meters. Saline managed to stabilize herself quickly after being thrown, but Ize was in trouble. Behind him was the isolation wave mere inches away. Bang! The mech crashed hard into the isolation wave, causing the wave to ripple and show signs of cracking. Ize's mech also fared poorly with its back and small aircraft, making a cringe-inducing screech. Warning! Warning! Mech rear wing damaged, unable to activate flight wings. Damage level 90. Ize cursed under his breath. With the mech damaged, the mental threads connecting him to the mech also ached faintly. Lulu. Ize was unsure if Lulu had escaped since she hadn't come to support him for so long. He had to admit that he needed his teammates' help at this moment. Just as Ize called out, a dilapidated duck vehicle charged along the floating track of the city ruins, sparking as it raced towards the isolation wave. Sizzle. Bang. The open-top duck vehicle rammed into the isolation wave fiercely, and at that moment the isolation wave shattered. The glasswearer's face turned pale. There's someone in the car. Saline shook off the two-class insectoids and aimed her laser cannon at the duck vehicle, firing a precise and ruthless shot. Bang! The duck vehicle that broke through the isolation wave was instantly destroyed, billowing black smoke as it fell from the floating track. Ize's pupils dilated as he had just seen a figure in the driver's seat. That person was wearing the same heavy helmet as his own. In an instant, a chill and an indescribable feeling of anger surged within him. He turned around and yelled at Saline, "Are you crazy? You're killing people." At this moment, Ize's voice trembled, but unfortunately his helmet had been modified, making even the angriest shout sound like a comical mechanical tone. Saline snorted coldly, aiming the laser cannon at Ize's cockpit. It's quite normal for casualties to occur during assessments. As for you, will you press the button yourself, or shall I assist you? After this time sparring with this ostentatious golden mech, she was certain that the opponent's strength surpassed hers, definitely within the top 10 of the Rising Star list. Such a person would have considerable influence at home, as she couldn't truly eliminate him. If she took out his teammate, he would be isolated and easily eliminated. As for opponents, one less is one less. Just after Saline finished speaking, she heard the announcement: Team 3, Jayaswin eliminated. Team 3's points reset, now belonging to Team 1230. Team 1230 gains 120 points, total 210. Saline was taken aback, then turned around only to see the glasses-wearing boy sprawled over the ruins, staring blankly at her. Behind the boy with glasses, two examiners were helping him onto a stretcher. Beside him stood a short figure wearing a heavy helmet, gripping a hand ring. Without a doubt, the hand ring belonged to the boy with glasses. Ize was also surprised, finally realizing that Lulu had not only survived, but had also eliminated the boy with glasses across from him. Saline's lips twitched, but in the end she said nothing. Reluctantly, she glanced at Ize and Lulu before turning to run. Ize wanted to chase after her, but suddenly saw Lulu, who had just been standing tall, stumble backward. Old 6. Atop the ruins. Jayaswin was taken onto the patrolling flying craft by the arriving examiner. Just before leaving, he looked back at Lulu with reluctance. "I don't understand. How did your neurotoxin manage to penetrate my shield?" He had just been lying on the rooftop assisting Saline and didn't know why his body was gradually weakening. He had no idea that he had been hit by a neurotoxin, thinking instead that he was simply too tired from the day. Unexpectedly, Lulu, who should have died in the duck vehicle, appeared behind him, directly snatching away his hand ring. The moment he exerted himself, an overwhelming numbness swept over him, leaving him completely powerless to fight back, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily eliminated by Lulu. Lulu being pressed by Ize to take the hemostatic medicine sounded especially weak from blood loss. Your shield is class AS-80 series. The AS-80 oxygen system relies on external oxygen extraction. The red mist I released isn't entirely neurotoxin, it's mixed with high-concentration neurotoxin-laden oxygen. At the moment of the explosion, the nearly enclosed space was filled with a large amount of oxygen. Your protective mask absorbed a lot of oxygen, and a portion of the high-concentration neurotoxin would be retained along with it. As long as you continue to breathe, that neurotoxin will be delivered to you along with the oxygen, and over time you'll absorb enough toxin. My sudden appearance overly excited you, increasing your bogus oxygen intake, causing the neurotoxin to take effect. The boy with glasses was taken aback, then his expression twisted. You used prohibited substances. Lulu remained unfazed. The examination rules state that students majoring in mech design can use their own crafted weapons that cause harm. Moreover, the chemical weapon I made is within the threshold of what the human body can bear. Jiaswen's mouth twitched. Saline alone can score enough points. EY can also be admitted in the same way. We'll meet at the military academy competition then. Jiaswen gave Lulu a deep look before being lifted onto the flying craft by the examiner. The examiner cheerfully reminded Iza and Lulu before starting the craft. To ensure the safety of departing candidates, the isolation wave will remain active during the landing of the flying craft. Now we are departing. You two take care of yourselves. After saying this, the flying craft closed its door. With its departure, the isolation wave that had blocked 2 Class C insectoids completely dissipated. Iza stood up and charged straight towards the 2 Class C insectoids. Lulu dared not be careless. She took another painkiller to lessen the pain's interference with her thoughts. Everything that followed went smoothly. Without Salen's interference, Iza resolved the 2 Class C insectoids in 10 minutes. Team 1230 gains 80 points, total score 300. Hearing the system announcement from his hand ring, Lulu let out a sigh of relief. Iza returned to Lulu's side, retracted his mech, and frowned at her legs and shoulder. I feel like you can't hold on much longer. Lulu lowered her eyes and popped another painkiller. The injury on my shoulder was caused by the boy with glasses. When he fired, it's not serious. Iza poked at the gauze on Lulu's calf soaked with black blood. You're poisoned. It's a type of nerve toxin. Lulu nodded. This type of nerve toxin wouldn't paralyze the wound or body, but would continuously stimulate the nerves, causing intense pain and preventing quick hemostasis, leading to a slow, steady blood loss. Iza looked somewhat troubled. At most you can hold on for 4 more hours. Lulu nodded. So we need to hurry and grab the next Class C in the top 10. Just as she stood up, Iza pulled her back. Iza frowned. Then let's go after Zhujuan. Lulu tilted her head. Who is that? Iza shrugged. 4th place, in reality. His strength is about the same as mine. He always carries a lot of medicines. His family specializes in biopharmaceuticals. Lulu exclaimed. If we had such a hard time dealing with Saline, you still want to find someone with similar strength. Iza became a bit agitated. What do you mean? Do you think I can't beat him? Lulu paused. I didn't say that. I didn't. You are just misinterpreting me. It's not about going directly to find him. It's about finding his teammates. He, apart from his twin brother, never teams up with anyone. In short, he definitely isn't acting with his teammates right now. Lulu asked in confusion. Then how can you be sure his teammates will have medicine? Iza seemed to think of something, letting out a cryptic laugh. Because this person prefers to maintain appearances. If he isn't acting with his teammates, he must be providing some compensation. And what he lacks the least is various efficient medicines. Lulu felt that when Iza said maintain appearances, his tone had a somewhat mocking undertone. Do you know where his teammates are? Iza thought for a moment and then nodded. I have a rough idea. Maybe. Linyu, where are you? Linyu looked down at his holographic device and his smile grew even brighter. Hey Iza, what do you need me for? Do you want to come play with me? Less nonsense, give me the address. X601Y29. They'll be waiting for you. Iza, with a sulky face, put away his holographic device, his expression twisted. Lulu curiously asked, you can communicate internally. Isn't that against the rules? Iza glanced at Lulu. You poor people can't imagine the invisible cheating methods of the wealthy. Lulu, so your holographic ID is called Linyu, the best in the world. Iza paused, then struck Lulu's heavy helmet hard, narrowing his eyes. I have something to ask you about the figure on the duck car. Lulu waved his hand. It's a 3D projection. Iza thoughtfully said, looking at the bracelet on Lulu's wrist. What about this? Lulu replied. Its high-end 3D printing looks just like a distress bracelet, but it's just a decoration. Iza coldly sweated. Low achievers have a lot of stationery. Lulu shrugged, not bothering to reason with this guy. 5 minutes later, Linyu suddenly opened his eyes while resting in the ruins. His teammate was a chubby boy who also seemed to be startled awake, nimbly getting up from the ground and peering outside. He mumbled, oh heavens, I just killed 15 class monsters, how can there be trouble again? His complaints got stuck in his throat. Because he saw a dilapidated, filthy, convertible hover car speeding towards them on the city's floating track. The long and used track sparked and crackled, the harsh, screeching noise incessantly ringing in their ears. What the? Ghost car? The chubby boy covered his mouth. Linyu stood up with a smile, stretching lazily. My friend has come to play with me. Sure enough, the convertible hover car stopped near their base, and Iza, with striking red hair, and a sulky expression stood up. Lin Yu leaped in gracefully, and Lulu couldn't help but exclaim in awe at his agility. Finding a comfortable spot, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, folding his arms. Let's go, let's set off. Isa with a face full of black lines, where to? Lin Yu puzzled. Aren't you here to take me out to play? Lulu looked at Isa. Isa took a deep breath. No, I didn't plan to take you out to play. Lin Yu's initially excited expression instantly turned disappointed. Oh, then what do you need me for? Isa tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat strange. Do you remember you have a stalker? Lulu perked up her ears, sensing something juicy. Lin Yu scratched his head. That girl who's been following me all the time. Isa nodded. I came to find her. Lin Yu exclaimed, okay then. After saying that, he remained still, and Isa rubbed his forehead. Call out to her, let her come out. Lulu was puzzled, and Isa finally showed a bit of the camaraderie expected between teammates, explaining, that girl has excellent tracking and hiding skills. Unless Lin Yu is in trouble, or calls her, we can't find her at all. Lulu's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, talent emerges in competition. Lin Yu clicked his tongue, raising a finger and shaking it. If you call me father, I'll help you. Isa. The next moment, bang. Isa kicked Lin Yu out of the convertible, and Lin Yu fell to the ground with a thud. Lulu gasped. The floating track was about 4 stories high. The next second, a bullet shot through the spot where Isa had just been. Isa snorted coldly. See, she came out. Lulu quickly ducked down, scanning the surroundings with her eyes. Bang bang. 2 more precise gunshots rang out, and even though Isa was prepared, he nearly had his neck snapped. Damn, that hateful stalker. Isa couldn't help but curse. Lulu reported the enemy's position, 112 degrees direction. Isa flipped over, using the convertible to dodge the enemy's gunfire, and the next moment a laser cannon fired towards the direction of the girl. As the fierce battle continued, Lin Yu smiled cheerfully as he got back up from the ground. The chubby boy walked over to him. Aren't we going to help that girl? Earlier we encountered those 15-class insectoids, and she helped a lot from behind the scenes. Lin Yu looked relaxed and said with a smile, did I ask her for help? The chubby boy was taken aback, looking at Lin Yu's sunny smile, not daring to speak further. As Lin Yu's words fell, the girl's counterattack paused, and Isa seized the opportunity, hitting the enemy's right shoulder. Got her, let's go. Isa was very pleased, picking up Lulu's backpack and rushing towards that direction. Lin Yu smiled and leisurely followed. The chubby boy didn't dare to stay alone, walking alongside Lin Yu towards that direction. When Isa and Lulu arrived there, all that remained on the ground was a pool of blood, and the person was gone. Lulu used a sensor to scan, and Yiza's muscles tensed, looking somewhat alert. The next moment, a bullet struck Yiza's head. Yiza's heavy helmet emitted a wave of light and instantly exploded. Lulu's expression changed. Just as she was about to counterattack, Isa pressed her head down. Drip drip. Bright red blood flowed from Yiza's ear canal and nose. Although that heavy helmet had protected him from 99% of the damage, it couldn't reduce the impact caused by the bullet's explosion. At that moment, Yiza's pupils were dilated, and he probably wouldn't recover for a while. Lulu quickly took out an emergency oxygen mask from her bag and pressed it against Yiza's mouth and nose. Isa instinctively adjusted the oxygen mask, gasping for air. Suddenly, the nearby building emitted a sizzling sound, and Lulu's eyes widened. It was an electric shock bullet. Damn. Even though Lulu didn't want to entangle with this girl too much, she understood that the other party clearly intended to put both of them to death. First, they blew up Yiza's head, and the next moment, they were going to electrocute the two of them with electric shock bullets. Lulu suddenly looked up, seeing a hand in black gloves pressing on the electric current. Sizzle. The palm of the glove emitted a regular popping sound, and with the sound, the electric current rapidly flowed into the glove. Bang! Another bullet flew straight towards Lulu's head. The bullet was incredibly fast, and moreover, Lulu's body had not undergone genetic modification, making it impossible to dodge. Just in the nick of time, a red balloon rapidly inflated and blocked in front of Lulu's head. Lulu pressed her lips together. AI's trajectory prediction was much faster than her. The bullet was blocked, and the red balloon swayed slightly, not bursting for the time being. Lulu clung to the back of the giant red balloon like a gecko, showing no sign of falling off. Seeing Lulu hiding behind the red balloon, the opponent immediately changed direction, trying to find a new angle. But Lulu was not going to give her that opportunity. The inflated red balloon maintained its speed as it soared through the air. The opponent had been hiding in the ruins, attempting to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Lulu. Lulu lay on the red balloon, her gloved hands emitting waves of blue light. Found it, she smirked. In the next moment, the red balloon suddenly exploded, a thick mist enveloping the surrounding buildings. Shang Tsung Zueji's expression changed as the dense red mist obscured her vision. Suddenly, she caught sight of a shadow appearing behind her and swiftly turned around to fire her gun. In the next second, she was jolted by an electric shock, her body convulsing as someone lunged at her. Shangsu and Shueji widened her eyes in shock, confronting a heavy helmet. Lulu pressed her hands on Shangsu and Zueji's shoulders, the electricity from her gloves causing Shueji to convulse uncontrollably. Kicking the gun from Zueji's left hand, Lulu narrowed her eyes. Don't move if you want to live. Hand over all your medicines. Shueji turned her head silent. Lulu clicked her tongue. To be honest, this girl was quite pretty with round eyes and a lovely princess-cut hairstyle. She wore a pink kimono, her right shoulder punctured, yet she could still shoot accurately with her left hand. She was both beautiful and formidable. She was a typical representative of the Yamato people in the galaxy. Lulu frowned. This ethnicity shared a belief system remarkably similar to that of the Neon Nation from the 21st century. Thus, upon seeing this girl, Lulu instinctively felt a prick of discomfort. I'll say it again, Lulu maintained her vigilance. Hand over all the medicines on you. Unexpectedly, this girl didn't resort to a stubborn defiance, but instead looked at Lulu with a pitifully obedient gaze in the spatial knot. Lulu's gaze dropped, spotting a pearl necklace around the girl's neck. The spatial knot operates on a principle similar to that of a mech containment knot, but this item, due to its exquisite appearance, has a smaller space than the mech containment knot, yet costs about the same. Lulu felt a pang of emo. How could there be another wealthy person in the world? What was going on? All right. Lulu smiled as she reached for Zueji's necklace. Shangsu and Zueji's expression remained obedient, but the corners of her mouth hidden beneath the protective shield curled into a cruel smile. Crack! A crisp sound of dislocated bones echoed, and Zueji's eyes widened as she let out a muffled groan held in her throat. Lulu didn't go for the spatial knot, but swiftly dislocated all of her limbs. Sorry girl. You're quite strong, and am genuinely worried about being killed by you if I don't do this. Lulu said with a cheeky grin as she removed the ring from Zueji's hand. Shangsu and Shueji could no longer maintain her obedient facade, her expression contorting in extreme distress. Lulu took off her ring, glancing at the necklace around her neck with a half-smile, remaining silent. Holding the ring's spatial knot in front of Shangsu and Shueji, Lulu aimed her gun at Zueji's temple, smiling innocently. Come on, unlock it. Feeling the coldness of the gun barrel, Shangsu and Shueji chose to compromise. Glancing at the ring's spatial knot, she opened it, and Lulu stuffed everything inside her backpack, piling the overflow to the side, waiting for Iza to come by and use his spatial knot to store the rest. Throughout the entire process, Shangsu and Shueji remained silent, until Iza and Linyu, the chubby one, arrived. Linyu. The girl's expression of anger instantly transformed into one of pity and expectation. She struggled to rise, her eyes fixed on Linyu without blinking. Iza curled his lip and approached to check Lulu's injuries. The chubby one looked at the girl's condition with some reluctance, about to suggest restoring her joints, when he saw Linyu grinning while squatting in front of her. His gaze was focused, as if in that brief moment the only thing that existed in his world was the girl before him. Linyu raised an eyebrow. You put a tracker on me again. Shueji was taken aback and quickly explained, I was worried you might encounter danger during the exam. Linyu chuckled lightly. What are you to me? What right do you have to interfere in my life? Zueji's face turned pale in an instant. Linya's smile had completely vanished. He looked at Shueji, his voice light, yet chilling. How many times must I say it for you to understand? I don't like anyone meddling in my life or monitoring my every move, not even if you are beautiful. After Linyu finished speaking, he reached out and tore off Zueji's wristband. Shueji stared blankly at Linyu, her eyes filled with hurt. Linyu, I just love you too much. Why can't you understand? Linyu scoffed, pressing the button on the wristband. In an instant, the Proctor's aircraft arrived right in front of them. Shangsu and Shueji pressed her lips together, looking hurt as she gazed at Linyu. As they boarded the aircraft, Shueji finally diverted her gaze towards Lulu and Iza. In her eyes flickered resentment and anger. If it weren't for you two, Lin, you wouldn't hate me. Her voice was soft, and the others did not hear her. Seeing Shueji eliminated, Iza wiped the blood from his ears and nose, looking at Linyu with a sarcastic tone. The guy who usually cherishes women is actually so cruel to a girl. Linyu's expression brightened again as he shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. She respects me, and I respect her. Unfortunately, she has never respected me. Lulu chuckled. It seemed this person was not like the Linyu from that world. The Linyu from that world would accept anyone, even stalkers. The Linyu before her seemed much more normal and possessed a certain charm. Iza and Lulu used the medicines they had obtained from Shueji. To be fair, the effects of the advanced drugs were quite impressive. Barely 5 minutes after taking them, the bleeding from her calf stopped, and the pain reduced by more than half. Iza adjusted after taking the medicine, but felt a bit dejected. The helmet is broken. Without the helmet that could cover his head, how could he steal a Class 1? Wouldn't his identity be exposed? Thus, he looked at Lulu. 300 star coins for the helmet on your head. Lulu was taken aback. 50000. Deal. Thus Lulu and Iza exchanged their protective gear. Iza donned Lulu's heavy helmet, while Lulu wore the high-grade glass protective gear she had never worn before. Both expressed their satisfaction. Only Lin Yu, who witnessed the entire process, looked somewhat speechless. You two. Didn't you almost fight on the flight? Now, how come? You're so harmonious. When Lin Yu asked this, Lulu remained unfazed, but Iza felt awkward. Mind your own business. After saying that, he tugged at Lulu's sleeve. Let's go, we need to continue. The bleeding had almost stopped and the pain had greatly diminished, so Lulu did not plan to waste any more time. Lin Yu leaned in excitedly. Where are you guys going? Take me with you. Iza pushed him away, unable to help but retort. I mean, not to mention the 15 clever insectoids you killed before, just the fact that you just eliminated that snow princess, your score must have reached the standard already. Lin Yu flashed a big grin. That's right, but I'm not done having fun yet, I don't want to quit. Iza frowned, his expression dark. Then go play by yourself, don't follow us. Our score isn't enough yet. Lin Yu looked at Lulu, who gestured for him to listen to Iza. Seeing Iza's determination, he could only lower his head and kick at the gravel by his feet. Alright then, don't take me with you. Iza, who couldn't stand Lin Yu's demeanor, dragged Lulu away. The chubby guy watched the two leave, shaking his head gently. They are both injured, and judging by young master Iza's state, he probably wants to climb the ranks. I hope they don't run into trouble later. Lin Yu took off his mask, popped a mint into his mouth, then put the mask back on. What's so strange about this? It's all pressure from the family. Otherwise, Lin Yu chuckled. Who would want to compete with brothers they've grown up with since childhood? The chubby guy's mouth twitched. You say that, but I didn't see you spare her when you eliminated Snow Princess just because of young Master Zhu's face. Lin Yu shrugged. Giving Zhu Zhuan face doesn't apply in this case of a stalker. The chubby guy, seeing this, said nothing more. In the ruins of the residential building, Lulu hid in the shadows, watching the mecha engaged in fierce battle with two clever insectoids below, feeling a bit excited. Old eight, which rank is that mecha? Soon Iza's voice came through the earpiece, filled with schadenfreude. Sissy. Huh. His name isn't important, we all just call him Sissy. Old 6, I've made up my mind, I have to take this one out. Lulu was taken aback. Do you have a grudge against him? Just don't ask. In any case, I want to steal his insectoids. Lulu nodded, glanced around, then frowned. Something feels off. What's wrong? I don't see his teammates. Oh, I thought it was some problem. Don't worry, his teammates have probably already been eliminated by him somehow. Lulu was stunned. Teammates can't eliminate each other, but the best way to get rid of one's teammate is to steal their wristband before hunting and throw it into the range of other teams appearing. As long as whoever picks up the wristband presses the rescue button, they can eliminate their teammate without pain. Those who dare to eliminate their own teammates at the start are either in conflict with them or are very confident in their abilities. What's his rank? Lulu asked. Iza was a bit impatient. 6th, I'm going in. Without waiting for Lulu's response, he charged forward. Saline was 7th, having encountered 5 clevels, so the 6th Sissy must have faced no less than 5 clevels. And now it seemed there were only 2 entangled with him, and Iza said he probably had already eliminated his teammates. This means he had successfully navigated among at least 5 clever insectoids alone, and likely had already taken down 3. Why does it feel much stronger than the 7th Saline? Lulu felt uneasy, but when she peeked, Iza was already controlling the luxurious golden mecha, engaging in combat with the green mecha of Sissy. The 2 clever insectoids were quite excited, thinking they could enjoy the delicious meal, which had turned from 1 into 2. But watching Sissy's combat and tactics was 2. Lulu frowned. Old 8. Something's not right. His mecha has barely taken any damage. This indicates that either he hasn't fought much yet, or he has a capable assistant. Iza was also taken aback by Lulu's words. He stepped back a few steps and asked, his team number is 17, I check if he has met the standard. Lulu hurriedly pulled back her head and checked among the teams that had met the standard and were still in the exam. She indeed found Team 17 among them. The scores of teams that chose to remain in the exam after meeting the standard are open and transparent, and when Lulu saw the score of Team 17, she froze on the spot. 680. Lulu exclaimed. Old 8, he has already met the standard and his score is 680. This is not good, be careful. Just as she finished speaking, Iza was about to escape when a purple mecha blocked his way. Iza's eyes widened. What the heck? Saline. Lulu also jumped. I say, Old 8, can you handle 2 by yourself? Lulu took out a balloon essential for escape, planning a route while asking. Iza was about to say he could, but unfortunately he was sandwiched between 2 mechas and took a few hits. The back of his mecha was dented, causing him to behave himself. I can't. They're going all out. Old 6, come up with something fast. Bang. Saline and Sissy coordinated excellently, bombarding Ize with laser cannons, leaving him with no place to dodge. Bang! Ize groaned, hearing the mecha report damages. Beep. Beep. Mecha chassis protective cover damaged, rear wing completely destroyed, ion cannon launch port damaged. Mecha damage level at 60%, please evacuate the danger zone as soon as possible. Ize's head was pounding painfully. The damage report from the mecha made the connected mental threads feel as if they were being pulled tight, causing soreness. Old 6. Think of something fast. Ize covered his head and forcefully rammed Salin's mecha aside, narrowly dodging the large knife from Sissy. Old 8, I ask you, do you want to run, or do you want to eliminate them both in one go? Ize was startled. His expression was not good. These figures on the new star ranking have names and identities, and their family backgrounds are substantial. Everyone's family appears harmonious on the surface, but secretly competes with each other. Take the current situation, for instance. He believed Lulu asked like this because she had solutions for both choices, but Ize dodged another attack. I know their identities. Considering their family backgrounds, I can't truly eliminate them. Lulu's voice was light, but Old 8, they aren't holding back against you at all. Ize fell silent. That's because they don't know who I am. Really don't know. Your mecha may have changed color, but the model is a limited edition. If they don't know exactly who you are, it makes sense, but if they say they don't know you're also from that circle, that's hard to believe. Ize remained silent. Indeed, he felt that robbing them was disgraceful, so he hid his identity, but could Saline and Sissy really not see that he was 100% a part of that circle? Perhaps they saw through it, but pretended not to know, taking the opportunity to go all out against him. Yise's thoughts whirled, ultimately choosing. Instead of confronting them head-on, let's retreat. Lulu raised an eyebrow. All right. You slowly back to the position I marked. Yise's mech damage had reached 68, and it was nearly on the verge of collapse. Just as he felt anxious, he heard the crackling sound of sparks coming from the nearby floating tracks. Saline frowned. It's his teammates. They planned to use the hovercraft to help him escape. Yise's eyes lit up, but what took him by surprise was the numerous old hovercraft that simultaneously rushed out from the interwoven floating tracks. These hovercraft came from different directions, all racing towards the trio. Ize gaped. Which one should I take? Lulu did not respond. But soon he recalled the position Lulu had earlier asked him to retreat to. There a hovercraft was rushing over. Ize leaped swiftly, charging towards that hovercraft. Saline was not unfamiliar with the tactics of these hovercraft. She was astonished to find that each of the incoming hovercraft had an identical figure inside. Damn, they're all projections. Saline was so furious her soul nearly left her body. The delicate voice hesitated. He's about to run away. I know where he's going. Saline grinned, aiming at the general direction Ize was supposed to retreat to, and fired 2 laser cannons. Bang! The hovercraft in that direction, and the track shook, and then the hovercraft was destroyed, leaving a crack in the solid track. Before Ize could curse, the delicate voice had already aimed the cannon at Yise's cockpit. Goodbye, little mouse. The voice truly had a delicate tone. At this moment, Ize had nowhere to escape. Just as he was preparing to withstand the ion cannon, Lulu's voice came through his earpiece. If you trust me, I will count to 3 and you will retract your mech. Ize froze instantly. Are you crazy? If I withdraw my mech, do I have to face the ion cannon with my body? 3. Old Lou. Little shorty. Are you serious or not? 2. Damn it. 1. Bang. A hovercraft rushed out of the track, heading towards the ion cannon. The derailed hovercraft collided with the delicate voice's ion cannon, resulting in a massive roar and explosion, filling the air with thick smoke. Where Yise's mech had originally been, it was now gone. Amidst the smoke and flames, a hovercraft on another track opened its door, and a claw quickly grabbed Yise's waist. Ize, still dazed from the explosion, felt a sudden tightening around his waist. Instinctively, he began to twist and struggle uncontrollably. Old 8. Stop moving. It was only when he heard Lulu's furious shout that Ize regained some of his senses, stiffly being pulled into the hovercraft by Lulu's claw. The delicate voice reacted first, unhesitatingly aiming at the hovercraft where Lulu was there. Saline gritted her teeth. His mech is gone. Oh, let's eliminate them. However, the delicate voice narrowed his eyes. Wait, why do I feel like that despicable rich gold resembles my love? Saline was creeped out. Are you saying he is Ize? Impossible. How could Ize use a mech in this color and wear a helmet that looks like a third-rate product? The delicate voice hesitated a bit. True, he does have a style. Saline couldn't be bothered with chit-chat. Let's go. I'm not here to discuss men with you. Let's eliminate them. I want to reclaim my points. The delicate voice sighed. All right, who told me I'm a trustworthy person? After they finished speaking, they both raised their laser cannons and fired at Lulu's hovercraft. Fortunately, Lulu's mental power was still decent. The hovercraft, connected to her mental thread, immediately drifted out of the track. Saline screamed. They're about to escape. The two mechs quickly fired various projectiles. Lulu gasped, her mouth drooping. I said, "They clearly don't intend to just eliminate us." Yise's expression was also very grim. His mech was severely damaged. Even if he entered a mech now, it would likely not withstand the endless barrage from the two mechs. Seeing Yise's pale face and silence, Lulu snorted coldly. "If you don't speak, I'll handle it my way." Having said that, she picked up a remote control from her waistband, pressed the red button, and did nothing else, letting her hovercraft be propelled towards another track. Bang! At the moment the button was pressed, all the surrounding hovercraft rushed out of the tracks, flying towards the center where Saline and the delicate voice were. Saline screamed, "Watch out." The two quickly activated their mech shields. Isa moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Bang, bang, bang. More than 20 hovercraft exploded one after another, and Lulu's hovercraft also successfully jumped into another track. Zila, the hovercraft where the two were on, raced down the track towards the distance. Congratulations to Team 1230 for killing two clever insectoids, gaining 80 points, total points 380. Isa fell silent. It seemed that the bombs Lulu had placed on the hovercraft were indeed powerful. With more than 20 bombs exploding simultaneously, the two clevels were directly killed. Isa slightly parted his lips. What about them? Lulu glanced at him. They won't die, but their mech will be damaged by about 80. Isa fell silent. After a while he asked, "Where did you get those bombs?" "Didn't we take that little sun? Little cherry blossom?" Isa reacted, finally realizing that the pattern on Kamizuki Yukiime's kimono was pink cherry blossoms, and nodded. "So you aren't? She's quite insane." Lulu nodded. "I dare say if Lin Yu hadn't been nearby, before, she could have blown us up directly." Isa fell silent. After a while he asked, "Do you think, since Saline and the delicate voices mechs are almost destroyed, will they withdraw or stay?" As a mech designer, Lulu certainly knew what it meant for a mech to be damaged to 80. Thus, she answered seriously, "The delicate voice has already reached the required points. Now that his mech is destroyed and his teammates are gone, he will likely give up and leave the competition arena. As for Saline, it's not certain. Her teammate has been eliminated by us, and her previous points have been cleared. Now to be accepted, she will likely stay, even if the mech is severely damaged." The hovercar gradually drove out of the center of the hunting ground, finally stopping in a suburban area. As the daylight slowly brightened, Ise sat in the hovercar, gazing at the abandoned factory not far ahead, sighing. "We toiled all night, but barely snatched any points, and instead we ended up exhausted." He propped his cheek in thought, feeling somewhat lost. Lulu looked at him and said, "We need to change our line of work. No more being Laoba or Laolu." Ise was taken aback. "What should we do next?" Lulu took off Ise's containment badge. "Let's set a trap. Since we can't catch big fish, well, just net the small ones." "That's so embarrassing." Ise's lips twitched. Lulu glanced at him sideways. "I need time to repair your mecha just in case. During this time you can't use the mecha, and we'll have to deal with the small fish and shrimp, and you're still complaining." Ise sighed and lay back in the hovercar, unwilling to get up. After a while, Lin Yu sent a message. "No one can compare to my handsomeness." "Ise, why are you sneaking around without me?" "No one can compare to my handsomeness. What's the matter? Look at our internal chat group. Before my 60th birthday, I must catch Ise. Guys, I'm really scared today. When I teamed up with Saline to earn points, a rich gold mecha robber came to steal my class." Ise gritted his teeth and couldn't help but passionately type in the group, "No one can compare to my handsomeness, sissy. What kind of ridiculous ID did you change to? Are you sick?" The speaker with the ID "Before my 60th birthday, I must catch." Ise instantly became excited, sending a series of various heart and wink emojis made from his beautiful pictures. "Before my 60th birthday, I must catch Ise, my love. Ise, baby, why did you block me in private chat? I was planning to find you in the hunting ground." Saline can conquer the world without men. Forget it, he'll speak up. Saline can conquer the world without men. That rich gold mecha had a weak, yet cunning short teammate. Saline can conquer the world without men. They deliberately targeted our top 10 insectoids for points, using extremely despicable and vile tactics. "No one can compare to my handsomeness. Oh, did you see their faces?" Saline can conquer the world without men. Unfortunately, no. But based on their strength, I can confirm that the person is within our new star ranking top 10, and that rich gold mecha ranks above me. "No one can compare to my handsomeness. Although I'm second, it's not me. Zhuaning Sui, it's not me either, because my partner Shangsu and Yuki got eliminated by Lin Yu. No one can compare to my handsomeness. Yangning Sui, it's not me. Neither is it my brother. Saline can conquer the world without men. Lin Yu is second, and Zhuin and Yang and the two brothers are fourth and fifth. So there are still two people left. Before my 60th birthday, I must catch Ise. Brother, say something. "No one can compare to my handsomeness." Ise's eyelid twitched, swallowing hard. "No one can compare to my handsomeness, sissy. Don't mess with me. No one can compare to my handsomeness. It's not me. How could I do such a thing? No one can compare to my handsomeness. Oh. No one can compare to my handsomeness. That's not my brother either." You all know he already met the standard and exited. Salim can conquer the world without men. I swear to heaven we never doubted him. Sincere emoji JPG. Before my 60th birthday, I must catch Ize. Then that's strange. Could it be someone from our circle? No one can compare to my handsomeness. Who knows? I'm too lazy to say I'm going hunting now. After finishing the last sentence, Ize hurriedly exited. Oh no, if the sissy and Salim make this public in the group, then he can never do that again. He raised his head, rubbed his temples, and saw that Lulu had already gotten out of the car and was walking towards the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Ize sighed and got out of the car to follow. Finding a relatively sturdy factory, Lulu set up several isolation light waves. They'll give you the fake blood pheromones later, you just have to watch how to use them. Lulu took out a few fake blood pheromones and tossed them to Ize. Ize caught them and without a word walked outside. Although Lulu's low-quality pheromones could only attract the lowest grade class insectoids, it was sufficient for him, whose mecha was still under repair. Ize deliberately walked outside the factory to use the pheromones, keeping a certain distance from Lulu. Lulu released Ize's mecha inside the abandoned factory for repairs. Repairing a mecha is not an easy task. First, one must assess the specific repair points, followed by designing a plan, and finally, using appropriate materials for repairs. The first few steps went smoothly for Lulu until the last step. Looking at the list of required materials, Lulu fell silent. Ize's family was quite wealthy. This mecha was from the latest S01 series released by the Star Alliance, with only 5 units produced, each a different color and name. Lulu checked and found that Ize's mecha was a matte black, one of the 5 limited editions named Black Knight. Lulu looked at this mecha, which she had intentionally altered in color and disguised with some temporary parts, and fell silent. She could repair it, but repair materials are of varying quality. As a poor person, Lulu naturally did not have good materials, especially since this was a limited edition mecha from the entire Star Alliance. Scratching her head, she dejectedly sent a message to Ize. You brat, do you have the original spare parts for this mecha? Ize had just finished off a wave of class insectoids. He shook his head and replied in the team channel, original spare parts are very heavy and the space badges on the market can't hold them, so I didn't bring them. Lulu fell silent. The largest space badges on the market have a capacity of 2 cubic meters, and the model Ize was carrying was one of them. Parts that can't even fit in a 2 cubic meter space. That indeed meets the standard for limited original factory parts. I can repair it, but the materials I have aren't very good. Do you still want me to repair it? Lulu asked. Ize grinned thought for a moment and said, you can repair it. I don't know what will happen next, but having a mecha is safer. With Ize's permission, Lulu began to repair the mecha. Poor materials mean that the repaired sections won't have good defensive performance. This was Lulu's first time repairing such an expensive mecha. She was inevitably nervous and wanted to do a better job. She rubbed her forehead, staring at the materials in her bag in a daze, when suddenly she heard a few very faint knocking sounds. Tap, tap, tap. A very faint sound. Lulu perked up her ears. The sound resembled water dripping on a steel plate. Is there a leak? A leak in an abandoned factory is quite normal. Lulu snapped back to reality and removed the gaudy gold exterior from the Black Knight. Is anyone there? Anyone? Lulu paused, her movements lightening her breath, and the surroundings fell silent. Tap, tap. It was still that dripping sound. Lulu frowned, crouched down on the ground, and listened intently to the sound of dripping water. What are you doing? Ize, who had come in to rest, instinctively shouted, why are you kneeling down for me? You ruined my mech. Yize's voice was loud, and in an instant the quiet factory was filled only with Yize's sharp echo. Lulu covered her head. Shut up. She pointed to the ground. I don't know if I was hearing things, but I heard a voice. Huh. Ize was taken aback, half believing, and lay down on the ground, with Lulu trying to listen to the sounds below. Why do I only hear dripping water? Ize muttered softly. Just as Lulu was about to speak, she suddenly received a signal from the sensor. Someone is outside the factory. Lulu mumbled. Ize gasped. No way, that bear woman Saline isn't coming to hunt us down, is she? Lulu also expressed her confusion. About 6 people. The two exchanged glances. One quickly stored away the mech, while the other quietly closed the door of the dilapidated factory. The factory Lulu chose was the first room on the ground floor of the first building, entered through the main gate of the abandoned factory. From the long-gone window, they could see the area right outside the main gate of the factory. Ize hid behind the door holding a lightsaber, while Lulu crouched behind a load-bearing wall using a detector to observe the situation outside through the window. Soon Lulu spotted 6 people. The 6 individuals looked like candidates, just like them. However, there was something very strange about their aura that Lulu couldn't quite put her finger on. The 6 walked together seemingly casual, yet impeccably in sync, Most importantly, they were very alert. Because they wore protective masks, Lulu couldn't read their lips to eavesdrop. Lulu spoke into the team mic. "Stinky Mouth, I find it a bit strange. They are quite different from the candidates we've seen before." Isa, who was originally lying in ambush behind the door, curiously crept over after hearing this. When Isa saw the 6 people walking outside, his expression changed instantly. "Oh no, they're from the Dark Organization." Lulu didn't know what the Dark Organization was, but seeing Yisa's face turn pale, she understood that things were likely dire. Isa swallowed hard, looking around the factory, finding no place to hide, and started to panic. "They will definitely come and kill us." "Your enemies." Lulu also became anxious. Isa scratched his head in frustration. We need to find a place to hide. Oh, we can't let them find us." As Isa grew increasingly agitated, even beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lulu signaled him. "Up there, the exhaust pipe." With that, Lulu activated her gloves first and nimbly climbed into the exhaust pipe above like a gecko. As the 6 approached, Isa was like a headless fly. "Wait, I can't fit in with this body." Lulu was taken aback, realizing of course interstellar people are all tall and big. How careless of her. Lulu looked at a section inside the exhaust pipe. There was a junction that was slightly larger in space. So she poked her head out. "Why don't you try to see if you can squeeze in? As long as the opening can fit, the space inside will be a bit wider." Yisa's face turned pale. "I can't fit." Lulu slid down from the exhaust pipe. "You go up, they'll push you in." Isa had no choice. He didn't know how terrifying those 6 people were, causing him to disregard his pride and crawl inside. After much effort, he got stuck halfway. Lulu pushed Yisa's legs, sweating all over. "Shorty, push harder. I have no leverage inside." Just then the 6 entered the building, and Lulu gritted her teeth, tugged at a red balloon which inflated and suddenly bumped against Yisa's backside. With a pop, Yisa's backside finally got pushed inside. Isa let out a yelp, and Lulu didn't care about that as she shoved Yisa's legs further inside and then flipped herself, and the red balloon deflated, sealing the exhaust pipe's opening. They're nearby. Just as Lulu got inside, she heard a deep male voice from outside the door. "Tengu, how's it going? Did the sensor detect anything?" "Not yet. I only found the sensor that the other party placed nearby." The man named Tengu had a shrill voice that carried an eerie sense. Bang! The door was kicked open. Lulu and Isa both held their breaths in unison, not daring to move. Though Lulu was closer to the pipe opening, she couldn't actually see what was happening in the room below. The exhaust pipe's opening was a rectangular vent cover. Lulu purposely placed the red balloon behind the vent in case anything happened, she could use it as a shield. At this moment, the red balloon was completely transparent, and from the outside, nothing appeared unusual. For some reason, after the 6 entered the room, they ceased all conversation. Not even the sound of footsteps could be heard. Lulu's fingers trembled slightly, and ominous premonition swept over her. Someone must have been here. There are no traces of plants being trampled outside." That sharp voice belonging to Tengu echoed. "The person is still in this room. They haven't left." In an instant, Lulu felt a chill run through her as she heard Yisa's voice on the team mic sharply inhaling. "Calm down, Isa. It's fine. What we have on us is a small day. Small cherry blossom cloaking device." Lulu typed on her light brain. "Isa clearly saw this," he replied. "The cloaking device made by the Kamizuru family is excellent. I'm not worried, but the scary part about the Dark Organization is that they never hold back when they act." Before Isa could finish typing, they heard a loud explosion of light waves from below. The explosion was tremendous, and the exhaust pipe where Lulu and Isa were hiding was instantly scorched by the heat wave, turning red hot. Lulu and Isa were like squids on a hot plate. Their bodies pressed against the exhaust pipe were instantly burned, curling up in pain. Yet synchronously, both chose to endure the pain and remained motionless. No, nothing here." Tengu's voice came through, sounding somewhat disappointed. "Let's go." The first man to speak had a deep voice. Soon after, Lulu heard the sound of several footsteps leaving. The sensor also indicated that they were heading to another room. But Lulu still dared not move. Not only did she not move, but she also pressed down on Yisa's foot, signaling him not to move. Thus 15 minutes passed. As the sensor showed that the 6 had moved on to the next factory building, Lulu gradually relaxed. Just as she was about to move the red balloon to see the situation below, she suddenly heard an extremely faint sound. "Is anyone there? Anyone?" It was very soft, accompanied by that dripping sound. Lulu froze in her actions upon hearing that voice. But just as that voice rang out, a sudden impatient tongue-clicking echoed in the originally silent room. That little thing is still not dead." Lulu's pupils constricted. It was Tengu's voice. "Oh dear, that little thing hasn't died." Yet the voice of the Tengu was eerie and sharp, causing both Lulu and Ize to go pale with fear. For the past 15 minutes, there had been no sound below, and Lulu's sensor showed that 6 people had left. However, with the emergence of the Tengu's voice, Lulu felt an inexplicable chill for the first time. Footsteps were heard again below, still 6 people, but this time there was no fluctuation on Lulu's sensor. Their footsteps quickened as if they were in a hurry. Lulu pursed her lips and waited a moment before moving the red balloon aside to look down. What she saw made her scalp tingle. The factory below was a charred ruin with only the load-bearing walls remaining intact. All other walls had been blown to pieces. Fortunately, the materials used in this factory were sturdy and the load-bearing walls and beams were of good quality. Lulu and Ize were hiding in a ventilation duct just above the beams, so even though the lower part was destroyed, the main structure was still standing. After confirming that there was no one below, Lulu let out a sigh of relief and nudged Ize's legs, saying, "There's no one left, you can crawl forward." Ize let out a muffled grunt. Lulu was taken aback. In the narrow ventilation duct, Ize was wedged tightly. He couldn't even prop himself up with his elbows, a stark contrast to Lulu. For instance, Lulu was still able to crouch inside. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was Ize was gripping the waistband of his combat suit tightly, and since he could only lie flat, he had no way to crawl forward. Lulu was exasperated. "Why are you holding onto your waistband? Crawl forward. You don't expect me to push you from behind, do you?" "Shut up," Ize cursed under his breath, his voice trembling with helplessness. "When you knocked me in here, my combat suit was torn at the waist. If I don't hold on, I'll end up bare-bottomed." Lulu. She touched her nose and out of friendship sold her spare rope to Ize. Ize asked Lulu to turn around while he fumbled to secure his waistband. The two of them crawled forward at a snail's pace, planning to find a room to escape from. "You still haven't told me. What is the Dark Organization? Are they here to hunt you down?" Lulu crawled slowly behind Ize. As Ize crawled a bit further, he tightened his waistband. "The Dark Organization is an illegal group recognized by the Star Alliance. For money, they will do anything, including assassinating the Celestial Generals." Lulu was taken aback, then frowned. The Star Alliance is divided into 5 star systems: Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, and Central. From the distribution of military academies, it can be seen that although the 5-star systems are unified, the highest authority over soldiers is independently held by each military district. The Celestial General is the highest authority in military and political power within the star systems. In the entire Star Alliance, there are 5 Celestial Generals across the 5-star systems. This highlights the status and power of the Celestial Generals. 50 years ago, the Celestial General of the Northern Star System was killed by members of the Dark Organization, but the Star Alliance publicly claimed that the Northern General died in battle. Lulu gasped. "Even the Star Alliance can't do anything about the Dark Organization. If they had any way, this organization wouldn't still exist." Ize's expression was serious. "My father was assigned 5 years ago to investigate the Dark Organization strongholds. I've dealt with them more often while following my father, so I understand a bit more. Otherwise, I wouldn't even recognize them as members of the Dark Organization." Lulu pursed her lips and rubbed her hands. "Could it be that these 6 members of the Dark Organization bear a grudge against your father and are here to assassinate you?" Ize shook his head. "No, they aren't targeting me." Lulu pondered for a moment, frowning. "Is it related to that voice?" Ize stopped. "I think so." Lulu shook her head. "Forget it. Since the Dark Organization is so powerful, it's definitely not something we can intervene in. Besides, I'm just a student with no background or support, so I should take care of myself." After saying that, Lulu noticed Ize still hadn't moved. "What are you doing? Why aren't you moving?" Ize lowered his voice. I heard the sound of dripping water." Lulu was taken aback. "It seems we are getting closer to that dripping sound." Ize looked visibly anxious. Lulu pursed her lips. "Is there a fork in the duct? Let's go around." "There is." Ize's voice was low, "but I definitely can't get through, and you might have a hard time too." Lulu was not to be deterred. "Then let's find a duct entrance to go down and escape into a room below." Ize sighed. "There seems to be one on the right. Let me take a look." Saying this, Ize crawled over. Lulu didn't follow. After a while, she heard Ize's voice, which was clearly a bit excited. "There's no one in the room below. It looks very solid and intact." Saying this, he pried open the duct entrance and slid down head first. Lulu quickly followed him. As soon as they landed, they began searching for a way out. "What the hell, there's no door!" Ize exclaimed softly. Lulu was also stunned. "Wait, how come there's no door in this room? Not having a door would be one thing, but there were no windows either." The two of them quickly began to search around. This was a completely sealed archive room with not many cabinets, but each one was locked and looked rather mysterious. The surrounding walls were made of a hard metal, but they looked more like a wall of fine concrete. While they were searching, they suddenly heard a clicking sound from the left wall, as if a mechanism was turning. Ize looked at Lulu, and Lulu looked at Ize, both seeing confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. Then, their expressions changed simultaneously, because the left wall had opened, revealing a spiraling staircase. At that moment, several voices could be heard coming down the stairs. Ize jumped up suddenly, wanting to re-enter the ventilation duct. But as he leaped, his precarious pants slipped down. By the time he pulled them up and tried to crawl back, and there was no time left. As he panicked and scrambled, Lulu pulled him into the opening wall. At that moment, Ize could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Lulu pointed to a gap beneath the spiral staircase. Ize understood, crawling in quietly, and then pulling Lulu in as well. The gap was very narrow. Fortunately, Lulu was small and thin. She stepped on Ize's shoulders while crouching, steadying herself as she crouched atop him. Ize was so annoyed by this position that his eyelids twitched. Lulu took out the red balloon, which projected a unidirectional camouflage light screen over the gap. Knock, knock, knock. The people upstairs quickly came down. Lulu distinctly sensed that Ize's body was extremely tense. She slightly raised her head and just managed to see 5 silhouettes. 4 men and 1 woman. Lulu frowned. Where was the other one? The most eye-catching was that woman. The woman wore a red dress, not a combat uniform, her smooth, fair legs exposed. Her golden curls reached her waist, and on the leather belt of her red body-hugging skirt were 2 shining swords. Next to the woman stood a big man, his face marked by a scar, his combat uniform unable to conceal his bulging muscles. Lulu looked down at Ize, and then at herself. Very good, 1 punch for each effortlessly. The other 3 men clearly held lower status. They stood somewhat stiffly, obediently behind the big man and the woman. Lulu frowned. Where's the Tengu? That sharp-voiced man definitely couldn't be one of these 4 men. Just as she was pondering, a slender, hunched young man slowly walked out of the archives. Lulu and Ize's pupils trembled because that man was the one who walked out from the filing cabinet. The man slowly turned his head and walked towards Lulu and Ize. The big man, the woman, and the 3 lackeys all shifted their gazes to follow the man. Lulu felt Ize's body slightly tremble. I can't see me, I can't see me, I can't see me. Lulu silently chanted in her heart, and as the man hunched over and crushed a red balloon, her fantasy shattered. The tall, thin man crushed the red balloon as if it were an ordinary balloon, and for some reason the self-destruct sequence did not activate. As the balloon burst, Lulu and Ize, who were crouching, were exposed in front of the 6. Lulu forced a hideous smile. Hello there. The weather is nice today. Bang. When the big man threw Lulu and Ize tightly bound onto the ground, she truly felt that something was amiss. Tengu, search them, it's your favorite step. The big man smiled ambiguously at the tall, thin man, and Tengu licked his sharp teeth, his smile sinister. I am indeed very interested in them. The golden-haired woman in the red dress frowned, crossed her arms, and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Tengu slowly crouched down, his slender fingers lightly resting on Lulu's shield, his smile eerie. Little girl, you are quite interesting. He ripped off Lulu's shield, and immediately a foul, oppressive odor rushed into her nostrils. Lulu began to feel a heaviness in her chest, needing to open her mouth to breathe, to barely obtain the oxygen necessary for life. Cold, soft fingers caressed Lulu's cheek, Tengu's expression almost tender, not bad-looking. His fingers slid sticky over Lulu's body, searching her, while making inappropriate gestures. Ize was pinned down by the big man, but upon seeing Lulu treated this way, he couldn't help but curse. You dog. What kind of skill is it to bully a girl? Come at me. Lulu's face showed no expression, and during the search, she kept her head bowed, appearing dejected and obedient. Tengu ignored Ize's curses. When he found the stealth device Lulu had obtained from Kamimura Yukiheim, his gaze flickered. What is your name? Lulu imitated Kamimura Yukiheim's fearful and obedient expression and timidly answered, Watashi. Matsushita Shobara. Tengu silently recited Lulu's name, frowning in confusion. How come I don't know there is such a person in Yamato? Lulu lowered her brows and sobbed. Do you know Kamimura Yukiheim? The big man and Tengu's eyes moved clearly. They knew Kamimura Yukiheim. What is your relationship with her? I am her great aunt Matsushita Shobara. Tengu fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lulu. Ize had never asked Lulu's real name, and upon hearing her say she was Matsushita Shobara, he was indeed taken aback. Never heard of her, seems she's not an important figure. The big man sneered. Ize was dazed for a long time, suddenly realizing. Hey, wait, isn't this little shorty from Garbage Star? Yamato's weapon crafting is so famous, how could there be bloodlines drifting to Garbage Star? Then, Ize's lips twitched. There was only one possibility, that is. The little shorty was talking nonsense. Tengu smiled, directly casting aside the identity Lulu fabricated. He looked at Lulu's exquisite figure under her combat uniform and suddenly grinned maliciously. He reached out and unfastened Lulu's combat uniform. Lulu exclaimed, No, you will regret everything you see. The more terrified Lulu's expression became, the more twisted and sadistic Tengu's expression grew. Ize's face turned pale. He struggled and shouted, "Come at me. If you want to kill, do it quickly. Why humiliate me like this?" So amidst Tengu's excited smile and Ize's hoarse shouts of anger, Tengu tore apart Lulu's black combat uniform, white combat uniform, thin yellow combat uniform, rainbow-striped combat uniform, and the one with the little sheep pattern. Rip, rip, rip. The sound of tearing fabric grew louder, the frequency increasing. Ize's cursing gradually faded until it was no more. Rip. Tengu seemed to be possessed. After tearing apart 8 combat uniforms in succession, he finally saw a hint of flesh tone. His expression twisted, and with one last fierce tear, what came into view was a flesh-colored combat uniform. Silence. The air in this small space became stagnant. Tengu suddenly grabbed Lulu by the neck. "Do you dare to play with me?" Lulu, already stripped of her shield, was now grasped by her throat, nearly gasping for breath. She looked at Tengu with sincere eyes. "It's the last piece." "Really? Tengu." "Ize." Tengu was furious, but for some reason a strange sense of competitiveness surged within him. He tore the last piece out of spite and saw a thin camisole and Lulu's pig-patterned pink shorts. Finally seeing Lulu's real skin, but he couldn't smile at all, because on Lulu's body there was a layer of densely packed microbombs. And his hands quickly grabbed the edges of the flesh-colored combat uniform he had just torn open, because if he let go, that layer of microbombs would detonate immediately. The big man's and the others' expressions changed, and they all hurriedly stepped back. Tengu's eyes turned red as he looked at Lulu. Lulu smiled at him. "By the way, don't think about killing me. During the search you didn't see my distress signal bracelet, did you?" Tengu's hands tightly gripped Lulu's flesh-colored combat uniform, his eyes cold. "The bracelet is on my wrist, and if I encounter someone with murderous intent due to my physical condition, I wouldn't be able to react in time. So I chose a much safer method. You all better be careful. If you make a move, the distress signal bracelet will immediately send a signal, and the patrol teacher will arrive here within 3 seconds. Lulu revealed a bright smile. Although her breathing was visibly labored, her tone remained calm. "Oh right, give me a protective shield. If I die of oxygen deprivation, not only will these bombs explode, but the wristband will also send a distress signal." She tilted her head, looking at the 4 retreating figures and the Tengu. "You must have your own mission for coming here, right? It wouldn't be good to alert the proctor." The Tengu bared his teeth in a twisted smile. Just then the big guy spoke up. "Tengu, this time is different. Don't make a big scene." The Tengu's expression changed drastically, eventually settling into a sullen demeanor. The woman in the red dress sneered. "You stay here and defuse the bombs. We'll go in to do our business first. Once the mission is done, her explosion won't affect much." The Tengu looked somewhat displeased as he glanced at the big guy. The big guy thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Tengu, you stay here to defuse the bombs. Before we complete our mission, don't let this girl attract attention." After saying this, he no longer looked at Lulu or the Tengu, dragging the disarmed eyes towards the archive room. As the woman passed by Lulu, her movement paused as she glanced at her. Lulu pursed her lips and lowered her head. Eyes was still shouting in anger. "Let me go. I'd rather die. What are you going to do?" The big guy sneered. "Little young master, be good. After the mission, you'll come to our territory as a hostage, allowing your father to decide your fate." Suddenly, mechanical sounds echoed as all the cabinets in the archive room sunk down, revealing a pitch-black secret passage. The voices of Eyes and the others gradually faded away, leaving only Lulu and the Tengu in this place. The Tengu's expression was terrifyingly calm and gloomy. Lulu smiled. "Come on, let's get started. With your skills, defusing 4,256 microbombs shouldn't be difficult, right?" The Tengu suddenly smiled. "No need to defuse them." Lulu was taken aback. "Why?" "Because after they finish their mission, they'll act, and you will explode. We can easily leave the explosion zone. At that time, there won't be any worry about attracting the proctor." Lulu responded with an "oh," feeling the oxygen deprivation worsen, her vision beginning to blur. She said, "Put my protective shield on me. I'm about to die. If I die, the proctor will come. If you want the mission to go smoothly, give me the protective shield." The Tengu shrugged, watching Lulu with a malicious glint. "If I let go, won't you explode? So just hold on a little longer. After all, they should be quick." Lulu gritted her teeth, breathing through her mouth and nose, desperately drawing in oxygen as she looked at the Tengu's sinister smile. The Tengu truly hated her, and seeing her struggle to breathe excited him immensely. Lulu lowered her eyes. "I can't breathe anymore. It feels awful. I can't hold on. I want to commit suicide." Without another word, Lulu lay flat on the ground, her sudden movement almost catching the Tengu off guard as he held onto her clothes. Lulu lay flat on the ground, counting. "When I reach 1, I will send a signal. Not only a signal, but it'll also self-detonate. 3. The Tengu gritted his teeth, watching Lulu's fish-it-off-water demeanor. 2. The Tengu began using various technological means to search for her distress wristband on Lulu. 1. Snap. The breathing mask that the Tengu had previously ripped off was quickly placed back on Lulu's face. Lulu frowned as she looked at the two hands on the Tengu's back. At that moment, the Tengu looked quite strange. His skin had turned gray, and his combat suit was pierced by two animal-like appendages, yet his hands never released Lulu's clothing. This meant that the protective shield just placed on Lulu was put on by the appendages growing from the Tengu's back. Shut your mouth, a life is beautiful. Every moment you live is a moment gained. The Tengu gritted his teeth as he recited this motivational line. Lulu smiled, and once she regained her composure, she sat up with a start. The Tengu had anticipated this, two appendages pressed against Lulu's sides. Big brother Tengu, this thing is so cool. Lulu's expression was sincere. The Tengu's face twisted as he fought the urge to kill this woman, knowing he couldn't do so just yet. Hee, a genuine smile appeared on Lulu's face. The Tengu's expression suddenly froze. His appendages drooped weakly, and he fell toward Lulu. A slender, delicate hand grabbed the Tengu by the collar, and on the fingers of that hand was a silver wristband. Lulu smiled and looked up, meeting the indifferent gaze of the woman in the golden hair and red dress. Good morning, Officer Helly. Lulu's voice was soft. The woman smirked slightly, her face bearing no resemblance to Helly's, showing a faint smile. We meet again, little one. Lulu stood up, casually tearing off the micro bomb that would explode if her clothes were loosened, and tossed it into her backpack. Helly raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bomb? So casually. Lulu responded while tidying up her things. Oh, out of so many bombs, only one is real. If the Tengu were to defuse it, he would probably have to defuse over 2,000 before he could find the real bomb. Those who don't find the real bomb will think they are correct, but what they defused are not bombs, but my duds. Helly raised an eyebrow. You indeed have a rather unconventional thought process. Lulu shrugged. Helly tossed the unconscious Tengu onto the ground. Everyone from the Dark Organization has a special tracker on them. If he dies, other taskers will notice quickly. Lulu nodded. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, wearing only a white tank top and a pair of pink shorts with a pig pattern. Her combat suit was in tatters. She put her hands in the pockets of her shorts and asked, What do you need me to do now? Should I notify the proctor? Helly chuckled. No need to alert the proctor. Besides that, you need to cooperate with me. I have to go down, otherwise they will suspect something. Wait. Lulu grabbed Helly's wrist. Officer, does that room below have ventilation ducts? Helly twitched her mouth. No, only a sewer, and you can't crawl in there, so don't think about it. After saying this, she walked in with graceful strides. Lulu stroked her chin and turned to leave. The large man nodded, signaling Helly to step forward while his three subordinates and the muzzle of his gun were aimed at the beauty in the fish tank. Helly slightly nodded, taking out a long syringe, aiming it at the dazed blue-haired beauty in the fish tank. In the next moment, a large number of bubbles suddenly erupted from the fish tank connected to the ground. Helly twitched the corner of her mouth and took a few steps back. The four large men tensed up, instantly protecting Helly while their guns were all aimed at the weak beauty in the fish tank. Isa was puzzled. The Dark Organization was so powerful, and there were 5 people here all so wary of the beauty in the fish tank. What's going on? The water in the fish tank was slowly being drained, and the beauty floating on the water's surface began to sink as the water level dropped. As the water level decreased, Isa could clearly see the murky bottom of the fish tank. There were 4 corpses. Each corpse had a hole in its forehead, apparently shot dead by a bullet. The muscles on the large man's face twitched. His body taut. You go take a look. He looked at the subordinate behind him. That subordinate was obviously unwilling, but did not dare disobey the order, walking over to the fish tank. He leaned over to look into the fish tank, and when he saw the bowtie's twisted limbs, he let out a sigh of relief. Doctor, sir, nothing abnormal, just that the sewer entrance seems to have opened for some reason. The large man pursed his lips, still not approaching. He looked at Helly. Since there's nothing wrong, you may continue. Helly nodded and stepped closer again. The subordinate who had been checking the situation took 2 steps back, making way for Helly. Isa lay quietly without saying a word. Suddenly, a thick red mist erupted from the sewer entrance, pungent and irritating, causing Helly to cover her nose and step back a few paces. In an instant, the small underground room was thrown into chaos. Isa recognized this familiar smoke and felt a surge of joy. In the red mist, he had his dislocated arms and legs quickly reattached. He thought it was Lulu, but something fell off because the person helping him was taller and had longer hair than Lulu. Old 8. Old 8. Calling Old 8. Lulu's lively voice came through the earpiece. Isa rubbed his sore arms and legs. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Why are you looking for me? Lift that person in the tank and run. Isa instinctively complied. Although puzzled about what was happening, he dashed out and lifted the beauty from the fish tank. Where's Tiengo? The large man sensed movement near the fish tank and rushed over. Helly drew her lightsaber and replied, probably ambushed by that girl above. The large man cursed under his breath and chased after Iza. In the midst of chaos, Iza heard an extremely weak voice beside him, "Help me restore my joints. I can. Deal with them." The voice was faint, and Iza quickly grasped the bowtie's wrists and ankles, snapping the dislocated limbs back into place. It was precisely in this moment of pause that the large man had already rushed over. In the gradually dissipating red mist, the large man opened his mouth wide, his long tongue suddenly shooting out, transforming into a creature resembling intestines. Iza was taken aback. Insect race. The intestinal creature opened its mouth wide, filled with densely packed sharp teeth, and with one snap of its mouth, droplets of toxic liquid sprayed out. Yiza's expression changed. He blocked the beauty behind him and quickly activated his mech. ZZZT. To his surprise, the limited edition series mech from the Galactic Alliance was instantly corroded, creating large holes, and the area of corrosion continued to expand. If this continued, it would likely damage the core chip of the mech, and ordinary repairs would be impossible. He would have to return to the factory for repairs or replace the mech entirely. At that moment, the blue-haired beauty, shielded by Yiza's mech, swiftly pulled off the heavy laser cannon from the mech, and with a nimble roll fired a shot at the intestinal-like creature. Boom. The huge explosion rocked the entire underground room. Iza was stunned. Was this beauty really that fierce? The blue-haired bowtie's gaze was fierce. After her shot, she couldn't withstand the recoil of the mech's dedicated laser cannon, rolling her eyes around, as if searching for something. At that moment, a gun was thrown over. The bowtie's eyes lit up, and she picked up the gun, unleashing a barrage of fire at the large man. The large man was also wary of the beauty, with the gun swiftly dodging as the intestinal-like creature sprayed corrosive liquid from its mouth, creating expanding holes in the sturdy underground room. Seeing that it was not going well, Iza used the mech to scoop up the beauty and rush to the upper floor. ZZZT. The corrosive liquid continued to eat away at his mech, and within just a few minutes the mech began to report damage. The blue-haired beauty was being scooped up by Yiza's mech, struggling a bit, but Iza didn't give her a chance, taking several steps to the archives room, wanting to continue escaping. At that moment, the beauty suddenly broke free from Yiza's mech, leaping back towards the underground room. Iza was stunned. Just then Lulu approached with her hands in her pockets. "You're finished. Your mech is going to be completely scrapped." Iza retracted the mech and scratched his head. "Wait, aren't we going to help her? Is she going to tackle 4 members of the Dark Organization by herself?" Lulu shot him a sideways glance, teasing, "Hey, are you infatuated?" Iza was taken aback, then gave Lulu a light tap on the head. "What are you talking about?" Lulu covered her forehead. "Hey, can you be gentler? My body is very fragile, okay? Not this. Why are you changing the topic? Aren't we going to help?" Lulu shrugged. "No, there's another powerful character down there." "What do you mean?" 5 minutes later, the underground room was completely silent. Iza and Lulu exchanged glances, peering down curiously. A strong smell of blood entered their nostrils, making them feel nauseous. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed. Helly, in a golden dress with a red skirt, had numerous corrosive wounds on her clothes, looking somewhat disheveled. Behind her was the exquisitely featured blue-haired beauty. Helly looked at Lulu, giving a slight nod indicating that the situation below had been resolved. Lulu looked at the beauty, curious. "Hello, what's your name?" Seemingly aware that Lulu had helped during this incident, the beauty revealed a radiant smile. He gently took Lulu's hand, bowing in a gentlemanly manner while feigning a kiss on her fingertips. "Oh, beautiful and wise little princess, thank you for saving me. My name is Sarakabi, and it's a great honor to meet you." Sarakabi's voice was melodious, complemented by his exquisitely androgynous features, making it quite enchanting. However, Lulu seemed to hear someone's heart breaking. "You're a man." Iza stared wide-eyed at Sarakabi, letting out a soul-shattering scream. "You are a man." Iza stared wide-eyed at Saluo Kabai. Saluo Kabi's exquisite and beautiful face was still stained with some unknown creature's blood. "Yes, can't you tell?" Kabai looked down at his chest. Iza followed his gaze and fell silent upon seeing his perfectly flat chest. Healy rubbed her forehead. "He is from the Saluo family. It is normal to be unable to distinguish between men and women just by looking at their faces." Iza seemed to finally realize what the name Saluo meant. "You cosmic pirates didn't rob someone from the Dark Organization, did you?" Iza's mouth twitched. "Otherwise, why would they assassinate you?" Lulu exclaimed. "Wow, cosmic pirates." Kabai shrugged. "We didn't know they were from the Dark Organization before robbing them. They didn't have it written on their faces." For some reason, Lulu saw a hint of subtle disgust on Kabi's face. Lulu looked at Healy. "Commander Healy, isn't the Saluo family a group of cosmic pirates? You belong to the Star Alliance, and yet you rescue someone from the Saluo family." Healy cleared her throat, mainly because his father offered too much. Lulu smiled, knowing there was something going on, but didn't ask. Seeing that Lulu was underdressed, Kabai took out a set of combat gear from his spatial pocket and gentlemanly handed it to Lulu. Lulu refused not because she didn't appreciate it, but because at her height, she could only wear children's combat gear. While the others exchanged glances, Healy walked to Tiango's side, was about to act, but seemed to remember something, and looked at Ka. I saw Luo kill him. She didn't take action herself. Lulu squinted, instinctively touching her chin. Ka didn't even turn his head. In the blink of an eye, the Tiango who had just been smiling in front of Lulu suddenly had a hole added to his head from Healy's strike. Thick blood flowed out, and Ka's hand holding the gun didn't move an inch. Ize exclaimed, "Such accurate shooting." Ka grinned, and tilted his head. "Of course I am a pirate." Saying this, he puffed out his chest. Lulu turned her head, and looked at the corpse of Tiango on the ground, pursing her lips. After confirming Tiango's death, Healy turned to Ka and waved, "Come injure me." Ka shook his head, looking quite resistant. "I never lay a hand on girls, especially not on a beautiful and elegant lady like you." Healy frowned. "Don't apply your tricks of wooing young girls to me." She had a serious expression. "I am a soldier. In the face of a mission, nothing else matters." Ka was momentarily stunned, then picked up the gun and asked, "To what extent should I injure you?" Healy lowered her eyes near death. Ka pursed his lips, his hand holding the gun trembling. Lulu and Ize stepped back, watching Ka's hand tremble for a long time without firing. Healy had already taken numerous deep breaths to prepare, seeing that Ka still hadn't fired and his hand was still trembling. Her face darkened. "I said, shoot." Ka pressed his lips together. He shook his head and handed the gun to Ize and Lulu. "Who will do it?" Lulu tactically leaned back, taking 3 steps back. The slow-moving Ize was grabbed by serious Ka by the collar and dragged over. "You're the one." Ize struggled, then found it ineffective. He widened his eyes. "Damn, you look so feminine. How can you have such strength?" Ka released Ize's collar and shoved the gun into his hand. Healy saw this, and her veins bulged. "Saw Luo Ka. Now that I think about it, getting caught by them was entirely deserved." Ka touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Healy closed her eyes for a moment, and when she reopened them, her expression toward Ize had returned to calm. "Come on, Ize, I remember that your shooting skills are quite good." Ize gritted his teeth. "Do I really have to shoot?" Healy nodded. "Yes, I believe you understand the importance of my identity." Ize took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Bang! Healy fell into a pool of blood. She widened her eyes, looking at the 3. "Get out of here. Hurry." Ize, pale-faced, threw the gun back to Ka and dragged Lulu to run outside. Ka put away the gun and followed them in silence. Lulu was pulled by Ize, running wildly until they were completely far from the abandoned factory. Lulu was almost exhausted from running so fast. Ultimately, it was Ize who found her too slow and picked her up to run. After running for an hour, the 3 of them had gone from the outskirts of the abandoned city to the city center. Finding a ruin, Ize finally set her down, and Lulu took off her protective cover and vomited until she was dizzy. Once she felt better, she straightened up and asked Ka, "Why are you following us?" Ize also reacted, watching Ka warily. Ka was taken aback. "Aren't we on the same team?" Ize scoffed. "Who's on the same team as you?" Ka touched his nose, smiling as he sat across from the 2. "I know this time I almost got you into trouble. How about this? I'll give you some legal compensation." After he finished speaking, Ize shot him a sideways glance. "What kind of compensation?" Lulu leaned in. "Is it star coins?" Ka looked at Lulu and patiently explained, 99.9% of the star coins from the Sa Luo family are illegal." Lulu. Disappointed, Lulu sat back down. "Wait, the compensation will arrive in 20 minutes. Ka smiled, that androgynous face stunningly beautiful. Ize hurriedly looked away, realizing a serious problem. "Shorty, I've discovered a problem." Ize turned around and looked at her seriously. Lulu was taken aback. Seeing Ize's seriousness, she also corrected her attitude. "Go ahead." Ize's expression was extremely serious. "You know, before that Tiango ripped your clothes, I didn't even realize you were a girl." "Lulu, huh?" Ize pointed at the beautiful and elegant Ka. "Over there I mistook him for a girl and didn't realize you were a girl. Don't you think this is strange?" Lulu bared her teeth. "What do you mean?" Ize frowned. "What I mean is you're toxic." Lulu. "Ize, I'm speaking seriously with you." Ize said, "Seriously you speak." "Lulu, I think you're sick." Ize. Uffed. Ka, who had been watching, couldn't help but laugh. When the death glare from the 2 was directed at him, he instantly became serious. Ize, right. In fact, many people who meet me and don't hear me speak often have trouble distinguishing my gender." He glanced at Lulu. "So the issue of you not distinguishing gender has nothing to do with this beautiful lady." Ize didn't get angry. He just looked at Ka. "Oddly, you don't understand. If you spent a little more time with her, you would understand." Ize paused. Under Lulu's death glare, he enunciated, "Her behavior and mannerisms have nothing to do with girls. They don't relate to men either. She is not human." Rip. Lulu closed her eyes, expressionless, pulling off a thin string. Ize was taken aback. He slowly looked down at his waistband. Ka's gaze shifted down and saw Ize's pants fall down as they lost the support of the thin string. Ka exclaimed, "Dude, so you like mermaids?" Ize screamed and covered his underwear, which had the character from the recent hit animated series Mermaid Adventures printed on it. Wow. So you fell in love with Cabby at first sight because he resembles a mermaid. Lulu opened her eyes, but not completely. To avoid seeing what she shouldn't, she rolled her eyes. A smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth, even while rolling her eyes. Mocking and sarcasm filled the air. Ize's face turned crimson, and he hurriedly squatted down, tugging at his pants. You little brat. What the hell are you doing? Cabby fell silent. The compensation from Cabby arrived just in time. Looking at the dozen people ahead, Lulu wondered, are you pirates selling people too? She glanced at the wristbands on those people's arms, which symbolized their identity as examinees, and added, do you also sell students? That's not very good, is it? Cabby stammered, explaining, this beautiful lady, they are my people, and am not planning to sell them yet. Ize clenched the waistband of his pants. The redness on his face still didn't fade. Then what do you mean by compensation? Cabby clapped his hands, and several people quickly removed the wristbands from their arms and handed them to Cabby. Cabby handed the pile of wristbands to Lulu. They didn't come here for the assessment. My father sent them to protect me, but I sent them away midway. There are some points inside all for you. Lulu and Ize exchanged glances. Lulu did not take them. Cabby tilted his head, glancing at Ize's precarious pants, and then at Lulu, who was forced to wear light clothing. Ize's mech has completely been scrapped due to corrosive liquid and your clothes. If you stay any longer, it might be a bit tough. Lulu fell silent. She looked down at her exposed arms and legs covered in swollen mosquito bites, her expression serious. Next time if I get the chance to meet Officer Healy, I must ask her how her legs didn't get bitten all over. Ize thought for a moment, tightened his grip on his pants, and pressed a wristband. 15 wristbands, pressing each one down like this. Although the points weren't many, when accumulated they added up to a considerable amount. Lulu saw the team's points skyrocket to over 800 and fell silent. Ize looked at his team's number 1230 at the top of the leaderboard, and his lips couldn't help but curve into a wild grin. He glanced at Lulu and said, I'm satisfied. I plan to withdraw now. What about you? I see you shouldn't be idle either. Come withdraw with me. As he spoke, he pressed the wristband, and seeing Lulu not move, Ize was a bit surprised. You want to continue? You're quite ambitious. It's not that. Lulu raised her head, two suspicious blushes appearing on her face. My wristband, I buried it in the ground. It's not with me. Ize and Cabby fell silent. Cabby stuttered, you don't carry your wristband with you. What will you do if something happens? Lulu scratched her head. I thought without a wristband others couldn't eliminate me, and I didn't expect to encounter so many dangerous situations after coming in. Ize rubbed his forehead and muttered under his breath, crazy. Then under Lulu's gaze he cleared his throat. Then let's take the flyer together. When the flyer arrived, Ize told the examiner that Lulu accidentally lost her wristband, and now their points had met the standard, planning to withdraw together. The examiner was quite accommodating. After all, when the two of them had reached 500 points, they were already considered admitted. Moreover, now they topped the leaderboard. Withdrawing early or late made no difference. Cabby bid farewell to the two, saying his points hadn't met the standard yet, and he needed to stay behind to think of a solution. Lulu and Ize took the flyer out of the hunting ground. In the exam waiting area, Lulu saw Lu Dachui, who had been waiting for a long time. She waved to Ize, I'm leaving, bye. However, Ize grabbed her backpack and pulled her back. Lulu was puzzled. What's wrong? Ize hesitated, finally asking his confusion under Lulu's questioning gaze. You little brat. Ize felt a bit embarrassed. Lulu tilted her head. You don't mean to hit me, do you? Why are you wearing so many layers of combat gear? The two of them asked their questions in unison. When they finally heard each other's questions, Ize's lips twitched. Little brat, are you sick? Lulu touched her nose. But didn't you say before entering the exam that you would wait for me to finish? This was reminiscent of the phrase, wait for you after school, from their school days. Ize rolled his eyes. I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it. Lulu coughed lightly, hastily changing the subject. You just asked me. Oh. You asked me why I wear so many layers of combat gear. Lulu suddenly became serious. I ask you, what's the use of combat gear? Ize instinctively replied. It has some protective and defensive functions. Lulu snapped her fingers, then that's it. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Ize was left with a dark expression, realizing that sometimes he truly couldn't understand the actions of the little brat. Hey, little brat. Let's exchange our holographic ID, shall we? Lulu turned around and saw Ize standing there, one hand gripping his pants and the other extended out. Lulu did not hesitate as she extended her right hand, and the holographic screen appeared due to the exam hall's shielding function. With a beep, Ize looked down at the holographic screen. Then his lips twitched. He didn't speak, but sent a message through the holographic device. World's number 1, your ID suffocates me. AAA wholesale underwear, old 6, wanna buy underwear. World's number 1. Ize looked at Lulu's departing figure, then at her ID and avatar, falling into silence. Lulu's ID is AAA wholesale underwear old 6, and her avatar is a picture of a husky pointing. Lu Dachui and Lulu received their admission notice barcode, then changed into casual clothes in the changing room, happily telling everyone on M60 Star about their admission. On the flight to Dong 1 Star, Lu Dachui looked at the congratulatory message sent by Wang Shua on behalf of everyone in his holographic device, smiling broadly. 6th sister Xiao Xian has also been admitted. Lulu adjusted her sunglasses up with her pinky. He should have been admitted to the agricultural college of our school. Yes, it's from the agricultural college. We can meet often in the future. Lu Dachui nodded. Lulu remained silent, pondering and asking, "Little brother, how have you been getting along with your teammates this time? I saw that your team was the first to meet the standards among all teams." Lu Dachui shook his head in confusion. "Actually, I have never seen my teammates from beginning to end. Before entering the exam room, I was standing at the door waiting. I didn't see anyone, so I went in by myself. After going in, I messaged him, and he only replied once." Lu Dachui scratched his head. "He said he wanted to act alone and told me not to look for him." Lulu was taken aback. "Then how did your team pass so quickly?" Lulu paused, her voice remembering that the news of Team 1 meeting the standards was when Ize encountered that first-ranked star. Could it be? Lulu gasped. Could Lu Dachui's teammate be that first-ranked star? The one who without a mech relied solely on 2 light swords to kill 28 class creatures. Lulu briefly mentioned the events she encountered, of course, omitting the part about meeting the Dark Organization. Ding. This flight has arrived at the Dong Star System Military Academy Star. The next stop is the Food City Station. The Eastern Star System Military Academy is located on East Star 1. The academy covers a vast area occupying approximately the size of an ordinary planet. As the capital star of the Eastern Star System, East Star 1 naturally cannot truly accommodate the entire military academy. Therefore, to facilitate the construction of the military academy, East Star 1 specifically bound itself with a habitable planet, and the Eastern Star System Military Academy is situated on that smaller planet. The small planet is directly named the Eastern Star System Military Academy and is part of East Star 1. With an area equivalent to that of a planet, the scale of the academy is magnificent. As Lulu and Lu Dachui arrived at the school gate, they saw countless internal flight shuttles. Many volunteer seniors stood at the school entrance, eagerly welcoming the newcomers arriving at the military academy. There were quite a few new students who arrived on the same flight as Lulu and Lu Dachui, each with bright eyes, clear yet naive. Lulu and Lu Dachui looked at the grand and sprawling school, excitement radiating from them, as if they were about to write naive on their faces. A graceful senior approached them, her eyes curving into a smile. "Hello there, freshman." Lu Dachui scratched the back of his head, clearly a bit shy. "You." "Hello." Lulu also greeted obediently. "Hello, senior." The senior smiled and asked, "Are you from the Agricultural College or the Animal Husbandry College?" Lulu shook her head. The senior then smiled and exclaimed, "Ah, not from there. Then it must be the Arts College, the Drama College, Law, Economics, Engineering, Biopharmaceuticals, Medicine." Lu Dachui shook his head. The senior was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, she tried to list a few more colleges or majors when Lulu cheerfully said, "We are from the Mecha College." The senior was clearly stunned. She gasped, her expression somewhat complicated. "What?" Lulu replied, "We are from the Mecha College." The senior let out a forced laugh. "Ah ha 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 ha. So you are from the Mecha College." After saying that, she fell silent. Lulu noticed her silence and asked senior, "What's wrong?" The senior forced a sympathetic smile and laughed as she left. "You need to find your Mecha College volunteers. My specialization doesn't match." With that, she slipped away. Lulu and Lu Dachui exchanged glances, sensing something ominous. The senior returned to the group of volunteers, calling out, "Who is the volunteer for the Mecha College? There are newcomers over there." Her shout caused the group of volunteers who were previously guiding or introducing the school to the newcomers to fall silent. Immediately, countless eyes turned towards Lulu and Lu Dachui. Lulu thought, "What is going on?" Lu Dachui felt a bit panicked, instinctively shrinking behind Lulu. After a while, the volunteer seniors began to stir. "The Mecha College actually has new students this year. Who is the volunteer for the Mecha College? Oh my, there really are fools applying to our Mecha College. Ha ha ha, 2 new students this year. The cafeteria over there won't be going out of business now, right?" The voices of discussion and ridicule filled their ears. Lulu blinked, thinking, is it really that bizarre? At that moment, the crowd at the school gate suddenly fell silent. Lulu was puzzled, wondering what was happening again, when she heard a familiar voice. "Oh my, so many people. Oh, so many beauties." Lulu mechanically turned her head and saw a blue-haired, androgynous figure, Cabby. Cabby was surprised to see Lulu and quickly walked over its you. The beautiful and elegant little princess. Cabby deeply bowed, took Lulu's hand, and pretended to kiss it in the air. Good morning, dear little princess. Lulu withdrew her hand. No need for that. By the way, Cabby, what is your major? Cabby looked regretfully at Lulu's withdrawn hand, straightened up, and posed flamboyantly. Me. I'm from the Mecha College, specializing in mecha combat. Lulu fell silent. The crowd, originally stunned by Cabby's beauty, collectively gasped. Wow, such a beautiful boy is actually from the Mecha College. Oh no, I feel like this beautiful boy is being wasted. Oh, he is so gorgeous. Looks like an elven prince. The Mecha College is really thriving this year. Oh, here comes another fool who will definitely change majors next year. The head of the Mecha College must be overjoyed. Cabby looked at the crowd who were casting curious eyes at him, puzzled. What's going on? Lulu shrugged. I don't know. Ever since I said we are from the Mecha College, they've been looking at us like we are some rare sight. Cabby gasped. What's going on? Didn't you check the situation of the Mecha College at the Eastern Military Academy before enrolling? A cold voice came from behind. Lulu and the others turned around simultaneously to see a handsome guy with a buzz cut standing behind them. Cabby tilted his head. Are you the volunteer senior guiding us? The man had a neat buzz cut, deep and sharp features, and a cold, indifferent gaze, exuding a clear sense of arrogance and pressure. He glanced at the three of them. I am a new student from the Mecha College, specializing in mecha combat. My name is Norse. Cabby's eyes lit up. Bro, what a coincidence. We are in the same major. Lu was quite happy and raised his hand. I'm also in mecha combat. Norse didn't even glance at Cabby, and Lu maintaining a cold demeanor as if keeping everyone at bay. Cabby, however, paid no heed to Nor's aloofness. Instead, he curiously looked at Lulu. Little princess, what about you? What is your major? Lulu smiled. Mecha design. Cabby clapped his hands. Wow, that sounds impressive. Lulu chuckled. Really? The group chatted and laughed without a care, dissipating some of the earlier awkwardness from being scrutinized by others. Norse remained detached from the conversation among Lulu, Cabby, and Lu, simply standing there while scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Who was the guide for the Mecha College? Norse, not seeing anyone, frowned, his imposing aura evident. Silence fell. The volunteers and new students exchanged silent glances. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored suit approached. All 4 new students from the Mecha College this year are here, right? The man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor. Cabby raised his hand. We're all here. Norse snorted and remained silent. I am the assistant to the dean. You don't need to know my name. Oh, just call me assistant. Now let's go to the college. The man walked over, scanning each of the 4, nodding at last. Let's go. The assistant to the dean finished speaking and turned to leave. Lulu and her 3 companions hurriedly followed. The assistant did not take the 4 to the campus common flying vehicle, but instead, Lulu looked at the old public hover bus in front of her and fell silent. Cabby raised his hand. Assistant teacher, are we not taking the campus flying vehicle? The assistant looked up, knocked on the sign on the public hover bus that seemed ready to fall, and saw it read Mecha Academy dedicated bus. Our academy has a small number of people, and there are no designated stops for the campus flying vehicles, so we can only take the bus. The assistant opened the door of the hover bus, revealing the old seats inside. You should be grateful the bus fare is much cheaper than the flying vehicle. Cabby let out a sound of discontent, glancing at the hover bus with disdain, somewhat reluctant to board. Unexpectedly, among the 4, it was Nose who got on the bus first. Lulu tugged at Lu and boarded the bus as well, thinking, what are they complaining about? Their M60 star system didn't even have decent transportation. Seeing that the 3 had boarded, Cabby reluctantly followed. The assistant glanced at the 4 of them, smiled, and took the driver's seat. Then, for some unknown reason, he said, hold on tight. The 4 had a collective bewildered expression. The next second, wow! The bus drifted out, speeding wildly along the hover track. Lulu was suddenly thrown out, and Lu tried to grab her, but unfortunately, he also stumbled and was thrown off balance. Cabby was in an even worse situation, directly hitting his face against the window with a loud thud. Before he could stabilize himself, Lulu came flying towards him. Cabby was stunned, and the next moment the window against his face made a clicking sound. The window lock broke and flew out with the bus sudden stop. The window opened automatically. Cabby's torso was instantly thrown out of the window. Using all his limbs, he barely held onto the seat back, just as Lulu crashed beside him. Lulu was small and the window was huge. Even Cabby, who was 190 centimeters tall, was half thrown out, let alone 165 centimeters. Lulu. Just as Lulu was about to be thrown out, a hand grabbed her ankle and pulled her back. It was Nose. Nose looked extremely displeased. After pulling Lulu in, he went to grab Cabby, who was half hanging outside. After a great effort to pull both of them back, and Lu also rushed over, pale-faced, trying to close the window in the rapidly drifting bus. Finally managing to close the window, the assistant driving the bus suddenly slammed on the brakes, frowning and honking the horn. Do you even know how to drive? Didn't you see me change lanes? Just after cursing, he made a sharp turn and drove the bus out. Meanwhile, Lu Dachui's face grew increasingly pale. This poor kid had hardly been in any vehicle since birth, let alone such a wild bus. Unable to bear it any longer, he suddenly vomited. Ugh. Cabby jumped back in horror, afraid Lu Dachui would throw up on him, but just then the vehicle braked sharply again. Ugh. Cabby was hit by the vomit perfectly. He then let out a miserable scream, rolled his eyes back, and couldn't help but vomit as well. With one hand holding Cabby and the other pulling Lu nose quickly let go. He stepped back a few steps, avoiding the range of Cabby's vomit. Once he let go, the petite and weak Lulu suffered the consequences. Her body, which had just stabilized, was once again thrown out with the vehicle's sharp turn. Bang! The assistant to the dean, who was speeding, felt the transparent glass beside the driver's seat shake. As he overtook another vehicle, he turned his head back for a moment and saw Lulu crashing against the glass. Lulu looked desolate with blood streaming from her nose. The assistant was taken aback, then frowned. This student, during vehicle operation, you are not allowed to leave your seat. Please cooperate. As he spoke, another vehicle rushed out from the side track, and the assistant instantly bared his teeth in anger. What the hell are you driving? Didn't you see my turn signal? As he said this, he shifted gears and turned the steering wheel sharply to the right, speeding away, while also throwing Lulu, who had just tried to give him the finger, out of the vehicle. In an instant, the entire bus was filled with sounds of vomiting and banging. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the station. The assistant to the dean slammed on the brakes and happily got out of the vehicle. The door opened. No one got out. The assistant frowned. What are you doing? Are you asleep? Don't you know we've arrived? After he spoke, heavy footsteps finally sounded from inside the bus. No stepped out unsteadily, his face extremely pale, and after supporting himself against the door to exit, he squatted down on his knees without time to take in his surroundings. Next to get off was Lulu. She tumbled and crawled out, her body covered in bruises of all sizes. 2 streams of bright red blood slowly flowed from beneath her nostrils. Her face was deathly pale, her hair was disheveled, and she looked resentful, resembling a vengeful spirit. Behind Lulu was Lu Dachui dragging Cabby. These two were in a terrible state. Cabby had large patches of an unidentifiable substance on him, and had already fainted, while Lu Dachui was not much better off, dragging Cabby down and dry heaving. A pungent odor wafted out, and Lulu crawled away in terror, while Nose tactically took a few steps back. The assistant frowned. What did you do while I was driving? Lulu raised her head, her eyes beneath her disheveled hair filled with resentment. Hee, what do you think? The assistant glanced at Lulu's miserable appearance and sighed. Looking at you like this, I can't be bothered to ask. He waved. Come with me to the information building to register your information. He turned around and walked away. Nose straightened up and gritted his teeth to follow. Lulu also stood up and limped after them. Lu Dachui hoisted the fainted Cabby, following with unsteady steps. The Mecha Academy is very large, with several teaching buildings alone, not including various specialized training grounds. It is indeed large, but also truly neglected. The teaching buildings were overrun with ferns, and out of a dozen dormitory buildings, only one was occupied. The assistant led them to an office on the first floor of the teacher's lounge. The office had 3 characters on the door: Dean's assistant office. As Lulu walked over, she noticed that only 5 rooms on the first floor were unlocked. They were Dean's office, Dean's assistant office, physical training teacher's lounge, mental training teacher's lounge, and medical room. While Lulu was surveying the area, the Dean's assistant unlocked the door. Come in. He sat down in front of a high-end gaming light brain, finding the only office software among a bunch of game icons. This is your student ID. He grabbed 5 steel necklace tags, inputted their information, and tossed them to the floor. Lulu picked up the student ID that had her name and major number on it, and put it around her neck. Now it's time to pay tuition. The assistant looked up, his eyes beneath the gold-rimmed glasses dark. For one person, it's 4 million star coins for 4 years. One person, 4 million star coins over 4 years. The assistant director glanced at the 4 individuals after speaking. Lulu's lips tightened. Assistant teacher, it's like this. I heard that the Star Alliance has a student loan policy for military academies. The assistant director nodded, skillfully pulling out several documents from the drawer. Yes, considering that most students cannot afford such tuition fees, the Star Alliance government has introduced a student loan policy for military academy students. He presented 4 loan contracts, placing them on the table. Once the student signs the student loan agreement, the tuition for 4 years at the military academy can be paid by the Star Alliance. If a student who has signed the loan successfully graduates after 4 years, the money does not need to be repaid, as it is funded for free by the Star Alliance. However, if the student does not meet the graduation requirements after 4 years, they must repay the tuition loan within the next 50 years, of course, without interest. The assistant pushed up his glasses, his expression calm and scholarly. As a teacher, I must clarify this with you. He narrowed his eyes. Among all majors, the tuition fees for all programs in the entire Interstellar Mecha Academy are the same. 4 million star coins is incomparable to other programs in the military academy. You all know why the tuition is so high. Whether it is your coursework or the cost of materials for daily training in mechas, they are provided by the school and the Star Alliance, and the manpower and resources required for mechas and their materials, as well as the accompanying training grounds and facilities, are naturally not something I need to elaborate on. The high tuition is mainly attributed to this. Furthermore, once students from our mecha department successfully graduate, they are directly integrated into the military, which offers the best benefits in the interstellar realm, so I need not elaborate on the promising future after graduation. Lu Dachui's eyes lit up as he seemed to begin envisioning the future. The assistant looked at Lu Dachui and suddenly smiled. However, the graduation rate for the mecha department is less than 10% of the admitted students each year. Therefore, choosing the mecha department carries significant risks. He smirked. Choosing our school's mecha department. Isn't that just bad luck for you? Lulu, huh? Is it really okay to be so blunt? Regarding graduation requirements, Lulu had previously learned that students in the mecha department must accumulate points through tasks, competitions, and other activities, and then look at the overall ranking of the mecha department. The so-called overall ranking of the mecha department does not refer to an internal ranking of a specific military academy, but rather the ranking of all mecha department students across 5 military academies. In other words, the more prestigious the school you are in, the greater your chances of being on the list. The assistant director had just said choosing our school's mecha department is bad luck for you. This actually also tells the 4 of them that the strength of the mecha department at the Eastern Military Academy is so low that it directly increases the difficulty of graduation for students from the Eastern Military Academy to Hell Mode. Our academy has a few new students each year, but basically they can't last a year before needing to transfer to another academy. Oh, just to clarify beforehand, transferring academies requires a fee of 50,000. If you can't stick it out and decide to change majors, you'd better start saving money. If you successfully change majors, the tuition will be adjusted accordingly. The assistant director spoke softly, but there was an inexplicable dark humor in his tone. Oh, wake him up and repeat what I just said. Lu Dachui woke the unconscious Cabby, then quietly repeated the assistant's words to Cabby, who looked bewildered. Nos sneered, looking directly at the assistant director. Nos will not only graduate successfully, but will also lead the mecha team of the Eastern Military Academy to the peak. Without hesitation, he opened his holographic computer and paid the tuition. Lulu nodded silently. It seemed that Nos was not short of money, casually transferring 4 million star coins without batting an eye. Cabby was bewildered. He stared wide-eyed for a moment before standing up and opening his holographic computer to transfer money. Payment completed. 400 million star coins. The assistant director raised an eyebrow, looking at Cabby, who had just completed the payment. Student Salo, you transferred 400 million star coins. Cabby scratched his head. Isn't that enough? As he spoke, he was about to transfer more. Lulu silently reached out to stop him. Young Master Cabby, you paid too much. The tuition is only 4 million. Only 4 million. Lulu never expected to say those words. Cabby was taken aback. Is it really that cheap? Lulu's face twisted in disbelief. Why are there so many rich people in the world? Why can't there be one more like me? Why? Lulu's heart screamed in frustration. Her expression contorted. She closed Lu Dachui's slightly open mouth and pulled the little brother to sign the student loan agreement on the table. Lu Dachui had never seen so much money in his life. His hand trembled as he signed, and cold sweat flowed continuously. Lulu comforted him. Just think of it this way, if we can graduate smoothly, isn't that equivalent to earning 4 million? The assistant director smiled. If you cannot graduate smoothly, each of you will owe 4 million. Lulu. In the end, Lulu and Lu Dachui successfully signed the loan contract. There was no choice. Selling their trash planet wouldn't yield enough money to fund their education. If there was one thing Lulu was most satisfied with since entering the school, it was the dormitory situation. Because the Mecha Academy has few students and many dormitory buildings, almost every student has a single room. Upon receiving the dormitory key number, Lulu revealed a row of small white teeth. In the 21st century, her university dormitory consisted of 4 people. Among those 6 or 8-person dormitories, it was considered quite good. However, living with roommates with different habits, even good relationships, could lead to friction. She looked at Lu Dachui and the other 2. The 3 of them shared a dormitory, but there were 4 rooms in one dormitory. It seemed that when there were more students, it was also a 4-person dormitory. Lulu scratched her head and looked at the assistant director. Assistant teacher, do I have a roommate? The assistant frowned. You have a single room. How can you have a roommate? Lulu gasped. The assistant glanced at her and said something she would never forget. Lulu, you are very lucky. Currently in our school's mecha department's mecha design major, you are the only student. He lowered his eyes, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. You had seniors before, but they all transferred out during their second year, so now you are the only student in the department who matches the director's major. He leaned down, gently patting Lulu's shoulder. If you can endure once that old fool dies, you will be the master of our Eastern Military Academy's mecha design major. Perhaps after graduation you could stay on as a teacher, avoiding the harsh battlefields of the military. Lulu shivered, looking at the assistant director's eyes that seemed to have a smile, but were not quite smiling, feeling an extremely strange sensation. As Lulu and her three companions left the teacher's lounge heading towards the dormitory, they spotted an old bus. Seeing the four pass by, the assistant pressed the horn. Beep, beep, the four of them trembled in unison. The assistant pointed to the sign on the bus, shuttle bus for freshmen of the Mecha Academy, and said, "It's 15 kilometers to your dormitory. Do you plan to walk back?" The assistant cordially invited them. Just as Cabby was about to board, he instinctively let out a gag, which prompted Lu Dachui to do the same. Norse and Lulu quickly retreated, distancing themselves from these two devils. "I don't need it, I can run back," Norse said with a serious face, though his words seemed strangely lacking in conviction. "It's also a good way to exercise." The assistant meaningfully responded, "As a teacher, let me remind you, exercising will have you suffering in class tomorrow. If you can rest well tonight, you should take that opportunity to rest." Cabby, feeling nauseous, shook his head frantically. "I want sit. You can't make me sit." Lu Dachui muttered quietly, "I don't want to either." The assistant clicked his tongue and looked at Lulu, asking, "What about you, little girl?" Lulu smiled and politely declined. "I want to stroll around the campus with my companions today." The assistant chuckled lightly. "Oh. All right then." After speaking, he extinguished his cigarette, closed the window, and swiftly jumped into the bus, driving away. The four fell into silence for a moment, and Lulu tapped on her holographic brain, opening the campus map. Norse didn't even look at the map and directly walked towards the right sidewalk. Lulu tilted her head. It seemed Norse was quite familiar with this place. At dusk, the setting sun cast a warm glow and a gentle breeze blew by. Cabby rested his hands behind his head, feeling revived without the need for a bus. "Ah, the school's greenery is really nice." Lu Dachui walked beside Lulu, grinning as he joined in the conversation. Norse continued to walk ahead, silent and with a cold expression. Lulu didn't walk as easily as the others. After about 10 kilometers, her legs began to ache. Fortunately, Norse led the group through a shortcut, and they arrived at the dormitory building in just half an hour. As Cabby and the others entered, seeing Lulu follow along, Cabby questioned, "Cute little princess, this is the boys' dormitory." "Oh, are you scared? They'll walk you back to your dorm." Cabby was excited, asking, "Which building is your dorm in?" Lulu raised her head indifferently. "Building 1. 1. Cabby paused, scratching his head. "You mean we're in the same building? Then which floor are you on?" Lulu replied, 106. Cabby. Norse, feeling annoyed, covered his forehead and knocked on the dorm manager's door. It creaked open. A plump lady emerged from inside, asking, "What is it?" She was still holding a chef's hat. Norse pointed at Lulu, saying, "She's a girl and we are boys. Why is her dorm right next to ours?" The dorm lady tilted her head, smiling when she saw Lulu. "Oh, that's because there are only 4 of you in this batch." "So?" Cabby squeezed closer, looking puzzled. The lady shrugged. "So what? It's not me who assigns dorms. You can't find me to complain. I'm done talking to you. I have things to do. By the way, you should sleep early tonight. Be careful not to lack energy tomorrow." After saying that, the lady put on her chef's hat and rode away on a dilapidated tricycle. The 4 remained silent. Lulu sighed and stepped inside first. Upon entering, she was greeted by a pungent odor of feet. She instinctively glanced at the dormitory door plate on the first floor and suddenly realized a shocking issue. The second-year students were also living on the first floor. Looking closer, she found that most of them were majors in mecha maintenance and mecha painting. Upon further inspection of the door plates, OMG, it turned out to be co-ed dorms. The boys' dormitories were on the shaded side, while the girls' dormitories were on the sunny side. Lulu's room was directly opposite Lu Dachui and the others. Cabby was nearly sickened by the stench of feet. He shouted, "Tomorrow, I'm ordering 300 bottles of deodorant to spray everywhere." Lu Dachui scratched his head. "Actually, Sister Lu, looking on the bright side, living close means we can see each other often." Norse rubbed his forehead, opened the door, and went inside. Seeing Cabby still shouting, Lulu hurriedly opened the door and went in. Though the dormitory was quite shabby, the amenities were surprisingly good. Taking a glance, Lulu's eyes widened as she realized her single room was over 100 square meters. Not only did it have a separate bedroom and bathroom, but it also featured a larger steel storage room. Most importantly, she had a workshop. The workshop was spacious, equipped with a fully intelligent furnace and various basic blacksmithing tools. Lulu was so thrilled she nearly fainted on the spot, but she decided to first have some nutrient solution to fill her stomach. After finishing her meal, she fiddled with her training suit, looking it over several times before drifting into a sweet dream. Early the next morning, Lulu got out of bed. As she stepped out of the dormitory door, she saw Lu Dachui and the others standing there like a row of chopsticks. Lulu thought they were waiting for her and cheerfully ran over. Before she could even say hello, she spotted a dilapidated bus. Instinctively, she took a step back, but the assistant didn't give her a chance. The assistant smiled, saying, "It looks like everyone is here, so let's get on the bus and head to the training ground." After saying that, he pulled the door open with a loud clap. Cabby, Lu Dachui, and Lulu instinctively retreated, and the next moment the assistant grabbed each of Cabby and Lu Dachui, tossing them into the bus. He clapped his hands, the golden glasses reflecting the sunlight. "You two, do you want me to help you, or will you get on by yourselves, eh?" Norse pressed his lips together and climbed onto the bus with heavy steps. Lulu also shrugged her shoulders and got on the bus. The assistant sneered, "I'm doing this for your own good. Being late for class is not good." As soon as Lulu boarded, she found a corner to sit in. The other three didn't dare to compete with her, a girl for a seat, and each found their own spot. Once Lulu settled down, she took out 4 ropes from her pocket. "Come on, take these." She distributed the ropes one by one, and Norse picked one up, frowning as he asked, "What is this?" Seeing that the assistant had already entered the driver's seat, Lulu didn't explain to Norse and directly started operating. She looped the rope around her waist, pressed a button, and instantly the small rope secured her firmly in her seat, using nearby fixed objects. Cabby swallowed hard. "That's a good idea, but dear, could you please figure out a way to prevent me from getting motion sickness next time?" Lulu grinned. "You'll need to find a student from the medical academy for that. As for me, it'll cost extra." After a swift ride on the bus, they arrived at the training ground. Lulu's face was pale as she pulled back the rope, her steps unsteady as she got off the bus. Norse followed closely behind, gripping the rope tightly. He sincerely said to Lulu, "This thing is not bad." Lulu cupped her hands in acknowledgement. "You're too kind." Cabby and Lu Dachui were in a worse state. Although they weren't thrown off, they still felt nauseous from the motion sickness. They held it in on the bus, but as soon as they got off, they rushed to the nearby trash can to retch. Lulu sighed with her eyes closed. The early bird class requires fasting. Don't eat breakfast. There's a cafeteria nearby after the class ends. After the assistant finished speaking, she smiled and left. Lulu sighed. The early bird class is really early. The early bird class runs from 5 to 7 in the morning. The 4 of them entered the training ground and saw the assistant to the dean. Lulu's lips twitched. "Teacher, do you hold multiple positions?" The assistant chuckled softly. "There's no choice. The academy offers too much." All students in the shooting combat program of the Mecha Academy attended the early bird class. Fewer than 50 people. Each one was silent, as if mourning a loss. Only one person stood out. Lulu raised her gaze, looking straight ahead. There was a senior sister doing stretching exercises. With her long jet black hair and striking beauty, she was a vibrant presence in this dull classroom, drawing the attention of everyone. A sophomore shook his head. The senior sister is still as lively as ever. Lulu, curious, asked, "Senior, what year is she in?" Seeing that Lulu was a girl with a cute appearance, the senior patiently explained, "She's a junior. I heard she's almost completed all her credits, so graduating is basically assured." Lulu was somewhat shocked. In the entire East Military Academy's Mecha Academy, it seemed like this senior sister was the only one who met the requirements. Thinking of this, Lulu couldn't help but admire the energetic and beautiful senior sister before her. "All right, enter the pod." With the assistant's command, the students shuffled into the space pod. It was Lulu's first time using a space pod, and she felt both curious and excited. The pod was about 10 square meters, and once inside, the anti-gravity system activated, causing her to float within. It was a truly astonishing experience. Ding! Recognizing that student Lulu has logged in. "Would you like to start the fun training?" A gentle mechanical voice echoed in the pod. Lulu didn't move until the assistant in the command room said, "Start it. The time is up." Just as Lulu was about to click the start button, the space pod activated automatically. Lulu was startled, exclaiming, "Wow, this is surprisingly advanced." In the next moment, bang! The gravity environment inside the space pod began to change, and Lulu spun and rolled like a top. Meanwhile, countless small white fists popped up from the walls of the pod. The training Lulu knew about in the space pod generally involved aerobic and anaerobic exercise in an anti-gravity environment aimed at ensuring that they could adapt to combat in such conditions on the battlefield. But, ding! The early bird class has ended. Please scan to check your training score. The pod door opened, and Lulu rolled and crawled out. Damn it, can someone tell her why the content of the early bird class was to spend 2 hours being pounded by the walls of the space pod like a washing machine? Why? What is this? What kind of training is this? This can't be the training the space pod should have. Ugh, you are torturing me. You are torturing me. I will report this to the central. Ugh, I will report this to the central. Cabby crawled out of the space pod, retching and cursing. His face was pale, and he had bruises all over, probably having not avoided those elusive fists. Lulu touched her sore cheek and sighed skyward. Lu Dachui was sturdy, so he didn't show any marks from the punches, but he felt dizzy. That anti-gravity environment kept spinning, making him look even more miserable than Cabby. Norse was in the best condition among the four. At least he walked out properly, unlike the three of them who crawled out. Oh dear, how pitiful. Don't worry, this will be your routine every morning until you can't take it anymore and change your major. The senior beside them clicked his tongue and shook his head, his steps unsteady, but showing no signs of having been beaten. Just as Lulu was about to stand up, her legs gave way, and she knelt down again. At that moment, the assistant to the dean spoke again. That concludes today's early bird class. Remember to check your scores. Oh, and for the 4 freshmen, let me remind you, scores reset every week. If your scores don't meet the requirements, you will have to do extra practice during the next week's evening study session until you reach the standard. After saying this, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and left. Lulu hurriedly scanned to check her score, and when she saw it, she was dumbfounded. 0. 0. Her score was 0. What did her 2-hour experience being pounded in the washing machine count as? Just her bad luck. Perhaps her expression was too desperate and forlorn as a hand gently patted her back. Lulu was taken aback, looking up to meet a pair of gentle eyes. It was that senior sister. Are you all right? Let me help you up. The senior sister assisted her to her feet. She smiled. Actually, it's like this at first. After practicing a few more times, you'll get used to it. Lulu's eyes brightened. Senior sister. A sudden, somewhat cold male voice interrupted. Lulu looked up to see Norse. Norse's icy expression showed no change as he asked Mingwe. Senior sister, how can we earn points in the space pod? Norse's voice was oddly gentle. Lulu inexplicably got goosebumps. The senior sister smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. The trick to earning points is to fight back. No matter what hits you, you must find the right moment to retaliate. Successfully fighting back once earns you 1 point. Lulu raised her hand. Then, senior sister, what is the passing score? The senior sister thought for a moment and replied, if I remember correctly, the passing score for your first semester is 50 points in a week. Cabby retched again, but unfortunately, having not eaten, nothing came out. His face was ashen. Oh, this beautiful lady, I think this is very difficult. The senior sister shook her head with a smile. It's okay, oh, just practice a few more times. After the senior sister left, Norse continued to stare at her departing figure. Lulu smiled. Norse, do you know this senior sister? Norse turned around, glanced at Lulu, and did not hide it. Yeah, I've known her since I was very young. Her name is Chong Mingwe. Lulu raised her eyebrows. Her name is beautiful, and she seems very gentle. Norse's expression softened, and he nodded slightly before leaving. One of the second advantages that Lulu discovered after attending the East Army School was that there was no need to queue for meals in the cafeteria. With no more than 100 people in the entire academy and fewer than 50 needing to attend the early bird classes, the vast cafeteria never felt crowded, as it simply couldn't fill up. As Lulu ate her steamed bun and drank soy milk, she felt a renewed sense of hope in life. But the thought of the breakfast price left her in silence. A steamed bun costs 15-star coins, and a cup of soy milk costs 10-star coins. Indeed, in the interstellar world, food prices were absurdly high. Lu Dachui took small bites of his bun, looking a bit dazed. Lulu thought he didn't like steamed buns, and asked, don't you like eating buns? To her surprise, Lu Dachui shook his head, chewing the bun for a while before swallowing. Sister Lu, this is the best thing I've eaten besides nutrient solution. Lulu opened her mouth, falling silent. After a while, she reached out and gently patted Lu Dachui's back. If it's delicious, let's eat more. Although it was expensive, so far she had earned several tens of thousands of ISA from her assessments, so even if she came to the cafeteria for every meal, she should be able to last for a few months. However, Lulu looked at the bun in her hand and realized that to achieve food freedom, she needed to find a way to make money. Thinking of this, she recalled her entrance exam project, a mech crafted over 10 years with limited materials. She heard that there were people in the mech community who specialized in buying mechs, so her Yellow River mech should be worth some money. With this thought, Lulu felt invigorated. Then, she was hit by the heavy reality. In the morning, they did weighted cross-country training. In the afternoon, they still did weighted cross-country training. There were no cultural classes, only the strenuous exercise. Lulu fainted countless times, waking up from cold water splashes, and then Lu Dachui helped her catch up with the group. By the end of the day, even Lu Dachui, who had excellent stamina, was completely exhausted. Surprisingly, Cabby and Noth showed remarkable endurance. Especially Noth, who by the afternoon could nearly keep pace with Chong Mingyue, who was running at the front. Thus both Cabby and Noth finished within the allotted time. Lu Dachui was also capable, but due to Lulu fainting repeatedly later on, trembling even when standing, he had to support her and run together. As a result, their time did not meet the standard. However, since Cabby Noth and Lu Dachui were in the same team, if one person failed the weighted cross-country, everyone had to stay behind for extra training. Under the night sky, Noth silently led the way in front. Cabby followed, second, mumbling about how a senior added him on his light brain, ID his mouth never stopping. Lulu, supported by Lu Dachui, was running last. After a long while, amidst heavy breathing, Lulu's shaky voice broke the silence. Sorry for holding you back. Cabby's gossiping mouth suddenly stopped. Noth, who was running at the front, suddenly halted. He turned around, his sharp eyes piercing through the night. I've never asked about your basic stats, but today I really don't understand how someone can be this weak. Lu Dachui opened his mouth, but was stopped by Lulu. Cabby frowned. Hey Noth, don't you think it's a bit harsh to say that to a girl? Noth snorted coldly. If she weren't my teammate and didn't involve my interests, I wouldn't care. But Lulu, you are the only mech designer in our academy, and to participate in the military academy mech competition, having you our only mech designer is a must to assist us. You are tied to us whether we like it or not. Under these circumstances, I hope you won't hold us back. After Noth finished speaking, he turned and ran ahead. Cabby cursed quietly. What's with the attitude? Ice block. He turned around, looking a bit helplessly at Lulu. Don't mind him, he's just rigid. Oh, let's take it slow. Lulu forced a smile. Sorry, I've held you all back. Cabby hurriedly said it was nothing. But Lulu knew in her heart that her basic stats were an insurmountable chasm. After a week of school, Lulu became the waste everyone knew. Her early bird class scores set a historic low. Even Cabby and Lu Dachui, who fainted upon entering, scored higher than her. In Cabby's words, he could still retaliate while throwing up, although dizzy and inaccurate his speed ensured he hit something. Lu Dachui was similar, he could score a bit even with flailing attacks. During the weighted cross-country in the morning and afternoon, Lulu almost always held them back, not only setting a new low for duration, but also dragging her teammates into extra training every day. On the first Sunday of school, the academy organized a physical examination and basic stats review. Just before Lulu entered the chamber, Noth and Cabby casually glanced over. Lulu had once mentioned that her basic stats were quite low. However, in their understanding, even if her stats were low, they shouldn't drop below the minimum admission line. But during this period, they clearly felt that Lulu's stamina and physical reflexes were absurdly poor, even lower than a senior who barely made the cut. Lu Dachui was curious if Lulu's stats would change even a little after a week of brutal training. Lulu was uncertain herself. On one hand, she hoped her stats would improve, while on the other, she felt her stamina hadn't changed much. Therefore, when the stats were released, Cabby and Noth leaned close to the screen, but almost instantly their eyes widened. Cabby couldn't help but exclaim, "Baby, did you bribe the school?" Lulu jumped out, leaned closer to the screen, and then slumped down. Oh my heavens. M60 Star Citizen Lulu. Age 18. School East Star System Military Academy Mech College Mech Design Major. Gene Modification Corresponding Materials Unable to find. Please go to Star 1 for gene modification records. Mental Strength B 7000 Level Value Range 5000-7500. Stamina -1240. Tentatively F -1240. Level Value Range 0500. Lu Dachui's mouth dropped open, his voice trembling. Wait. Sister Lu, how did your value drop from -1230 to -1240? He turned around and saw Lulu rolling her eyes before fainting again. Cabby and Noth were stunned by Lulu's stats, leaving no one to react and catch her. In the moment Lulu fell, she was jolted awake. Lulu's eyes were dazed. Why is this happening to me? Oh, my dear mother, grandmother, and my coat. The entire health examination center echoed with Lulu's cries. Noth's expression twisted. He had thought Lulu had entered due to a lack of physical capability since childhood, but he never imagined her physical fitness metrics would be so low that even a chicken raised in the breeding area could knock her down. Cabby silently shut his mouth. Such values are indeed unprecedented. Senior students gathered around, looking at the continuously wailing Lulu with pity and confusion. The pity was for this new junior girl who was genuinely unable to lift a chicken, while the confusion lay in why the school had accepted her. There is a saying in the galaxy, basic metrics determine limits. In Lulu's case, it seemed she had no limits at all. Lu Dachui opened his mouth clumsily to comfort her. Sister, think positively. Your mental strength has improved. Is it really interesting? In her current state, what good is an improvement in mental strength? A mocking voice interjected, and Lu Dachui turned to see the dean's assistant in the dormitory, aunt wearing a chef's hat, walk in. He kicked Lulu, who was lying on the ground wailing. Get up, you're being too noisy. Lulu wiped her tears and slowly crawled up. Nos quickly realized something was amiss. He frowned, saying, generally speaking, a person's mental and physical levels should not exceed 3. If they exceed 3, they either become a vegetable or a lunatic. Cabby clapped his hands. Right. Oh, wait a minute, sweetie, your values have already exceeded level 3. A senior next to him stared with dead fish eyes. I've seen the junior girl acting quite normally these days, as she isn't crazy at all. The dormitory aunt raised her eyebrow. This little girl is indeed quite peculiar. The dean's assistant smiled. Then we'll trouble you to take a look at her condition. Lu Dachui was taken aback. The dormitory aunt understands these things. The senior with dead fish eyes chuckled. The dormitory aunt is not only a dormitory supervisor, but also the head chef of our cafeteria, and oh, she's also the college physician. Cabby's eyes widened. Wow. There are people in school with more positions than assistant teachers. The dormitory aunt waved. Let's go to the infirmary. The infirmary was nearby, and besides Lu Dachui, Cabby and Nos, the other students were dispersed to training. The dormitory aunt took out a medical record book, wrote Lu Lula's name and student number on it, and then retrieved her foundational data from childhood. Glancing through, the dormitory aunt furrowed her brows. Your first test when you were 4 your mental strength was already at level B. Lu Lulu nodded. Nos gasped, his gaze towards Lu Lulu filled with curiosity, while Cabby stroked his chin. My first test was level D for mental strength, and that made my old man extremely happy, saying I was the next generation of Cosmic Pirate King. Seeing that Cabby was about to continue, Nos pushed him. Don't interrupt. Cabby fell silent. Everyone looked eagerly at the dormitory aunt. The dormitory aunt stroked her chin. Because you were previously using an old model of the testing cabin, the specific value fluctuations were not visible. But one thing is certain, your mental strength has remained within the level B range until now. Lu Dachui asked in confusion. Dormitory aunt, the issue with my sister is her physical value. Is there a problem with her mental strength too? The dormitory aunt chuckled, asking, have you tested in the new testing cabin twice recently? These 2 tests were 15 days apart. In those 15 days, your mental strength increased from B6803 to B7000, while your physical strength decreased from F1230 to F1240. The dean's assistant squinted, looking at Lu Lulu. What have you been doing during this time, causing your mental strength to rise rapidly while your physical value drops? Indeed, this was strange. Since Lu Lulu was 4 years old, her mental strength had been level B. If the trend of mental strength increase over these 15 days continued, she would have long surpassed level B. The criterion for level B mental strength is a value between 5,000 and 7,005. Even if Lu Lula's first test value was 5,000, according to the rising trend of these days, she should have already broken through to level A or even higher after so many years. Lu Lulu pondered. I haven't done anything special. Just participated in assessments, started school, and did weighted cross-country for a week. The dormitory aunt thought for a moment and said, I need to conduct special training for you to figure out the reason for your data fluctuations. The dean's assistant narrowed his eyes in inexplicable excitement on his face. Lu Lulu, next, I will personally lead you in experimental training. Huh. Lu Lulu looked at the dean's assistant's expression and instinctively felt a hint of danger. She shrank back, but the assistant held her down. What are you running for? You should feel happy that I'm giving you special training. Cabby pulled Lu Dachui back a few steps and unkindly slipped away. Nos avoided Lu Lulu's pleading gaze and pretended to leave casually. Lu Lulu. She originally thought that special training meant it would be just her. But she looked at the 3 people beside her, tilted her head, and spoke in surprise and innocence. Oh dear, isn't this special training? What are you all doing here? What a coincidence. Nos pursed his lips, remaining silent. Cabby awkwardly laughed. Sweetie, we came specifically to keep you company. Lu Dachui asked in confusion. Didn't the assistant teacher say we 4 are teammates sharing both fortune and misfortune? Cabby. Lu Lulu smirked. Oh, I'm truly sorry for dragging you down. Nos and Cabby. Lu Dachui, sister, are you being sarcastic? All right, shut your mouth, class is starting now. The dean's assistant clapped his hands, dressed in a khaki leather jacket with a cigarette in his mouth, blending an elegant demeanor with a roguish attitude, exuding an indescribable sense of danger. First, we'll start with 2 early education classes. 2 classes? For hours? I don't want that. Cabby emitted a groundhog-like shriek. The next moment, he was thrown into the space capsule by the dean's assistant. Following that, Lu Lulu underwent 4 hours of terrifying training akin to being beaten in a washing machine. After it was over, Lu Lulu had lost the strength to stand. The dean's assistant discarded the cigarette and picked Lu Lulu up, tossing her directly into the testing cabin. During the time Lu Lulu was being tested, Lu Dachui was feeding Cabby motion sickness medicine while Nos stared pale-faced at the testing cabin's display screen. When the data came out, the dean's assistant raised an eyebrow. All right, for the next class, we'll have a shooting game. Cabby, who had been dying a slow death, instantly perked up, his eyes bright. Welcome to my special session. Nos shot a glance at Cabby, his tone cold. Whose special session it is still remains to be seen. Inside the simulated shooting range, Lu Lulu's lips were pale as she sat beside Lu Dachui drinking water. Nos and Cabby were one standing and one sitting, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Lulu whispered to Lu Dachui, "What happened while I was unconscious?" Lu Dachui replied in a low voice. Cabby claims shooting is his specialty, and Nos disagrees. Lulu responded with an oath, thinking it was truly a competition of divine beings, and there would be much to see later. The assistant to the dean leaned against the door of the shooting range, seemingly waiting for someone. Before long, a female teacher with a long ponytail, wearing loose sportswear, walked in. The assistant smiled. Shui, it's up to you now." The female teacher nodded, carrying a few forms as she walked in. Seeing the four of them looking at her curiously, she smiled and said, "Hello, I am the mental training teacher Shui. There are two types of courses in the shooting range. One is simulated shooting, where you only need to connect to the spiritual threads and engage in simulated shooting. This mode requires little physical stamina and focuses on training the mental strength to capture targets. The second mode is live fire shooting, which needs no further explanation. It's the real deal with real guns and bullets. According to your specialized training schedule, you will practice simulated shooting today." Shui clapped her hands cheerfully. "Then let's get started." She walked towards the four and looked at them. "I see from your profiles that you have all fought against the insect race and handled guns before." Nos and Cabby nodded. Lulu and Lu Dachui also nodded. Living on a trash planet constantly threatened by the insect race, knowing how to handle a real gun was the most basic life-saving skill. Shui nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, we can skip the stationary target practice and go straight to moving target mode." She took out a helmet. To ensure data accuracy, we'll go one by one. "Who's first?" Cabby suddenly stood up, transforming into an elegant gentleman before Shui. "Oh, beautiful lady, if I may please allow me to go first. I want you to see how handsome I look while shooting." Nos clicked his tongue and stepped back to create distance. Lulu admitted that just from his voice she was somewhat charmed, but combined with Cabby's exquisitely beautiful face, actually it wasn't too bad. Tisk, this world is all about looks. Shui didn't react much as she smiled as she handed the helmet to Cabby. "Alright, you go first." Cabby took the helmet and winked at Shui before elegantly striding to the display screen. He put on the helmet and waited for the spiritual threads to connect with the equipment in the range. About 3 seconds later, the spiritual threads connected, and Cabby slowly opened his eyes. The playful expression on his face completely vanished, replaced by a faint smile and an icy gaze. He raised the gun in his hand, aiming at the display screen. Lulu and the others held their breath, the screen slowly contracting, wrapping around him like a data chain. In the next moment, the screen transformed into a lush field, a dilapidated abandoned city, appearing like a ghost within the greenery, dangerous and cold. Cabby began to move, heading towards the ruined city. Lulu's expression grew serious as she watched the spot where Cabby stood, less than 10 square meters, yet it seemed alive. No matter how fast Cabby moved, that spot appeared to be frozen. It was hard to imagine how enjoyable it would be to play a game with this equipment, where playing while losing weight would be no problem at all. Soon Cabby reached the outskirts of the city. Wushid-class insects suddenly lunged at him with incredible speed, startling Lulu. In the next second, the insect's head burst open with a loud bang, while Cabby's expression remained unchanged, as if he had just casually fired a shot. Immediately after, the difficulty escalated, with virtual insects appearing from the grass behind obstacles and rushing in groups. Cabby remained unfazed, dodging skillfully and shooting accurately, even managing to shoot down an insect that was slightly exposed behind a nearby obstacle without looking. Lu Dachui and Lulu's mouths gaped wider as Cabby's accuracy remained consistently at 96%. The assistant to the dean chuckled lightly, as expected of the Salo family. Shui nodded in agreement. If he can achieve such accuracy in real combat, that would be incredible. Lulu nodded seriously. His skills and accuracy in real combat are nearly identical to those in virtual shooting. Her statement drew the attention of the assistant Shui and Nos. Nos frowned. "How do you know?" Lulu lowered her eyes. "I met Cabby during the assessment." Shui smiled. "In that case, a remarkable individual has indeed emerged among this year's freshmen." Nos pressed his lips together, glancing at Cabby's high accuracy, clearly tense. Cabby finished shooting, and Nos took the helmet. Under Cabby's smug and provocative gaze, Nos nodded coldly. "Your shooting is indeed first-rate." To be honest, had Cabby not gone first, Nos' shooting accuracy and score would have surely amazed everyone present. He removed the helmet and stared at his 92% accuracy, his body tense. "This time I lost to you." Nos paused before adding, "Next time I might not lose." Cabby was taken aback, then grinned as he patted Nos' shoulder. "You know I'm not exaggerating. Even if you practice for a few more years, you won't reach my level." Nos frowned, shrugging off Cabby's hand and silently returning to his seat. Seeing that Nos was ignoring him, Cabby turned to tease Shui with a smile. Lu Dachui glanced at Lulu's pale lips and took the helmet. Lu Dachui's shooting accuracy was mediocre, ranking in the middle among the students. He scratched his head and asked, "Sis, is my accuracy of 76% really bad?" Before Lulu could respond, Shui spoke up. "It's not bad, but it's not good either, just average. Your physical stamina is quite good. In a prolonged battle during actual combat, you would have an advantage." Shui's assessment was very fair, and Lu Dachui smiled happily as he said, "Thank you, teacher. I will work hard." Shui smiled back, "Keep it up." "All right, next one." Lulu took the helmet, and it connected in less than 2 seconds. The scene before her changed, and she found herself in an abandoned city, a gentle breeze blowing, carrying a faint smell of blood. She looked at the gun in her hand, pursing her lips. Both the weight and texture felt exactly like a real gun. Judging by the model, it was likely a pulse gun weighing about 1.5 kilograms. A shadow flashed in front of her, and Lulu raised her gun and fired. With a bang, a hole appeared in the neck of the class insect, blood splattering, and its green viscous blood spraying onto the grass. Lulu's pupils constricted. There was no recoil. Her eyes brightened. In virtual shooting, there was no recoil. She slowly raised her gaze, fingers trembling slightly. If it didn't consume so much stamina, she might actually not be that bad. 15 minutes later, Lulu turned around and raised her pistol at the approaching insectoid, but before she could pull the trigger, she was knocked to the ground by a brutal charge from the creature. She was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, her gaze unfocused. Just as she lifted the gun to shoot, the insectoid bit into her thigh. Due to the shared mental connection, Lulu felt the true pain in her thigh, causing her leg to tremble uncontrollably. To her right, Lulu thought this and instinctively raised her gun to aim. However, her arm was in severe pain from a previous injury, leading to a subtle misalignment in her aim. She noticed this immediately, biting her lip and about to adjust her aim when everything in front of her suddenly vanished. It turned out that Shui had ended the simulation early. Cabby and Nors fell silent. Lu Dachui rushed over and supported the still dazed Lulu. Shui looked down for the first time, not smiling. "No need to continue. I already see where the issue lies." The assistant to the dean clicked his tongue and grabbed Lulu by the collar, tossing her into the performance testing chamber. Cabby leaned over and looked at the shooting accuracy displayed on the screen, remaining silent. 80%. To be honest, compared to Cabby and Nors, it wasn't impressive. However, both Cabby and Nors were perceptive during the first 3 minutes. While Lulu had plenty of stamina, her shooting accuracy hovered around 97% of value, even slightly higher than Nors. It was only later, due to a series of dodges and jumps, that Lulu became exhausted, causing her accuracy to plummet. Shui glanced at Lulu in the chamber and shook her head at the assistant to the dean. The saying that values determine limits is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. The assistant to the dean adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses without speaking. "I can tell that her attention and focus are exceptional, with a precise instinct and ability to sense danger, but her body cannot keep up with her reactions." Shui continued, shaking her head. Even later on during the simulation, when facing insectoid bites and shared mental sensations, she remained calm and sharp. Every aim was accurate. But as you all saw, her physical reflexes couldn't match her thoughts, so while the gun was aimed, by the time she was ready to fire, the target had already moved away. This is the most direct manifestation of the body failing to keep up with the mind. She paused, hesitating for a moment. Even as a mecha designer, without participating in mecha combat competitions, her stamina won't allow her to go far. If this child's stamina cannot be rapidly improved, then her future can only stagnate at the level of a junior mecha engineer. After Shui finished speaking, the chamber door opened and Lulu crawled out. Cabby patted her shoulder. "It's okay if you can't find a job in the future, join us. My father has raised many engineers. I promise you won't have to worry about food and drink." Nors pinched the bridge of his nose. "Cabby, how many times do I need to remind you the things your family does could easily lead to execution if brought to light? It's one thing for your family to self-destruct, but don't drag innocent people into it." Cabby pouted. "In this world, as long as there's money to be made, who cares if it's legal or not?" Seeing the two about to argue, Lu Dachui quickly squeezed in between them with a silly grin, not offering advice, but simply smiling at both sides. Lulu smiled, knowing this was Lu Dachui's way of mediating. Shui glanced at Lulu and sighed. "You hope to find a way to improve your stamina, right?" Lulu nodded with a smile, as if she hadn't heard Shui's earlier evaluation of her at all. The assistant to the dean clicked his tongue and pulled Lulu out of the testing chamber, addressing the 3 of them who were causing a ruckus. Next event, weighted cross-country. Immediately, all 4, including Lulu, fell silent. They did weighted cross-country for 4 hours, during which Lulu fainted 4 times from exhaustion, each time being revived by the assistant to the dean before continuing to run. That evening, Lu Dachui carried Lulu into the cafeteria. There weren't many people in the cafeteria, and there was only one part-time senior sister dozing off at the food counter. Cabby walked over, tapped on the counter, and ordered 4 deluxe seafood meals. When the senior sister saw, it was Cabby, her face flushed and her hands stopped trembling as she piled the seafood high in the 4 meals. Cabby couldn't carry all of it alone, so he waved at Norse. Reluctantly, Norse walked over and kicked Cabby during the flirty exchange between the senior sister and Cabby. Cabby turned back to see Norse whispering, "If you don't truly like her, don't casually flirt with girls." Cabby replied earnestly, "Who said I'm not sincere?" Lu Dachui noticed that the seafood meal he had was the most expensive in the cafeteria, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He shook Lulu, who was in a semi-conscious state, and when she opened her eyes, he pointed at the seafood meal. Seeing it, Lulu's vision darkened. She heard her wallet lamenting, "Why can't I hold on to it?" The mournful voice echoed throughout the cafeteria. Lulu blinked and looked down to see her light brain ringing. Opening her light brain, she saw the caller ID displaying the best in the world soon or late. Lulu was taken aback. What was going on? Why was Isa calling? Before she could answer, the call was disconnected. Immediately after, a message from Isa popped up. "The best in the world soon or late, old 6. I remember you're quite short on cash. The best in the world soon or late. I have a money-making opportunity for you. Do you want to hear it?" Cabby brought over the other 2 meals and noticed Lu Dachui staring at the seafood meal, swallowing hard, but still not eating, and tilted his head. "Oh, you don't have to wait for me. You're too polite." He then grinned and said, "This meal is on me. Eat your fill." Lu Dachui looked at Lulu, and when she nodded, he began to eat. Lulu was still pondering the money-making opportunity Isa mentioned when the delicious crab roe rice distracted her. The seafood portion is more than the rice. Lu Dachui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cabby struck a pose. "Oh, it's all my charm." Norse frowned and clicked his tongue. Cabby was displeased. "What is it with you, Ice Block? Why are you clicking your tongue? Are you jealous of my popularity?" Norse set down his spoon, his expression very serious. "Sorrow you. I know what you're going to say." Cabby pouted. "I am sincere with every girl." Lulu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of warm water, wiping her mouth dry with an expressionless face. "Is that so? If I remember correctly, you had 53 crushes in just 1 week after enrolling." Cabby's gaze flitted. "Yes, so what? When I'm good with them, it's absolutely sincere." He patted his chest after saying this. Lu Dachui's eyes widened in awe. "Wow, you're amazing." Cabby choked, stuffing a chicken leg into Lu Dachui's mouth. "Eat more and stop talking." He glanced at Lulu and Norse. "Besides, if not for my girlfriends, would you guys have this much convenience in life? Look at this overflowing seafood. And think about it, every time we go to the supermarket, don't we get the biggest discounts?" Norse rubbed his forehead. "Cabby, do you really need that little money?" Cabby shrugged, pointing at Lulu and Lu Dachui. "I don't need it, they do." Norse fell silent. Lulu made a gesture as if zipping her mouth shut, and while eating replied to Isa, "AAA. A wholesale underwear, old 6. What kind of money-making method are you talking about?" In the infirmary, Lulu sat upright on the small sofa. Norse stood by the cabinet. Cabby slumped in the chair, and Lu Dachui stood behind Lulu. The assistant to the dean crossed his legs, sitting behind the dormitory supervisor. The dormitory supervisor smiled at Lulu, saying, "After a whole day of data testing, I have a preliminary conclusion." Lulu nodded. The dormitory supervisor smiled. "Do you want to hear it gently or directly?" Lulu, "Directly, please." Cabby answered on behalf of Lulu. The dormitory supervisor nodded. "Well, I have some bad news for you. I reviewed your data and found that your physical strength value has declined because you have been training beyond what your body can handle. As a result, not only has your physical strength not increased, but it has also decreased due to damage to your bodily functions." Cabby's lips trembled. Weight-bearing cross-country caused functional damage. Lulu shot him a sideways glance, and Cabby quickly closed his mouth. The dormitory supervisor continued, "More importantly, I want to talk about your mental strength. Your mental strength is highly adaptable, and with a bit of professional practice, it can rise rapidly. The reason your mental strength level has not improved in the past 15 years, I suspect, is because you have never engaged in professional mental strength training." Lulu nodded. The dormitory supervisor smiled. "Do you know about an ancient medical practice?" Lulu, puzzled, asked, "What?" The dormitory supervisor stroked her non-existent beard and said, "That would be traditional Chinese medicine." Lulu, "If we use traditional Chinese medicine to explain your physical condition, it would be much simpler." Lulu, "You are physically weak," the dormitory supervisor said sternly. Lulu curled her toes on the ground, thinking that it was slightly better for a girl to be weak than for a boy, but she still felt a bit embarrassed. "Your body is severely weak, so it's not suitable for intense exercise, let alone high-intensity physical training." Lulu coughed softly. "So how can I improve?" The dormitory supervisor sighed. "That's the problem." She shook her head. "I estimate that to increase your physical strength limit, you will need to rely on gentle exercise and nutritional supplements over time." Norse frowned. "So in the short term?" "In the short term, At least within 4 years, you can only increase by 1 level at most. The dormitory supervisor took a sip of chrysanthemum tea, her expression serious. Lulu froze in place. If she couldn't improve quickly within 4 years, wouldn't her 4 years of university be wasted? If her physical strength was too low, she wouldn't be able to study mechs or materials above grade D. Even if she was the only mech designer in the academy, she could join the school team for the mech competition without competing for selection, but she would still be limited by her physical strength. Lulu sat there in a daze. She had just been sentenced to death. On the way back to the dormitory, she still took that dilapidated bus, but after a week of weight-bearing cross-country, the 4 of them could basically get on the bus and secure themselves before dozing off. But this time Lulu couldn't fall asleep. After returning to the dormitory, she glanced at the message sent by Isa and frowned. The strongest in the world, do you know about the underground mech arena? I saw they are recruiting on-site mech maintenance engineers, and the salary is quite high. AAA pants wholesale old 6. Okay, I will think about it. The next morning Lulu was notified to meet the dean. This was her first time meeting this old man in his 90s. The old man sat in a wheelchair looking at Lulu as she entered the office, his face showing little expression. Sit down. Lulu sat down. The old man took a sip of his drink. I am the dean of the Mech Academy, Wink. I am also a senior mech engineer ranked 54th in the Star Federation. Lulu, I understand your physical condition, so. He stared at Lulu with cloudy eyes. I have 2 choices for you. 1, apply to change majors to mech color adjustment. Their physical requirements are not as high as those of mech designers. 2, even if you can't graduate in 4 years, you cannot change majors, and you must persist on the path of a mech designer. You choose. Wink put down his strawberry milkshake and quietly looked at Lulu. Lulu appeared a bit bewildered. Dean, did you notice my entrance exam project, the Mech Yellow River, was specially colored? Wink was taken aback looking at Lulu's bright black eyes, and after a moment of silence he nodded. I noticed. Lulu had not been happy for long when she heard Wink say, it was all shattered into bits. How could I not notice? The expression of joy at finding a mentor froze on Lulu's face. Off. Wink glanced at her. The defense aspect was done too poorly during the test. It shattered within a few minutes. Lulu lowered her head. Wink grew somewhat impatient. All right, answer me, which path do you choose? I will not change my major. Ooh, I like designing mechs. Lulu raised her head looking into Wink's eyes. I do not want to give up. Wink narrowed his eyes. You still don't understand. Given your physical strength, the best you can achieve is to be a junior mech engineer in the future. A junior mech engineer's certificate cannot contribute much to your graduation points. If you want to graduate successfully, you have to participate in various tasks, many of which are quite dangerous for Mech Academy students. Even if you do tasks throughout winter and summer vacations, it still may not be enough to graduate successfully. Wink leaned forward, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. You also need to participate in the Military Academy Mech competition and achieve first place. This is the only way to meet the graduation requirements. Lulu's gaze was calm. There are 4 years in college. I have 4 opportunities to participate in the Mech competition. 4 opportunities, that is enough. I believe in myself and my teammates. Wink's eyes shifted as he pulled out a contract from the table. Since that's the case, then sign the contract. In the 4 years of university, under any circumstances, you cannot change your major. Violators will owe me 10 million star coins. Lulu. She stared blankly at the contract, frozen in place. Her eyes widened as she looked at Wink in disbelief. This was the contract for hiring her into Wink's studio with a monthly salary of 5,000 star coins. After Lulu left, Wink looked at the messy signature of Lulu on the contract, the corners of his mouth twitching. The handwriting is really ugly. The assistant to the dean walked out from behind the cabinet. He looked at Wink's aging back, his expression extremely grim. Why did you recruit her into the studio? She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve to study under Master Li Wen. Shall he? Wink interrupted the assistant, turning to look at him. You have seen her mech. You know better than I do that her mastery in this area may very well surpass that of the teacher in the future. So there is no question of deserving or not. Wink lowered his head, looking at Lulu's signature on the table. The assistant to the dean's face turned pale. You want to take her as your disciple? Wink smiled gently. A closed-door disciple. Shall he? I am getting old, and I have little time left to chase after the secrets of my youth. Shall he? You and the other disciple are the only 2. You will take on everything I have burdened after my death, whether or not you are willing to be drawn into it. The day after signing the contract, Lulu's morning physical training session was cancelled and replaced with cultural classes. When Lulu excitedly arrived at Wink's studio with her textbooks, she discovered that Wink was not there at all. The spacious studio was empty with not a single person in sight. Although it was called a studio, it resembled a library more. The cylindrical studio was divided into 2 levels with large floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire space feel very airy. In the center of the studio stood a huge cylindrical bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. "Are you Lulu, classmate?" A cute mechanical voice interjected as Lulu surveyed her surroundings. Startled, Lulu looked down to see a small, stout robot, holding two claws, smiling at her. Lulu let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "I am the forging assistant robot of this studio. You can call me Dan." Lulu looked at Dan's stout body, which could serve as a stool, and sincerely praised, "Your name really suits you." Dan's dark face with red lips and round eyes curved into a smile, looking somewhat adorable. "Thank you for the compliment. Your name is also lovely, Lulu, classmate." Lulu gently patted Dan's white round body and softly asked, Dan, where is the teacher?" "I came here for class." Dan blinked its round eyes and raised its wing-like hands to answer. "The professor asked me to tell you that there is nothing he can teach you. Since you are here at the studio, apart from sorting daily project materials, you can read any of the books here. Oh, and you can also use the equipment freely. However, the materials used need to be approved by the school, and unauthorized use is not allowed." Lulu was taken aback. "Huh? Is this free range?" Dan gently nudged Lulu's clothing with its cold mechanical arm. "Then shall we complete today's work together? Today is another beautiful day." Compared to Dan's enthusiasm for work, Lulu remained much calmer. Next, Lulu began organizing the project documents that Dan had provided. Looking at the stack of contracts, her expression turned a bit bewildered. The old man had signed many contracts regarding the patent applications for Master Li Wen's works. Just pulling out one contract, the amounts involved were outrageously high. God, this is like earning money while lying down. Lulu admired as she sorted through the materials. Although the old man was a professor, he had only signed the patent application contracts related to Master Li Wen. He had no other projects. This meant that Wank had not collaborated with any institution to produce research on his own mechs or related components. While Lulu worked, Dan began to clean. Today's workload was not heavy. Organizing the materials took just 2 hours. During the following time, Lulu walked to the huge bookshelf and started selecting books that interested her. Unconsciously, the sunlight shone on her arm, and the scorching rays finally brought her back to her senses. Lulu moved deeper into the studio, finding a spot where the sun couldn't reach, and sat down. Seeing something interesting, Lulu took out her notebook to record. Suddenly, a shadow fell on her notebook. Lulu looked up to find Dan holding a small towel. Dan, am I blocking your way?" Dan's dark little face blinked its round eyes. "No, Lulu, classmate." It gently wiped the dust off Lulu's nose with the dry towel. "Lulu, classmate, you have a little sprite on your nose." Lulu looked at the smudge of dust on the towel and smiled. "So the dust is a little sprite." Dan's eyes curved in delight. "Yes." Lulu smiled and continued her notes. "Lulu, classmate, what is it?" "This book is a sketchbook, and everyone says the drawings on it are random doodles. Do you understand what the drawings depict?" Dan pointed at the dimensional drawings in Lulu's notebook, somewhat puzzled. Lulu was taken aback. She scratched her head. "I don't know if I understand, but I roughly know what type of components the mech sketches here might use. There might still be differences in size." Lulu's voice softened as she spoke about mechs and components, and she gestured with her hands on the sketchbook. Dan didn't know if it understood. It blinked its round eyes after Lulu finished speaking. "Lulu, classmate, if the owner of this sketchbook knew that you understood, she would surely be delighted." Lulu was stunned. Just as she was about to ask who the owner of this sketchbook was, she saw Dan humming a nursery rhyme happily running away. Lulu smiled and shook her head, continuing to look at the sketches. When her notebook turned to the last page, Lulu saw a signature along with a phrase. "I have never forgotten the original intention of creating mechs. Li Wen, Sheng." Lulu stood frozen in place, her eyelashes fluttering. "This is a sketch from Master Li Wen. I have never forgotten the original intention of creating mechs." Lulu gently traced the powerful words on the page with her finger, "The original intention of creating mechs." She remembered that in the textbooks of the Star Alliance it was stated that humans were too weak in the universe, but the reason they could establish power was due to the complexity of human nature. The complexity of human nature. Lulu did not understand this phrase, but she remembered the following statement. "Humans are weak, yet they have created mechs. The arrival of mechs brings hope for rebellion and competition to humanity." Lulu silently stared at the words on the page, her bright eyes unblinking. "I know how to change my destiny now." Lulu reverently touched the page of notes. "Master Li Wen, I know what to do." Even though this was almost an impossible task, how can one know if they don't try? Time passed by as we went to the studio in the morning and had group training in the afternoon. Lu Dachui appeared very excited. "Sixth sister, today, we can finally touch the mechas." Lulu smiled lightly. Indeed, Nuasi stood nearby, still cold and indifferent. Cabby was busy with online dating on his light brain when he suddenly exclaimed, "You guys should check the forum. Someone on the school forum posted a photo of senior sister Ming, who was seemingly trying to pursue her. Nuasi frowned slightly and silently opened his light brain. Seeing that class wasn't starting soon, Lulu also opened her light brain. This was her first time entering the school forum. She registered an ID and found the post cabbie mentioned. Honest person offering a handsome reward for this beautiful lady's contact information. Below is a side profile of senior sister Chang Mingyu. There were many comments from onlookers under the post. Loves to watch the fun, beautiful goddess face. Take a look at the cabinet who understands. The beauty has a kind yet strong sense of charm. Give you a salted fish blindly guessing the poster is a 1,000-year crush.